dominating Hollywood starting with Scarlett. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Filming completed. Cut. The position is wrong again. Cut. Lights. Why don't the lights come over? Cut. The props are out of place. Forget it, take a break. Compared to Tang's performance on the set, director Rob is like an angel and a devil. He has never scolded anyone, nor has he ever expressed a tough attitude. It seems that everyone is in harmony, but the filming can never move forward. It is only the last 2 dance scenes left, but every time the filming is wrong. Tang knows that this situation is because everyone's attention is no longer on the movie. But as an assistant director, he couldn't call everyone to a meeting to encourage people. He could only come to Rob when he went out for some fresh air and said, "Rob, you should encourage everyone." "You're right, Tang." Rob nodded and took a long breath. "This is the first time I've encountered such a difficult media. I was a little uncomfortable for a while. It's normal. They are just a bunch of shameless bitches." Tang had nothing good to say about the Hollywood reporters. They don't care about the truth. They just want to mobilize the reader's emotions and incite confrontation. Only in this way can they have popularity and sales. It's so funny. The movie we shot is obviously a satire on the manipulation of the media and the law. As a result, Diane has become a practitioner in reality. Facts have proved that the current environment is no different from Chicago in the 50s and 60s, isn't it? Rob was a little amused when he said this. The movie became reality, and this extremely ironic scene actually happened to him. Tang also laughed and said jokingly, "No, you should be thankful that we are not those dead men in the movie. We can still refute and speak. We can't let Dion's curse become a reality. That's right, we can't give up." Rob took a deep breath and regrouped. "Let's go, Rob, everyone is waiting for you." Tang put his arm around Rob's shoulders and turned back to the prison hall. As soon as they entered, they saw that everyone was in a daze, as if ready to start work at any time. Tang could see that their eyes were confused, uneasy, and doubtful, but also firm. "Hey, guys, the director is going to say a few words to everyone." So Tang raised his hand, attracted everyone's attention, and came to the front of the crowd and looked at Rob. "Okay, let me say a few words." Rob was silent for a moment, put his hands on his hips, and slowly spoke. "I know everyone is thinking about what's in the news, and we know that the union is about to intervene in the investigation, but we did nothing wrong, did we?" He looked at Tang. Tang is the assistant director. He has the responsibility to ensure the smooth progress of the filming. Letting Diane leave the crew is for the good of both parties. In fact, the photographer of this film would have written his name. But now he has turned black and white to the newspaper, and we have become the bullied party. Now all the reporters are questioning us and think that the movie Chicago will become a joke. But you know, it's not a joke. We have put too much effort into this movie. So I can't let Diane ruin it. Rob paused here. Tang could see that this speech was already difficult for Rob, the director who is not good at speaking, so he took over and said, "We have to prove ourselves." He turned his head and looked at everyone. "Diane said this movie is terrible, it is a piece of garbage, shit, and full of stench that cannot be looked at directly. Do you think these words describe it correctly?" "Of course not." The photography assistant, Fimis, responded indignantly. "Yeah, that's right, he was just venting his anger and had no feelings for the film at all, but we are different." Tang said in a powerful tone, "We are the ones who have the most say in the film and the ones who have put in the most energy. We can't let him slander us and the film at will, but what should we do? Should we open a column in the newspaper to scold him?" Everyone smiled knowingly, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. "Of course not, what we have to do is to accumulate strength and make a good film. Think about it." Tang walked to Rob's side. "When we stand on the Oscar podium and give our acceptance speech, we can say I want to thank someone for leaving. Wow. It's so cool, isn't it?" "That's right." Everyone echoed, and the smiles on their faces became more and more overflowing. "That's it." Tang stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. "Don't let what happened in Chicago happen to us. Don't be sacrificed. Don't give the power of proof to others. This is the original intention of making this movie, isn't it?" "That's right." Colleen applauded. "She always creates an atmosphere at the critical moment." "Wow, Then more and more applause rang out, and everyone present was encouraged by the sound and calmed down their thoughts. Rob smiled and put his arm around Tangda's shoulders. Thank you, Tangda. If it weren't for you, I don't know how to continue. Don't worry, Rob, I won't let this movie be ruined. This is Tangda's debut film, and he is still hoping to win an Oscar for Best Cinematography with this film. Although this film was only nominated in the previous life, after Tangda intervened and modified some shots, this film has a great chance of winning the award. However, there are still 2 dance scenes to be filmed next, and one of them is also the least exciting part of the whole movie. Tangda is still considering how to present this dance. The original version was a rivalry between Zeta Jones and Renee. In order to make Renee agree to form a duet with him, Zeta Jones danced a solo to convince Renee. The reason why it is not exciting, in Tangda's opinion, is mainly because the use of colors is too single and cautious. When Zeta Jones was dancing, it was all dark around her. Only the background of the simulated nightclub at the back had a slight change, but the color was not significant and could not bring out her dancing posture. Therefore, after rediscussing with Rob and the scene group, some additional light boards were rearranged on the scene. Okay, the 138th show, start. After Zeta Jones and Renee were ready, one sat behind the table and the other stood in front of the table. After the field staff said start, Zeta Jones immediately danced, and Renee also maintained her arrogant expression and attitude professionally. Zeta Jones walked back while singing, Pa. The drum beats sounded, and the lights brightened, revealing the background of the nightclub stage. When she stood on the stage and danced passionately, the square light boards in the background instantly lit up in circles, and the red light source immediately created a strong contrast with her black clothes. From the monitor, it can be found that the red color covered Zeta Jones's face, and she seemed to have become a silhouette, leaving an extremely deep impression on people. Cool, Tangda, that's a great idea. No matter how many times, Rob would be amazed by Tangda's solution. He always has a way to solve the problem. Tangda smiled and said nothing. This lighting arrangement was inspired by the dance clip of Jessica Alba in Sin City. In the original picture, the colors were all gray, and only the red square light bar and the woman's dancing posture were the most prominent. But the color tone of Chicago is different from that of Sin City, so of course it is impossible to do the same. Therefore, a redder and more impactful light and dark contrast are used to set off Zeta Jones's figure. It must be said that the effect created in this way is much better than before. John also said that this strong contrast of colors can easily form a memory point in the audience's mind. The scene was quickly finished with a professional performance of the actors, and they were about to enter the last dance. However, this has nothing to do with Tangda, because he has done everything he can to make up for and improve. In fact, the shooting progress of the entire Chicago crew is very fast and professional. This is due to the fact that the dance team and artistic director are from the original Broadway. They have rehearsed this play at least hundreds of times and are already very familiar with it. In addition to the attitude and professionalism of the actors, if Diane hadn't caused any trouble, the filming of this movie should have been completed long ago. But this is not a bad thing for Tangda, because only when there are common goals or common enemies, friendship will appear particularly profound. Tangda should also thank Diane for providing him with this opportunity, allowing him to form a closer relationship with Rob, John, Colleen and others. Of course, his way of repaying is also very simple. As he said before, standing on the Oscar podium and saying those words to the camera, thank someone for withdrawing. It must be a very beautiful moment. 3 days later, Chicago was officially completed and announced to enter the post-production stage. Before the crew officially disbanded, Colleen found Tangda. Dear, we have a play to be performed on Broadway recently. Are you interested? I am interested. Tangda smiled and affirmed. Oh, that's great. I'll send you a message 2 days in advance. If you have a female companion, you can bring her along. After saying that, Colleen left with her team. Then it was Zeta Jones. Away from the movie, she wore something very loose and comfortable, probably for the sake of her unborn child. Tang, don't forget me if you have any roles in the future. She seemed to be certain that Tangda would become a real Hollywood director, and now she was already saying hello in advance. Haha, I'll remember it. Tang, and me too. Renee interrupted and enthusiastically took Tangda's hand. I have a party tomorrow, are you interested? They're all friends in the circle. Sorry, Renee, I have to go home first. My mother and 2 brothers have been waiting for me for too long. Tang skillfully used his family as a shield. Sure enough, after hearing Tang's words, Renee covered her mouth in surprise. I should really take care of my family first. The two left one after another. Richard came over and patted his shoulder. Tang, you can't postpone my party anymore. Of course, Richard. Tang's relationship with Richard Gass has improved a lot in the past few days. The two people who have nothing to do often chat together. Richard's party has been told to him for a long time, saying that he will be very surprised after attending. This makes people curious about what the surprise is. After saying goodbye to the crew members one by one, Tang finally left the prison. Although the filming of the movie has been completed, there are still many things to do next, such as sorting out company affairs and choosing the MV shooting. Jimmy and Carl have been waiting for Tang for a long time. At the same time, Heinz's new commercial was officially launched on TV and watched by people all over the United States. Chapter 102, Vulgar Jokes. During dinner, Kujin, as the only source of income and adult male in the family, was sitting at the head seat at the end of the long table, eating with his family. His wife sat beside him, and not far away were his two daughters and a son. The oldest of them was only 16 years old, which was the time of hormone secretion. Everyone silently lowered their heads to pick at the hummus on the plate, listening to the sound from the TV, without saying a word. Obviously, dinner time is the best time for family members to enhance their feelings, but there is no warm atmosphere in Kujin's home. Instead, there is a strange silence surrounding everyone. Kujin put down his wine glass, touched his red rosacea, chewed bread and said in a stern tone, "Who spilled the ketchup in the kitchen today?" Several children stopped the spoons in their hands and looked at each other, with a look of confusion and anxiety. "Don't tell me? I won't do anything to you if you tell me yourself." Kujin poured himself another glass of wine. He seemed to be a kind father, but several children secretly clenched their spoons and looked very nervous. "Well, it seems that no one is willing to say it. If I find out..." Kujin did not say the result, but everyone looked at the belt hanging on the wall at the same time. Kujin turned his neck and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "No one said it, then I will ask one by one." Laugho. Puff. Suddenly a loud fart interrupted his words. "Damn. Who is it?" Kujin frowned, and Laugho, the youngest child, immediately shook his head. "Father, it was not me who farted. That was. It was not us either." The other two children also shook their heads hurriedly. Kujin could only look at his wife. "I didn't expect you to be so bold." "Fart, Kujin, it wasn't me. You farted it yourself." Unexpectedly, his wife also refuted. Kujin said irritably, "Get out." "Of course not." Puff. Suddenly, the sound rang again, and several people heard the source clearly this time. They turned their heads at the same time and found that the fart sound came from the TV. It turned out that the TV was playing a Heinz ketchup advertisement. Just like Kujin and them, a father in a red sweater was sitting at the head of the long table, squeezing the ketchup in his hand. The fart sound came from the ketchup bottle. Puff. This sound was straightforward and immediately aroused the reaction of the family in the advertisement. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The father spread his hands. "It's not me, it's the ketchup bottle." "Are you sure, Dad?" Ha ha ha. The daughter expressed doubt, and his wife also laughed. "Of course I'm sure, because I won't fart during a family dinner." The father explained seriously, "I'm not that kind of person." "Yes, Dad, we all know." The son nodded, but then the narration and the scene of everyone laughing behind his back exposed everything. "They say they believe you, but you know what they think, which makes every family gathering like hell." The man sat alone on the sofa, looking depressed. The next second, the narrator changed the subject, but not now. "Introducing Heinz Relaxation. It's still your favorite ketchup, and it doesn't make a weird sound. Now when you squeeze the bottle, it just makes a relaxing sigh. Things will be very different at this year's party." After the narration, the scene shifted to the second year. This time, the father was wearing a yellow sweater, sitting in the same position as last year, still holding ketchup in his hand. The relatives and children around him were talking happily, but when he squeezed the ketchup bottle hard and squeezed it out, a woman's comfortable moan suddenly came into everyone's ears, causing everyone's movements and expressions to stop eating. "What's that sound?" The daughter was full of questions. "That's just the soothing sound of Heinz Relaxation." The father squeezed it several times proudly. The woman's moans continued to come out of the bottle. Everyone was stunned. "It sounds like..." A relative frowned. But the father replied, relaxed sighs, I know. Then he placed more bottles of Heinz sauce on the table, and each time a bottle was squeezed, a different moan came out of it. The mixture of men and women made people feel embarrassed and funny. After listening to it, the son said with a wondering look, Mom, can I leave for a while? Of course. The mother just finished speaking when she saw her son standing up with a bottle of ketchup, and hurriedly asked, wait, what are you going to do with that thing? The son looked down at the ketchup. My room. No. Put it down. The mother screamed, trying to stop her child from wasting toilet paper. But the father looked appreciative. My boy likes ketchup, just like his dad. The canned laughter sounded at the right time, accompanied by Kukin's laughter. Ha ha ha. Kujin laughed like a 200-pound child, holding a bottle of ketchup in his hand and squeezing it. It's so funny, how can Heinz ketchup make such a sound? I must buy a few bottles tomorrow to try. Ha ha ha. Several children also laughed, especially the youngest son Laver, who laughed the most. Do you like ketchup, Laver? Kujin asked while laughing. Of course, Dad. Laver nodded quickly. My boy likes ketchup, just like his dad. Ha ha ha. Kujin seemed to have forgotten the question just now, and his mind was full of the groaning sound of the ketchup bottle. There are many similar ones to this one. Although this advertisement is quite vulgar, it has to be admitted that it is very down-to-earth, beautiful and easy to understand. Everyone who watches it will have expectations for Heinz's ketchup bottle. Maybe it can really make a relaxing sigh. So in the next few days, the sales of various sauces of Heinz increased sharply. Henry couldn't stop smiling at the rising data every day, and even discussed the feasibility of developing such a relaxing bottle with the senior management at the meeting. At the same time, the sales growth of rival Daz sauce slowed down and was surpassed by Heinz. Because of this advertisement, Supreme Creative's reputation became more and more famous in the industry, and many customers took the initiative to ask for cooperation. However, Tang's current focus is not on the company. He bought a lot of newspapers at home and is reading various interviews in the Hollywood circle. In the past few days, the bullying incident on the crew of Chicago has changed from Dion's unilateral accusation to a confrontation between the pros and cons. A member of the props team refuted Dion's statement in a magazine. In fact, Dion left because he hindered the normal progress of the filming. We did not bully him or use verbal violence against him. Photo assistant Famous also accepted an interview with a newspaper. We used film to shoot. Everyone knows how expensive film is. The cost of film is increasing every moment. But Dion shot a lot of useless shots. And he kept quibbling in the face of assistant director Tang's pointing out that he didn't admit his mistake until we saw the finished film. This kind of photographer should be boycotted by the entire industry. And producer Belt also accepted an interview with reporters and said, in fact, we did not fire Dion. He chose to leave on his own. He violated the contract we agreed on. We will go to court to sue him. As soon as these remarks came out, the direction of the discussion immediately improved. Although ordinary readers were discussing whether the crew's behavior was consistent with verbal violence and bullying, major film companies all expressed their intention to blacklist Dion. No one needs a photographer who does not do his job well but launches newspapers to attack the crew. After Dion sent out several resumes without any response, he realized the situation he was facing, so he began to appear in newspapers more frequently. The words were all bad-mouthing Chicago. They ruined this classic play, it's unbearable to watch. From the director to the photographer, there is not much artistic talent, just mediocre people. Assistant director Tang has no experience at all and treats the crew members with a bad attitude. The lens design is not beautiful, and the dance design is also perfunctory. Don't buy a ticket to watch it. It must be said that many people really like to read these bad-mouthing news, which has led to Dion making a lot of money by accepting interviews during this period, and he has become more rampant. Even though Belt has appealed and faced a trial, Dion is not afraid at all. This made director Rob very angry. Chicago is his hard work. He spent too many days and nights designing those dances and lenses, and he does not allow anyone to point fingers at him. So one weekend, he finally couldn't stand it anymore and told the reporter his thoughts. Chicago will be recorded in the history of musicals. I am extremely confident that this film will win an Oscar. In addition, the crew and staff are all great. They are the best talents in Hollywood. His original intention was just to boost the confidence of the audience, but in the eyes of those media who like to watch the excitement, this was just a shot on the arm, which was exactly what they wanted. So the reports in the following days were all about director Rob's bold words. Rob Marshall declared that the Oscar for Best Picture of the year will belong to Chicago. Rob Marshall believes that Chicago will be the biggest winner of the Oscars. The director of Chicago boldly called the movie a historical monument of musicals. Is Chicago comparable to Singing in the Rain? The director is full of confidence. Obviously, journalism never disappoints in terms of distorting semantics. Of course, in addition to these outrageous ones, there are also many normal media, but their general views on Chicago are more inclined to belittle and despise. Chicago may become a money-making movie, and its former photographer revealed that its aesthetics are poor. Crudely made, well made, the mystery of Chicago has to wait for the release to be revealed. If Chicago becomes a bad movie, fans of the show say they will take radical measures against the crew. When Tang saw the last one, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The American people are really simple and honest. They will never use physics to make sense. However, he also noticed from such a large number of interviews that someone seemed to be fanning the flames. After all, black and red are also red. Maybe Miramax's senior management wanted to use this to expand the film's reputation. Thinking of Miramax's founder, Harvey Weinstein, Tang clicked his tongue twice, and didn't think it was strange. However, even if he hyped it up again, Dion's little tricks would end here, because major media have already turned their attention to another more eye-catching news. A black actor claimed that he had encountered racial discrimination. The newspaper space in the past few days has been given to this actor, and Dion has fallen out of favor. Tang put down the newspaper, packed up his clothes, and prepared to attend the party that Richard invited him to. Richard told him that he must attend this party, and it would open his eyes. He wanted to know what this party was like. Chapter 103 Eye-Opening. Hey, Tang. Come in. When Tang came to the door of the villa and rang the doorbell, Richard Gass's voice came from the loudspeaker and the iron door opened. Tang walked into the yard and felt a little strange. American parties are very loud, just like Jennifer's party he attended before. The music and lights can be seen from the door, and those sexy girls can be seen everywhere. But Richard's party this time was very quiet. There was no explosive dance music, no colorful lights. He could only see the clean lawn and the beige villa standing quietly. When he walked into the living room under Richard's reception, he even thought he was here to attend some elegant art appreciation meeting, only to see several men sitting on the sofa, drinking and commenting on a piece of art. Tang, come and take a look. Richard was wearing a dark suit today, with a friendly smile on his face. He pulled Tang to the front of several people. Tang glanced over and immediately found a familiar face. De Glyman? I've seen your The Born Supremacy, it's great. Tang stretched out his hand in surprise and shook hands with a middle-aged man with long curly hair. The Born Supremacy was just released in June this year. Although Tang didn't go to the cinema, it didn't prevent him from finding some clips from his memory. Hello, thank you for the compliment. Doug Lyman thanked him gently, and then looked at Richard. Richard immediately introduced Don, MTV's winner this year, and the assistant director and photographer of Chicago. Nice to meet you, Don. After that, Tang got to know the other people on the sofa under Richard's introduction, and then he found that these people were either independent producers, or the casting directors of the crew, and there were also several art directors and art directors. This made him even more confused. He didn't know what Richard was going to do. Was he going to discuss the formation of a crew? So when Tang ran into Richard in the bathroom, he asked, "Is this the party you're talking about?" Of course. Richard shrugged and patted Tang's shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, the main course hasn't started yet. Okay. Since Richard said the party hadn't started yet, maybe other people hadn't arrived yet, but the word main course in his mouth made Tang have some inexplicable associations. In the following time, Tang sat in the living room and chatted with several Hollywood seniors. During the process, he also learned about the art paintings that a few people had discussed before. It was a ukiyo-e-style painting from Japan. The painting depicted a large number of men and women making love with extremely fine brush tips, which was extremely detailed, but not erotic. Tang admitted that this kind of painting was very good, but he still couldn't appreciate the Japanese style of work. Just like this, another 20 minutes passed, and Richard's cell phone suddenly rang. Oh, friends, our party is about to start. Richard smiled and stretched out his arms. Come on, let's go upstairs to get ready first. Get ready. Tang raised his eyebrows, followed them up the stairs and walked into the largest room. The room was empty, with light-colored mats like tatami on the floor. There was a row of tables in front of the window, and 7 chairs in the back, which happened to correspond to several men. After entering the room, Richard took out a few masks that could only cover half of the face from behind. "Come on, gentlemen, choose one." Tang didn't expect there was this link. Seeing that the others had chosen their own masks, he also picked up one. It was a monkey. After putting it on, he chose the chair on the far left and sat down, and then asked, "So what is the party for?" Doug Lyman, wearing a leopard mask, explained, "It's actually very simple. This is a casting meeting." Casting meeting. From these 3 words, Tang has already noticed that there seem to be many interesting things hidden in it. Richard, wearing a dog mask, leaned against the table and said, "Yes, a casting meeting. Several girls will come to compete for the heroine of our movie, and we are members of the crew." Tang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the people on the scene had different professions: directors, producers, art directors, photographers, and Richard, an actor. "So you are the male lead, right?" Tang raised his lips. "Yes, I am the male lead, and of course I have to participate in the process of choosing a partner." Richard nodded happily and continued, "This film is very well made. In order to ensure objectivity throughout the process, look, there is a camera over there. Don't worry, it can't capture us." Tang turned around and found that he was pointing at the classical portrait of Venus on the wall. His keen vision made him immediately discover the camera lens hidden in Venus' eyes. The lens was facing the center of the room, avoiding the men behind the table. Clever, really clever. Tang had to applaud. He didn't expect Richard to play so colorfully at this party. Of course, the actors don't know, or even if they know, they don't care. Richard paused for a moment and sat on the chair beside Tang. "Therefore, we are here as examiners now. You can make any request to the actors, anything, as long as it is related to your work, and score according to her performance." "What if the performance is good and the score is high?" Tang asked. "Then maybe Doug will arrange a role for her." "What if the score is low?" "Then you have to accept the punishment." "I see." Tang finally understood the true meaning of this casting meeting. What Richard said before was right. This really opened his eyes. Before entering Hollywood, he never thought there was such a way of playing. This is more obscure and more legitimate than the red sofa. After all, it is a casting meeting, isn't it? And this is just the way of playing at their level. The way those top directors and stars in Hollywood play is unimaginable. After listening to Richard's explanation, everyone officially entered the casting meeting process. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." After the casting director shouted these 2 words, a white girl in a black dress walked in from outside the door. She also wore a mask on her face, in the shape of a purple butterfly. The 2 wings swayed gently with her steps, and it seemed to be about to fly against a backdrop of her long golden hair. "Please introduce yourself." The casting director was serious, as if this was an extremely normal casting interview. The girl nodded, holding her waist with one hand, and one long leg stretched out from her skirt, wide and slender. "My name is Hilda." Her voice was quite seductive, with a hint of teasing. "I come from." No one knew whether the information she said was true or false, or no one cared. But Tang touched his chin and felt that her figure and voice seemed familiar. "Hilda? Why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity?" While he was thinking about this name over and over in his mind, Hilda had already finished her self-introduction. The casting director closed his mouth, and the assistant director spoke. "I need to see if your figure is suitable for this role. Can you take off your coat?" Of course. Hilda didn't hesitate at all, and directly reached out to grab the ribbon on the back of the black dress and slowly stretched it out. "Wow!" The black dress instantly fell to the ground. Tang exclaimed wow, and from this uncovered white body, he suddenly thought of the name of the famous actress in the past. Amber Heard. Yes, it was her. He had seen her uncut version of London Fields and the movies she had made when she was young. It must be said that she was very sexy, although her sex appeal was less in the later period. But that was also because she later learned boxing, and her entanglement with gender issues caused her whole temperament to change. Now she is still in her best years, like a bud about to bloom, youthful and charming. But every time he saw her swaying in front of him, Tang couldn't help but think of her future husband, Johnny Depp. The two had a long lawsuit for divorce, and they also contributed many famous scenes, such as the pile on the bed that haunted countless people. This operation directly earned Amber Heard the title of Texas Tough Woman. So even if she was naked and posed in various postures in front of him, Tang still didn't feel like standing up. After all, this kind of tough woman should not be easily provoked. If she was entangled, it would not be a good thing. In the next 10 minutes, Tang watched Amber Heard accept various difficulties, such as flexibility tests, dance tests, and singing tests. But the most eye-opening test for him was the test of acting in lines. One was to let her perform the shyness of a girl for the first time, and the other was to let her hold a crystal column to show her verbal skills. I have to admit that these Americans know how to have fun. After Amber Heard had gone through all the tests, everyone began to score. Tang gave a 7, and the others also took a piece of paper to write down their satisfactory scores. After getting her score, Amber took her clothes and went downstairs to wait. After that, several girls in revealing clothes entered the room to perform, still as vivid and tempting. But the men who were the examiners kept a serious attitude. Even if their legs were already raised to cover their ugly appearance, they refused to show any urgent gestures. Tang did not make a fool of himself, probably because he had seen too many similar performances in his previous life. After all, the verbal battles he witnessed on the set were more fierce than now. But filming is filming after all, and the mentality is different. Moreover, these future female stars are not comparable to those experienced teachers. Seeing them shaking their advantages in ignorance, even he couldn't help but feel dry lips. After all the auditions were over, the actresses with the highest and lowest scores were officially announced. Amber had the highest score and got a role promise from Doug. Although the other actresses failed, they also got the contact information of the producers. As for the actress with the lowest score, she once again presented a strip dance for everyone on the pole stage in the living room. Although everyone's masks were still on their faces, the distance was close, and several girls could naturally see the general appearance of the men. Compared with the bulging bellies of others, Tang, an obviously young handsome guy, received the most sideways glances. While everyone was enjoying the dance, Amber came to Tang and took his hand on her thigh without hesitation. "Are you free tonight?" Tang said this. He didn't expect this fierce woman to take the initiative to find him. Although the touch was smooth and delicate, his anger disappeared when he thought of those things. He has mysophobia. Fortunately, just as Amber was getting closer, she was interrupted by a phone call. It was Raymond. Chapter 104 Swimming Pool. "Hey, man." Raymond's voice was loud on the phone, but the noises around him were a bit chaotic, so he must be in a bar. Tang shrugged. This guy seemed to have never left a nightclub or bar since he made money. He was no longer as cautious as he was when they first met to ensure the smooth release of his album. "What's wrong, Raymond?" "My new song has been recorded, and I'm celebrating." "Wow, man, do you want to come?" "I have something else to do, so I can't go today." Tang was really a little tired of the American party customs. He didn't know how many party invitations he had received since he won the award, and he didn't know how many times his mother and 2 brothers had been used as shields by him. "Okay, but man, I think this new song will definitely work. It's like a complete makeover." Raymond's usual big mouth made Tang laugh. "It seems that you said the same thing about the first song of the album." Tang couldn't remember the name of the song anymore. The only impression he had was the duck voice attack that was like a mixture of electronic music. Ha, different, man, I understand pop music now, I've polished it this time." Raymond laughed and clinked glasses with others, then poured the alcohol into his mouth and sighed. "Damn it, man, it's a pity that you didn't come. The girls in this new bar are all very pretty. Next time." "Let me see those pretty girls next time. I have very high requirements." "Of course, no problem at all." "Okay, I'll let Badman contact you later, and then we brothers will cooperate again." Blow up the whole New York. Raymond started to talk nonsense because of the alcohol. But Tang liked his personality, which was better than those gloomy guys. After hanging up the phone, Tang left Richard's villa. "Well, actually this is not his villa. This place is specially used for parties, and I don't know whose house it is. But I think it should be related to those people in Hollywood." The next day, Anne Hathaway asked Tang to come to her house to talk to him about the shooting of the magazine cover. This is what he promised, but he did not say that he would not charge for it. As for what the payment is, it is self-evident. The magazine that needs Anne Hathaway to shoot the cover this time is the famous Vogue. This magazine, founded in 1892, is published in a total of 26 countries and regions around the world, involving fashion, makeup, beauty, health and other fields, and there are various sub-issues in various regions. Anne Hathaway is on the cover of the New York issue. Originally, the photographer had been decided, but she specifically found the editor-in-chief and asked to use her own photographer. However, Vogue is not an ordinary fashion magazine like T that has just been released. The screening of photos is very strict, so they said that they wanted to see the photo effect as soon as possible before deciding whether to use it for publication, and also gave the theme of the cover summer style. Tang raised his eyebrows and looked at Anne Hathaway, who is close at hand. Yes, just these 4 words. Anne Hathaway nodded. She was wearing a very cool outfit today, a small pink sling, her hair draped on the side of her face, and staring at him with her big watery eyes. Well, no problem. Tang thought for a moment and thought of the form of the photo shoot. Do you have a swimsuit? Swimsuit? Of course. Anne Hathaway raised her body, and the whole person was bright and lively under the sunlight, like a deer in the forest. Then I need to choose. I'll go buy a prop first, and we'll shoot in the swimming pool in a while. Tang planned to use the sexy magazine cover shot by Natasha Poly in the future as Anne Hathaway's Vogue cover. That cover was once rated as a classic cover of Vogue and received many praises. There is naturally no problem with it being put on now. When he came back with a camera and waterproof box, he found that Anne Hathaway had changed into a blue swimsuit and was sitting on a lounge chair waiting for him. Tang. Anne Hathaway stood up. This bikini was a one-piece type, and every part was close to the skin, showing her curvy figure. Tang looked at it with admiration, and then said, "The style is good, but the color is not bright enough. Do you have any other ones?" "Of course, I'll change now." Anne Hathaway was about to leave, but Tang reached out and pulled her. He lowered his voice, like a devil bewitching people, "I want to see you change here." Anne Hathaway bit her lip, turned around and kissed Tang. "Then I'll bring all the swimsuits over." "Okay." A few minutes later, Tang sat on the lounge chair and watched Anne Hathaway walk into the swimming pool with a new swimsuit, bury her entire upper body in the water, and then change her swimsuit underwater. Tang blew a short whistle. It felt really good, more exciting than watching Amber dance yesterday. Maybe he should give Richard a suggestion? Try something new? From his perspective, he could see that the extremely attractive body under the shallow water was refracted into various shapes. He could see it clearly, but he couldn't see it completely. Anne Hathaway's every move in the water touched Tang's heart, and he couldn't help but sigh that she was such a charming little fairy. After changing into a swimsuit, Anne Hathaway floated out of the water and revealed her figure. This set was a pink 3-point bikini, tightly wrapped around Anne Hathaway's key parts, but the only drawback was that there was too much fabric. Change into another set, baby. Tang's relationship with Anne Hathaway has been rapidly heating up recently, perhaps because they meet often. After all, Avril is now on a national tour, and Scarlett has also gone to other cities. Only Anne Hathaway has no crew work for the time being and is still in New York. Looking at her cute and shy appearance when she changed into a swimsuit underwater, and then looking at the great summer sunshine, Tang felt that it would be a pity if he missed it. Thinking of this, he suddenly had the urge to eat oranges. Just as Tang was thinking about it, Anne Hathaway stood up from the swimming pool again. She changed into a red bikini. This one had the least fabric and showed the most fair skin. Tang snapped his fingers and said, "It's decided to be this one." "Okay, Tang, how do we shoot it?" Anne Hathaway was curious about what kind of cover Tang was going to shoot for her, and she looked at him with her eyelashes fluttering. "We're going to take an underwater photo." Tang smiled and directed, "Annie, you lean on the edge of the swimming pool. Yes, your upper body is above the water, and your lower body is under the water." Anne Hathaway posed according to Tang's instructions, her 2 white arms spread out on the edge of the swimming pool, her body close to the blue tiles of the swimming pool. Under the water, one leg was straightened and the other leg was bent, the white feet were slightly curled, and the light red nail polish on the nails echoed the swimsuit. Tang also took off his clothes and jumped into the swimming pool in his underwear, holding the camera in the waterproof box and continuing to instruct. "Wet your hair slightly, then comb it back. I want to see water droplets on your face. Keep your body posture natural. Anne, imagine the pool as a comfortable big bed. Yes, very good, keep it, and open your lips slightly. Wow, that's it. Click." 10 minutes later, Tang finally finished taking the photo successfully. Anne Hathaway swam over, holding Tang's arm and looking at the camera. "How is it?" Great. Tang opened the photo and let her watch it. In the swimming pool, Anne Hathaway leaned against the wall. Her upper body was blocked by the light blue water, and only the red swimsuit on her lower body was particularly conspicuous against the quiet blue background. Coupled with the reflection of the sun and the branches, the whole photo was very sexy. It's really beautiful. I think the editor-in-chief will like it. Anne Hathaway looked at Tang with surprise. Although she knew that Tang's shooting skills were very good, she didn't expect him to take a cover-level photo so easily. You know, when she accepted the photo shoot in the past, the photographer would have to think over and over again, and it was normal to shoot repeatedly. A simple photo often took 1 or 2 hours to shoot. In comparison, although Tang had many requirements before the photo shoot, and they were very detailed, pressing the shutter often meant the end of the photo shoot, and there was no need to shoot repeatedly. I think so too. Tang pushed open the waterproof box, and turned his head to see the water drops on Anne Hathaway's face, sliding down along her curves, passing through her red lips, collarbone, ups and downs, and finally blending into the entire swimming pool. He pursed his lips and lowered his head to look at her. At this moment, the heartbeats of the two people seemed to become the only melody. Tang. Anne Hathaway opened her mouth slightly and called softly. Unlike the usual boldness, she seemed shy. Let me teach you how to swim. Tang smiled slightly, and the next moment Anne Hathaway felt her body being hugged tightly. The first step is to learn to float. Ding-ling-ling. A ring suddenly rang next to the lounge chair. It was Tang's mobile phone. But he didn't take the phone. How could he be hindered by the phone at this time? So, accompanied by the ringing of her cell phone, Anne Hathaway followed Tang's request and learned to swim. She bent down slightly, held the wall of the swimming pool with both hands, bent her body, and stepped on the bottom of the pool with both feet, while Tang corrected her posture from behind. She bit her lips lightly, watching the water surface in front of her eyes rolling out layers of ripples with the movements of the two. During the whole process, the camera in the transparent waterproof box was also floating in the swimming pool, sometimes falling, sometimes rising, sometimes shaking, and sometimes drifting. When the learning was over, Tang gently helped Anne Hathaway out of the swimming pool. After putting her on the lounge chair to rest, he finally took the time to pick up his mobile phone. There were 5 consecutive missed calls, all from Batman. He raised his eyebrows and called back. Hello, Batman. But before Tang finished speaking, he heard a hoarse voice from the other end of the phone. Tang, Raymond. Raymond is dead. It was sanctioned by the review again. Chapter 105, Sudden Bad News. Raymond was stabbed to death. Just last night in the early morning, after he and a few brothers drank, Barley and Zioba went to the dance floor to dance and take advantage of other girls. Davis and Raymond were sitting in the box and arguing. This habit has continued for many years. As long as the two brothers drink, they will quarrel because of their different opinions on something. But they both think they are right and refuse to admit defeat, so they have to argue like two children. Barley and Zioba left for this reason, and Akadi was no exception. However, not long after she walked out of the box, she met the guy who had coaxed her into filming a movie. This guy was beaten black and blue by Davis at the beginning. Now that he met Akadi, he would not let her go. He directly called his brothers to catch him. As a result, Akadi ran back to the box first and told Raymond and the others about the matter. Knowing that someone was going to bully his girlfriend, Davis, who was already drunk, became even more upset and directly took a gun to shoot the bastard. But Raymond stopped his brother. He still had some reason and wanted to find the two brothers Damai and Ziobe to support the scene. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The group found this box and started fighting directly with the help of their numbers. It was during this process that Davis was entangled by two people and did not pull out his gun. The black scout that Davis had beaten took out a knife, but when he was about to attack Davis, Raymond blocked it with his body. 8 knives, right at the chest. In the end, Raymond fell in a pool of blood, and Davis shot and broke the black man's arm in anger. Batman also received the news in his bed at dawn. At that time, Raymond had been sent to the hospital and was in the process of rescue. Unfortunately, until 8 o'clock in the morning, the doctor declared that the rescue was ineffective for several people. The knife stabbed into the heart, and Raymond's accumulated fat could not save him. When Changda received the call, Raymond's body had already been put into the morgue. Batman's purpose was to inform him to attend Raymond's funeral in 2 days. Ding ding ding. The phone was hung up, but the smile on Changda's face disappeared. "What's wrong, Tang?" Anne Hathaway saw something strange in the man's expression, hugged Tangda from the back, and used her chest to warm Tangda. "Nothing." Tangda patted her hand, turned around and kissed her, but there was no charm in this kiss, only comfort. "I'm going to attend a friend's funeral in a few days. Are you a close friend?" "No. But I think you seem very sad." Anne Hathaway stared at Tangda intently. Tangda, who was completely silent without a smile, seemed to have changed his appearance. This was not his usual self, but he was more attractive than usual. She felt that this man was a mystery. He looked so young, but she always felt that youth was just an appearance, a disguise, like an iceberg hidden under the water, making her unable to help but explore more. "Really?" Tangda smiled, patted her hand, got up and walked into the house. Raymond's funeral was scheduled in his old neighborhood. This was his own wish. He once told others that he couldn't leave this neighborhood, otherwise it would be like a tree without roots. But in the end, he broke his promise and moved out of the old neighborhood and moved into a big and new house. But he finally returned here. Maybe it was the revenge of the old neighborhood, or maybe it was the fate of his skin color. Tangda didn't stop because of this incident. He and Raymond were not close friends. If Jimmy died unexpectedly, he might be even more sad. In the past 2 days, he has been busy in the company because there are really a lot of things to do. The shooting of several large-scale advertisements, the work arrangements of Kaden, Cindy, and Lilina, and the music video taken over by CAA. Vice President Johansson was already grinning from ear to ear. Recently, because of Tangda's golden signboard, many clients came to his agent to sign a full-package music video contract, which made him a big hit at the president's meeting. But what made him even happier was to see Brady's frustrated look. When Carl and Tangda were talking on the phone, they were both speculating about the love-hate relationship between the two vice presidents. Unfortunately, he joined the company too late and didn't hear any gossip. Tangda also received several new MVs. The first one was the MV promised to Beyoncé. She has now joined Jay-Z's company and is gearing up to release her first solo album. The second one was the new album MV of Mariah Carey, a superstar singer. She had just terminated her contract with Virgin Records some time ago and has now switched to Island Records under Universal and established her own personal music company. With her connections, it would be easy to find an MV director, but as she said, she really liked Tangda's style, so she found CAA to cooperate with Tangda and gave him a lot of budget. In addition to these two, Tangda has not taken over other MV shooting work, because he is no longer the Tangda of the past. The focus of his work has gradually shifted from MV to movies. As for now, let's take a break. However, although he said he would take a break, after handling the company's affairs, Tangda, who stayed at home, couldn't be idle. After taking on the work of buying groceries at home, he planned to go out to the supermarket. When he passed by the mirror while going downstairs, Tangda accidentally found that his hair seemed to have not been cut for a long time. The sideburns on both sides had grown to his chin, as if they were about to connect with his beard. "It's so ugly." Tangda decided to get a haircut while going to the supermarket. He drove all the way to a large membership supermarket nearby. Tangda pushed the cart while taking vegetables and looking at the surrounding environment. The lights here are bright, and the people coming and going are very well-mannered, without loud noises. Unlike ordinary supermarkets in the Bronx, there are dogs barking, children crying, couples quarreling, and even a faint smell of urine. After Tangda went there once, this job was completely handed over to Carmela. "It's still better here," Tangda muttered to himself as he threw a few cans into the shopping cart. Just as he was about to walk to the fresh food area, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Batman." "Tangda, Raymond's viewing is scheduled for the weekend." "Got it. Where's Davis?" "He's still in the police station. I paid for his release on bail." American funerals are roughly divided into 3 steps. The first is the viewing, also known as the vigil. The embalmed body will be placed in the coffin for a short public viewing, so that relatives and friends can hold commemorative activities. The second is the memorial service, which is usually held in a church or cemetery. There may be an introduction or picture display about the life of the deceased, and the family will also share the story of the deceased. The third is the burial. Under professional prayers, the body is buried in the ground, and then the relatives will have a brief farewell. Tangda naturally participated in the viewing. Although he was not a close friend of Raymond, the relationship between the two was actually closer than many friends who had been estranged for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Tang stared at the dead fresh food in the freezer in a daze, and the glass reflected his silent face in the reflection. Then he reached out and picked out the fish and prawns from the freezer. He suddenly remembered what Raymond had said to him yesterday, saying that he had recorded a new song and was confident about it. For some reason, Tang was a little curious about how the song was. Thinking about these things, Tang bought everything, walked out of the supermarket and drove directly back home. "You're back." His mother Carmela greeted him at the door and said with a smile, "I'm going to make your favorite cheese-baked shrimp rice today. Do you want onions?" "No, Carmela, you know I don't like it." Tang shrugged and handed the bag to his 2 younger brothers, then rubbed their heads with his hands for a while, tickling them and making them laugh. "Go ahead, don't bother your brother." Carmela tied her apron around her body, and when she turned to leave, she suddenly paused and turned her head to say, "You have to wear black when you attend the funeral. I have already washed your suit. You can bring a bouquet of flowers when the time comes." Tang was stunned for 2 seconds, then smiled. "Thank you, Carmela." "You're welcome, my great director. You will know when you reach my age," Carmela said in the tone of an experienced person while cleaning the table. "Death is just one of the itineraries arranged by God. There are many things in life that are more tedious, more difficult, and more noteworthy than death." Tang was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. "Are you comforting me?" Carmela stopped and looked at him. "Of course, is it so easy to hear?" "That's right, Carmela, but I want to say that I'm not very sad." Tang was telling the truth. He just thought of himself from Raymond's death, and thought of everything that happened after the accidental fall from the building, which always made him feel like an unreal dream. But as time went by, this feeling was dissipating, and his life had a more real feeling. With money, women and status, he has lived a better life, and the future will be better. But his sense of security has been decreasing, until Raymond was killed, which made him consider self-defense and security. After all, in America, you never have to worry about shootings. But Carmela didn't know Tang's worries, and just thought he was sad about Raymond's death. "Well, it seems that I said too much. Anyway, go wash your hands. It will be dinner soon." Carmela continued to go into the kitchen to work. Tang came to the bathroom, picked up the soap and rubbed it on his hands, but when his eyes passed through the mirror, something suddenly flashed in his mind, making him stop for a moment. After a long silence, he looked at his long sideburns in the mirror, and suddenly put his hands on both sides of the sink, and sighed in a low voice with a smile, "FXXK. I forgot to get a haircut." Chapter 106: Funeral. "Please accept my condolences, Ms. Rudy." When Tang arrived at Raymond's funeral with his long hair, he saw a group of black people who were rarely dressed neatly. He placed the flowers in front of Raymond's coffin, then comforted Raymond's mother, and then stood beside Batman, looking at Raymond in the coffin. Compared with the face in his previous memory, Tang was a little unfamiliar with Raymond's face at this time, because the face looked unusually serious without dynamic expressions. Looking at his black and white photos, Raymond in them was smiling happily, and this contrast was even more ridiculous. "Raymond called me before and said he wanted to shoot an MV. Tang talked about him with Batman beside him. Batman forced a smile, although I have to admit that he is a terrible singer. This kid is really good." Batman watched Raymond grow up, but he didn't expect that he would have to see him off in person today. "You probably didn't sleep well these days." Tang looked at Batman's body trembling a little, probably because he was too tired during this period. Moreover, he looked a lot thinner, even the fat on his chin disappeared. Fortunately, it was mainly because this happened too suddenly. "I wasn't prepared." Batman paused for a moment, and then said, "Davis came to see his brother this morning." "Where is he now?" Tang looked around, but didn't see Davis. "I don't know, maybe he went home." Batman just finished speaking when he heard Davis's shouting outside the house. "Don't hold me." Slow. Sensing something was wrong from the voice, Tang and Batman immediately rushed out of the house and came to the yard, where they found that Slow, the strong man, was holding Davis tightly. And Raymond's brother suddenly had a black pistol in his hand. "Why are you stopping me? I'm going to shoot them." FXXK. Davis angrily wanted to escape from Slow's arms, but he was thrown to the ground by him using Brazilian judo techniques. The pistol fell to the ground, and Slow kicked it away. Davis got up from the ground, his eyes red. "Why did you stop me? I want to avenge him. This is my fucking responsibility." "Your responsibility? You little bastard." Fisi, who had just gotten off the car, was wearing a black suit with his collar open, and walked out from behind slow. He knocked Davis down with a punch, and then spat on the ground, shxt. Nigger. You still know it's your responsibility. Davis' face was swollen, but he still stiffened his neck and looked at Fisi indignantly. Damn, you should learn from your brother. You only know how to provoke enemies. Damn bastard. Fisi cursed a few words, and then ordered his men, lock him in the house, don't let him go out. Then he turned his head and saw Tang and Batman. He didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and walked into the house. Tang shrugged, thinking that when Fisi said this, it would be better to think about himself first, who had been fighting with the wild dogs and had not ended it until now. After Davis was locked up in his house by Fez's men, Tang and Batman returned to the coffin. Raymond's body was not to be cremated, but buried. In America, both methods are acceptable, and it all depends on personal choice. Although Raymond could no longer stand up and tell the pastor about his choice, his mother and Davis did not want him to be cremated, so he could only accept a cold burial and sleep in the ground. In the evening, when the viewing ceremony was officially over, Tang drove to Fez Music Company with Batman. Because the new song of Raymond he was curious about was in the office. But when he listened to the new song that Raymond praised and thought was as good as Makeover, the expression on his face was a little complicated. Is this fucking great? Tang cursed and looked at Batman. I shouldn't have any high expectations of Raymond's aesthetics. The noisy music, such as the inexplicable roar of death metal, coupled with Raymond's rap-like chanting, made Tang feel as if he was being hit by the devil in his ears. Damn it, is he punishing me? Or does he want to punish everyone indiscriminately? Tang couldn't help but complain. Batman, he didn't know he was going to die, so he deliberately sang so badly. Anyway, even if he scared his fans, no one could trouble him. He just stayed in hell and laughed at all the guys who were shocked by his songs, right? Well, I have to admit that maybe you have a point. Batman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he first heard this song, he also felt that his ears were going crazy, but this was Raymond's style, and it never changed. Just like the song that received a bullet letter, Raymond always had a strange optimism, able to convince himself that his songs would definitely become a hit. But it's not without merits. Tang spread his hands, at least it's chaotic and unrestrained enough. Many death metal fans may like this style. But I still have to say, who the hell thought of using death metal music with rap? It's like it was created by Satan himself. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this song is destined not to be released. Batman picked up the CD and looked at the name on it with a nostalgic expression. Why not? I haven't fulfilled my promise yet. Batman looked back at Tang, a little surprised. Do you still want to shoot an MV for this song? Of course, I'm a little tired of shooting too many commercial songs. Tang grinned. This song is just right for going crazy. Anyway, its sales will definitely not be very good, right? That's right. Tang was willing to shoot the MV for Raymond's last song, not only because he promised Raymond, but also because he wanted to vent his anger through it. He was tired of the noisy voice like Dylan. Now, let him use this song to fire a fierce shot at those damn doubters. Coincidentally, the lyrics in Raymond's new song also insulted the people who targeted him, which coincided with Tang's thoughts. After figuring this out, Tang couldn't help getting excited. If this black guy hadn't died, Tang would really like to have a chat with him. He might as well diss other people in the future. He has this talent, from the mental to the physical, all-round indiscriminate attack. When others don't want to listen, they will have to hold their noses and be scolded, but if he wants to fight back, he must first understand what the lyrics are saying. Thinking about those poor guys who have to endure the baptism of high-decibel death metal chanting and rap, while carefully studying the lyrics that insult them and fighting back one by one, Tang found it funny. What a pity. Tang sighed, feeling disappointed that he only figured out the correct use of Raymond's voice today. Fortunately, he still has a song that he can use. After leaving Fez Music Company, a few days later, Tang, who received an invitation from Raymond's mother, came to Raymond's burial cemetery again. Today is the day he is buried. On the lawn, Tang stood alone in the distance and watched his coffin being placed in the cemetery by several black friends. He also looked around the cemetery. There were tombstones everywhere, not too close to each other, and there were green areas and gardens. The money Raymond earned in the past 6 months finally allowed him to escape from the crowded cemetery and come to a relatively comfortable cemetery. When Raymond's coffin was buried in the land, His black friends shoveled the soil to bury it, and a black pastor told him everything about his life. Raymond Ludi. Tang walked closer and stared at the name on the tombstone. This was the first time he knew his full name. It was so sad that some people would only be recognized after they died. Even if they enjoyed great reputation, they themselves could not hear a word. In Tang's view, the so-called spirit in heaven was just a saying for the living to comfort themselves. So he couldn't be like Raymond. He had to reach the peak in his best time and then enjoy everything he should enjoy. As for after death, he didn't care how future generations would evaluate him. The funeral ceremony lasted for 3 hours, but Badman and Raymond's relatives had to say goodbye for a while. Tang left the cemetery first and met Faith and his woman, Ashra, on the way. Ashra was wearing black fur, which was a bit eye-catching. Faith was still the boss of the world, with a shirt and his suit completely open, revealing his lush chest hair and tattoos. Tang. Long time no see. Faith greeted him, and Ashra didn't say anything, but rolled her eyes at Tang several times. It seems that the last time left a deep shadow on her, and she still hasn't forgotten it even now. Tang was too lazy to communicate with him, and after a few perfunctory words, he drove away. Unexpectedly, Faith's car went ahead and blocked him. The road from the cemetery to the outside was very narrow, and Faith's car was driving in the middle of the road, so Tang couldn't overtake even if he wanted to. If it weren't for a Faith, Tang would have used his road rage to scold the stupid driver in front. The two cars drove for a while and soon arrived at the intersection. Tang saw that he could turn away from Faith's car, but suddenly he found a truck suddenly rushed out from the blind spot of his vision and hit Faith's car head-on. Bang! The two cars collided, and Tang's car was also affected, and was knocked back several meters. The car glass suddenly produced spiderweb-like cracks, blocking everything outside. Tang couldn't see what happened, but he knew that the front of his car must have been dented. FXXK. He cursed, and then hurriedly pulled his foot out from under the driver's seat and tried to open his car door. At this time, something even more terrifying happened, because he clearly heard gunshots from outside. Bang bang bang. This was the sound of a pistol shooting. Tang had heard it when he was filming Yashla. He instantly understood everything. It must be Faith's opponent Wild Dog who sent someone to kill Faith again. And this time he came prepared. Faith must be doomed. Tang took a deep breath and calmed down. The bad news was that he was implicated, but the good news was that he was not the other party's target. So if he could start the car and leave quickly, the other party would definitely not chase him. Thinking of this, Tang did not open the car door again, but stepped on the accelerator and tried to drive away from the scene. Tomorrow's update will be back to normal. Chapter 107 5 Lives. Ah! Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire and screams accompanied Tang's ears like musical notes, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to start the car, it still wouldn't start. As the gunfire got closer and closer, Tang had to give up the idea of driving away, and carefully pushed open the door and looked outside. He saw Faith hiding beside the car, holding a pistol with a ferocious face. One of his hands was dislocated due to the collision and was covered in blood. Only the other left hand was intact. But obviously, he shot back several times without hitting anyone, which showed that he was not good at holding a gun with his left hand. As for the others, Tang saw a black man lying on the ground, whose life or death was unknown, with a bloody hand hanging outside the driver's window. The truck hit Faith's car beyond recognition. The two cars filled the entire road, and Tang's car had a large piece of the front dented. Then Tang used the reflection of the rearview mirror to see the enemy clearly. To his surprise, there was only one person. He was tall, wearing a bank robber-like hood, only revealing his eyes, holding a gun in his hand, and slowly approaching Faith. Damn it! Tang knew that Faith was doomed when he saw this. The other party must have hired a professional killer. He actually killed Faith's little brother alone. Now unless Faith can be possessed by Keanu Reeves and kill the enemy with one shot in bullet time, he is already a dead fish in Tang's eyes. So in order to save his life, Tang hurriedly bypassed his vehicle and observed the terrain on both sides of the road. Because it was close to the cemetery, the two sides of the road were a little desolate. There were only weeds and a few lonely trees on the flat ground. It was impossible to escape directly. But fortunately, the tree closest to Tang was lush and thick. If he could climb up and hide his body, he might be able to mislead the killer into thinking that he had escaped. So Tangda took off his shoes and gently placed them on the side of the vehicle. Then, when the gunshot sounded again, he lowered his body in the opposite direction and quickly approached the tree. Bang! Ah! Faith's scream sounded behind him. Tangda took a deep breath, held his breath, and tried his best to calm himself down. He didn't look back, but rolled over and hid behind a tree. He finally took a few breaths when he was close to the tree. Then he picked up the broken lens of the rearview mirror and used the reflection to observe Faith's situation. He saw that the gang leader was kneeling on the ground, covering his bleeding hands, his face covered with cold sweat, and staring at the killer in front of him with gritted teeth. "Who asked you to kill me?" He asked this question through his teeth. But the killer didn't answer his question, but raised his gun and pointed it at Faith's head. Faith was a tough guy. Even when facing death, he had no tendency to give in. He just looked at the muzzle of the gun and smiled grimly. FXXKYO. Bang! Faith's facial expression froze, his head drooped, and then he collapsed to the ground. The killer nodded and was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly heard a teasing voice from the side. "Wow! Look! There's actually someone hiding here." The killer turned around and found that it was his accomplice who was in charge of logistics and observation. The guy was wearing a flowered shirt and pointed a gun at Tangda's back, forcing him to slowly approach the scene of the car accident. "Hey, brother, he is also Faith's subordinate. Why does he only know how to run away?" The accomplice in the flowered shirt sneered at Tangda and looked at his partner. Seeing the killer coming to him silently, the flowered shirt smiled and said, "Why don't we kill him together? It's not bad to be a companion to his boss." Tangda quickly raised his hands. "I must clarify that Faith and I have nothing to do with each other. I just came to the cemetery to attend the funeral." "Really?" The flowered shirt raised his eyebrows. Tangda then closed his eyes. "Hey, guys, I didn't see anything, nor did I hear anything. I was knocked unconscious after being hit by the car. Is this okay? Listen to what you said, it's really good. I wanted to let you go, but unfortunately." The man in the flowered shirt pulled the safety of his pistol and pointed it at Tangda's head. "Unfortunately, I'm afraid you will say something inappropriate to the police." His eyes flashed fiercely, and his fingers pressed hard, with no intention of leaving Tangda alive. Bang! The next moment, the sound of gunfire rang out, dispelling the silence in the air. Plop! Someone fell to the ground, but it was not Tangda. 2 seconds later, Tangda opened his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and his body relaxed from the tense state, then turned his head to look at the man in the flowered shirt. The killer's accomplice was staring at the sky with big eyes, and a small amount of blood flowed from his neck like a fountain, staining the black asphalt road red. He turned his head and looked at the killer who killed his companion at close range with a knife. His eyes were somewhat complicated. "Tom, I didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances." Yes, this killer with sharp shooting skills and decisive attitude was Tangda's former neighbor, Tom Brown. When he was approached by the flowered shirt with a gun, he relied on his keen vision to detect Tom's appearance. He thought that Tom might save him, but he didn't expect that Tom would kill his accomplice directly. This is also considered saving, isn't it? Tom looked at Tangda, who was always calm and composed, and said, "I didn't expect it either. So this is how you make money." Tangda scanned the scene. The killer, Faith, and Faith's 2 brothers, a total of 4 people died in Tom's hands. "This is all I know." Tom was silent for a moment and explained. "Okay, never mind this." Tangda sighed. "What are you going to do next?" "I'm going to get the reward from Wild Dog, and then leave New York." Tom kept looking around with a corner of his eyes, for fear that passers-by would witness this tragic scene. "Then you should leave quickly," Tangda said, and suddenly thought of something, and called Tom, who turned around. "Exchange your gun with his." Tom was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and followed Tangda's line of sight to look at the corpse in the flowered shirt on the ground. "Be prepared." Tangda forced a smile, and just as he was about to get in the car, he thought of something again. "Wait, there is another person. There is another person." Tom raised his eyebrows, a little confused. Tangda came to the front of Faith's car, wrapped his hands with clothes, and opened the car door with force. Squeak! As the car door opened, a corpse came into view. Looking down, under the back seat of the car, they found Yashila, who used the corpse of the younger brother as a cover. But this woman, who was originally arrogant, now looked terrified. Her face was bloodless, and her fur was torn into pieces and cut into many holes. When she saw Tangda, she immediately waved her hands in panic. "Don't kill me. I didn't see anything. Tom came to Tang's side. This was his oversight. He thought that all the people in Fei's group had been killed, but he didn't expect that there was still one left. He looked at Tang's expression, as if asking him how to deal with it. Don't kill me. I really don't know anything, Tang. Please. I won't tell anyone about you and the killer. Please. Yashla was so anxious that tears came out. Her original makeup was all messed up. The whole person looked like a clown soaked by rain, without any arrogance at all. Unfortunately, her words made Tang really make up his mind. How stupid. Tang sighed and took 2 steps back, raising his fingers to cover his ears. No. Tang. Bang. Yashla's words never finished. Her expression was frozen at this moment by the bullet between her eyebrows. She left the world with regret and unwillingness. After Tom dealt with Yashla, Tang came back and found her mobile phone under the chair. The latest Nokia. Opening the album, Tang indeed found several photos, including photos of Tom killing people, photos of Tom holding a gun in a flowered shirt, and photos of Tang and Tom chatting. Yashla should have captured these through the gap in the car door. Fortunately, Tang was very vigilant, otherwise if the police found this thing, Tang would not be able to explain it. He pulled out the memory card of the mobile phone, and threw both into the burning flames, listening to the crackling sound in the flames and was a little dazed. On the other side, Tom also changed his gun and cleared all factors that were not conducive to him. I'm leaving. Tom whispered goodbye to Tang, then returned to the truck and started to leave. Seeing this, Tang also took back his shoes, then sat back in the driver's seat of his vehicle, hugged the steering wheel with both hands, and leaned down, pretending to be unconscious. It's really unpredictable. I just came to attend Raymond's funeral ceremony, but I witnessed a bloody killing. 5 lives were lost before his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, the sound of the gunshots lingered in Tang's ears. This is America, an America where no one survived, and it is also the fate that those black people who took the risk could not resist. Just 1 minute after Tang returned to the car, a car drove quickly from the cemetery. It was Batman. He got out of the car quickly and stood among the corpses, like a helpless child. He soon couldn't control his nausea and vomited. 10 minutes later, the sound of a police car rang in Tang's ears. What happened that day? Sorry, I can't remember. I was unconscious, officer. You have no memory at all? How did the car accident happen? Let me think. I seemed to see a truck rushing over from the side of the road and crashing into the car in front. Then there was a shock and darkness. I heard a lot of gunshots in a daze, but my head was too dizzy. I lost consciousness after a while. When I woke up again, I was already in the hospital bed. On the second day, Tang was questioned by the police. He only suffered some skin and bone injuries, which did not affect his speech, so the police couldn't wait to find out what happened that day from him. Unfortunately, Tang only said that he was unconscious and didn't say any useful information. In addition, after the police investigation, they found that Faith was the leader of a black gang, so the whole thing became clearer. It must be a rival gang that sent someone to kill him. However, at this time, Tang learned one thing from the police. That is, Wild Dog had died on the street 2 days ago, also shot. So, who should Tom go to get the reward? Chapter 108 Not Guilty. Tang's worries really came true. When the police were investigating the wild dogs, they arrested a few of their subordinates. As a result, they learned without much effort that Tom and Flowered Shirt had met with the wild dogs. So Tom was quickly arrested in a hotel. Fortunately, his parents had left New York and did not see their son being pressed to the ground. In the police station, Tom said nothing, but said he would hire a lawyer. Tang asked Jimmy to find an intermediary and spent tens of thousands of dollars to hire a well-known local New York lawyer to help him. After the lawyer talked with Tom, Tom finally spoke to the police. However, contrary to the police's expectations, Tom said that he was not a killer at all. The job he received was just responsible for logistics. He did not participate in the killing process. Faith and the other 5 were all killed by Flowered Shirt. As for why Flowered Shirt died in the end, Tom explained that it was because he had not thought of killing before. The two had agreed to kidnap Faith, but Flowered Shirt killed him and did not want to let anyone live. So he wanted to dissuade Flowered Shirt, but Flowered Shirt raised his gun and wanted to kill Tom in the confrontation and take the reward of the wild dog. Tom had no choice but to fight back when he was caught off guard, which led to the death of Flowered Shirt. So the police are now suddenly facing an unexpected situation. That is, the murderer is dead, killed by his accomplice, and this accomplice fought back in self-defense and killed people when his body was threatened. How is this possible? The police certainly would not agree with such an answer, but after searching the scene, they did not find any evidence to refute Tom. After all, there is no surveillance here, no eyewitnesses, and Tang still doesn't know anything. The only mystery is that Yashala's mobile phone was burned to ashes, and the police don't know what's inside. Tom's explanation for this is that Flowered Shirt did it. He found that Yashala took pictures, so he burned the phone. After the forensic doctor examined the body, Tom's statement was more convincing, because the bullets in all the bodies at the scene came from the gun in Flowered Shirt's hand. The cause of death of Flowered Shirt was the knife wound on the neck, and the wound was exactly the same as the one in Tom's hand. In addition, because the time of death was very close, the forensic doctor could not accurately infer the time of death of each body. The police had no choice but to try to pry the information they wanted from Wild Dog's younger brother, but unfortunately, Wild Dog and his closest younger brother died on the street, and none of the other younger brothers heard what Wild Dog asked Flowered Shirt and the others to do at that time. They only saw Tom and Flowered Shirt appear next to Wild Dog. Tom explained that he didn't know, all the business was taken by Flowered Shirt, he was the middleman and leader, and he was just working under orders. Then the police summarized all the clues and testimonies and found that Tom had little connection with the street shooting. He seemed to be an innocent poor man involved in it. Batman, Davis and those younger brothers certainly hated Tom, even though he didn't kill Faith, and even killed the murderer who killed Faith. But they couldn't rush into the police station and execute Tom on the spot like Gotham City did. At the same time, after the doctor announced that his body had recovered, Tang also received an invitation from Colleen, the costume designer of Chicago, saying that their play would be on the stage of Broadway in New York in the near future. Colleen called to ask Tang if he wanted to come and see it. Tang agreed and asked for a double ticket. Anne Hathaway had been accompanying him by the bedside these days because when Tang entered the hospital for examination, she called and Carmela answered the phone. After learning that Tang had a car accident, she immediately rushed to the hospital and stayed by the bed. She has not left Tang's side in recent days. She also cooked several meals for him and fed Tang well. Even Carmela couldn't help but sigh at her son's charm after seeing it. In addition to her, Jimmy also came to see Tang every day. After seeing Anne Hathaway, he couldn't help but punch Tang. Damn, why are you so popular with girls? No way, you know. Tang shrugged, saying that there is no way to solve the charm. Jimmy had no choice but to admit that he would never be as good as Tang. As for the car accident and the shooting, Tang chose to conceal the news from Scarlett and Avril. If the two knew about it, what would happen if they came to the hospital to see him? Even if it was Kaden and Cindy in the company, he did not let Jimmy tell them, but just let Jimmy announce that he was on a business trip to meet with clients. Anyway, Tang did not need to support the operation of the company alone now. He only needed to provide advertising ideas, and those ordinary companies could let Fernando and Jimmy go to the election. He stayed in the hospital for a few days and went home to rest for a while until the end of November, the day of the play. Tang then drove his newly bought Hummer H2 to Anne Hathaway's home. At the door, he saw Anne Hathaway in an evening dress. "You look so beautiful today." Tang hugged her, then touched her smooth shoulders with both hands and sighed. Anne Hathaway was wearing a black dress today, with a winding curve, and the upper body showed delicate collarbones and ravines. She wore pendant earrings and her long hair was combed on the side of her face. She wore a pair of black high heels on her lower body, without socks. There was no blue vein on her delicate white instep, and she looked extremely beautiful. After hugging Tang, Anne Hathaway kissed him gently and then got into his new car. This car looks so bulky. Anne Hathaway's friends all bought sports cars or sedans, and had never sat in such a rough vehicle. Both the driver's seat and the steering wheel were full of primitive style. Yes, it is indeed bulky. Tang did not comment on her evaluation, and explained, but it can save lives at critical moments. Although this car was rated as one of the 10 ugliest cars of the year, the solid materials and bulletproof function of the Hummer happened to be what Tang needed most. You are right. Anne Hathaway had been in fear after hearing that Tang was almost killed by the killer, and she also understood Tang's thoughts. Anyway, the car is just a means of transportation, and beauty and ugliness are not that important. Looking at this car again at this time, she can find a heavy beauty in those rough styles. Tang did much more for his own safety. He started to practice shooting. He found a private shooting range and practiced several times a week. He also applied for a gun license from the New York Police Department. It takes about half a year to get a gun license in the United States. There are many procedures in the middle. Of course, Tang, a partner of the police fund, can speed up the process a little. 20 minutes later, the car arrived in front of Broadway. Tang and his partner got off the car in the parking lot and walked into the Broadway theater. At the same time, Tom, accompanied by the police and lawyers, walked into the court gate. The atmosphere in the court was solemn. Tom came to the stage under the guidance of the police. He could see the judge opposite and the jury on both sides by looking up slightly. Dong. The judge knocked the gavel and announced that the criminal lawsuit had officially begun. Dong. The drumbeats suddenly sounded in the dark stage. Tang and Anne Hathaway smiled at each other, held each other's hands, and looked at the upcoming performance of Chicago. The next moment, music started to play. Violins, clarinets, trumpets, trombones, and electronic keyboards sounded at the same time. Colorful lights flashed in front of all the audience. The actress who played the dancer Wilma appeared on stage and danced a sexy and sharp solo dance with the dancers. The 3-minute dance made every audience enjoy it. Then the police appeared and took Wilma away. The stage suddenly went dark and a monologue sounded. Your Honor. A monologue sounded. At the same time in the courtroom. Your Honor, the hospital can prove that my client injured his facial nerves during an exercise while serving in the Army. He suffers from intermittent facial paralysis, so his expression cannot represent his tone of voice or his mood at the moment. This face is completely out of his control. Tom's lawyer took the lead in taking out a paper certificate to pave the way for Tom's subsequent speech in advance, because if he didn't do this, Tom's indifferent expression would be enough to convict him. The jury looked at the thin white paper and then at Tom in the trial seat. They found that the man with a unique hairstyle was just as his lawyer said, and his expression did not fluctuate at all. They nodded involuntarily. After that, they entered the stage of submitting evidence. The police lawyer first called the Wild Dog's men. I saw him at that time, and he went into the house of the Wild Dog boss with Jim in the flowered shirt. After they came out, the two of them left with guns. I object. The lawyer in the court said. I didn't. The woman on the stage shouted. Your Honor. I didn't kill that man. The actress who played Roxy argued for herself with all her might. Her lawyer had no effect at all, just watching her speak indifferently. However, the judge didn't think so. She knocked the gavel and announced, the evidence of Roxy shooting her lover is conclusive. Roxy is sentenced to death. No, I didn't. I really didn't. Your Honor. Roxy shouted, but was viciously dragged into the darkness by the police. Snap. The stage lights turned off. Snap. The TV screen in the court turned on. After the police presented the evidence at the scene, it was Tom's turn to respond. In fact, Your Honor, the police do not have any direct evidence to prove that my client, Mr. Tom Brown, is the mastermind or accomplice of this murder case. I think these evidences and the evidence submitted by our side can prove my client's innocence. The lawyer's words were powerful, and every sentence could be heard clearly by the jury. Also, we have Jim's past information. He has committed a series of vicious cases such as robbery, violent disability, and intimidation. These past criminal experiences are enough to prove that he is a vicious gangster. My client only joined the whole thing because of livelihood problems and was deceived. He has not killed anyone. He is a good boy. His hands are innocent. The so-called criminal information of our client submitted by the police is just because he can't stand someone bullying others and helps him out. You know, he used to be a soldier and couldn't stand bullying happening in front of him. But our law made him sit in prison for 3 consecutive years. I don't want to comment on this matter. But I want to say that if we can't give justice to this silent man, then the entire American legal system will be ashamed of it. The lawyer raised his head and made a loud sound, just like the short high notes of the saxophone in the hands of the performer. Pop! The stage was lit up again. Roxy had impressed the undefeated lawyer Billy. The two were practicing their arguments on how to deceive the jury. This puppet show was both amazing and happy. Anne Hathaway, with a bright smile, pinched Tang's right hand, and Tang's left hand gently tapped on the armrest like playing a piano. Dong dong. Dong. In the court, the judge approved Tom's application to speak. Your Honor. Tom's expression was dull, but everyone was very tolerant of this patient with facial paralysis and listened to his speech seriously. My dream was to defend America and protect the property of all citizens. Although Tom had no expression on his face, he spoke in a serious tone. It's a pity that because of impulse, I injured some people and then stayed in prison for a few years. My family is not rich, so I can't afford the prison fees. My family has sold their house and moved to the countryside for me. I worked hard to earn money in prison, but it was just a drop in the bucket. My mother lived in grief every day, so after I was released from prison, in order not to go back to prison, I could only do several jobs every day: car washers, movers, dock workers, pet care, and pizza delivery. As Tom spoke, the jurors gradually became heavy-hearted. But this was still not enough to pay the prison loan, so I had to take a risk and found Jim. He said he had a good job and could make a lot of money. He just had to kidnap a person and let him go after a few days. I believed him because I had no choice. I couldn't find any other way to make money. So I went to Wild Dog with him, but I was blocked outside. The specific things were discussed by the two of them. Jim only told me to drive and help him keep watch. I didn't expect him to kill someone. Tom was silent for a moment when he said this. In the eyes of the judge and the jury, this tough guy seemed to be choking. I had an argument with him, but he also wanted to kill me. I had to fight back. Roxy on the stage said the same thing. I had to fight back. He and I fought for that gun. I didn't want to kill him, but he was too vicious. I was scared and at a loss. In the courtroom dance, Roxy performed fighting with a man for the gun while singing the lines she had prepared. The judge and the jury sighed, as if for Roxy's lamentable tragic fate. So in a discussion, the judge wiped away 2 tears in sympathy and knocked the gavel. Dong dong dong. I declare. The music reached its climax, Tang's mouth curled up, and following the rhythm of the dance, his toes tapped the ground, making a snapping sound, forming a moving symphony with the sound of his fingers on the armrests. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the criminal court announcing the verdict through the stage. The solemn Chief Justice's movements were synchronized with the stage. After knocking the gavel, he stood up and said to everyone, I declare. Tom Brown. Roxy. Acquitted. Pa pa pa. There was thunderous applause. Tang applauded and praised the stage play with Anne Hathaway. Excellent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 Movie Preview. Of course, Tom's case is not completely over. The police have already filed an appeal. They think the judge's verdict is unreasonable. Even if Tom did not participate in the murder process, he had the subjective intention to join the criminal action and should not be let off so easily. But the jury and the judge's decision has been made. At least before the appeal is completed, Tom has been free. Tang found a house for him near the company. His current job is Tang's personal driver. Of course, this is only on the surface. In secret, Tang needs him to train his gun skills and fighting skills and be responsible for protecting his safety. With Tom, a bodyguard who kills without blinking an eye, Tang's sense of security has risen several levels at once. These days, every day when he meets Anne Hathaway, Tom's back is used as an embellishment. At the same time, CAA agent Carl has frequently come to Tang's house these 2 days. Although he has signed many new people recently, his heart is always tied to Tang. He doesn't want to be like Mike, who can't distinguish the importance of the important and be terminated by Tang. At this moment, he held several new job offers and talked to Tang. Look, Tang, this time it's a movie invitation. What movie? Tang peeled the orange and patiently cleaned the white orange peel. The first one, Monster. Carl said, like a staff member selling insurance, holding up the A4 paper in his hand. This movie needs an art director. I think Tang, with your aesthetics, it's a bit of a waste of talent to do this kind of work. Moreover, this movie is a crime movie, and the director is still a novice. You know, it is likely to be a big rotten movie. Monster. Tang raised his eyebrows when he heard this name. It was really familiar, because he knew that a female star in the movie won the Oscar for Best Actress for this movie. After thinking for a moment, Tang's dusty memory was awakened. He remembered the name, Charlize Theron. The first place he saw her was the Dior J'adore perfume advertisement. I have to admit that she was sexy, charming and charming. Later, when he watched Mad Max, If it wasn't for the barrage reminder, he would never have thought that the woman with half of her face completely black was Charlize Theron. In all her years of acting, it seems that every movie she appears in is different. The word everything is very suitable for her. So Tang admired this actress very much, but he did not refute Carl's speculation, but just asked, what about the second one? The second one is interesting, The Human Stain, starring Nicole Kidman. God, I love her Moulin Rouge so much. This movie has a big budget, $30 million US, and it is a drama produced by Miramax. It sounds like it can win awards, and with Nicole Kidman, the box office should be guaranteed. Carl rambled on and on about his own opinions, but the next moment he saw Tang shaking his head. I'm not interested. That's Nicole Kidman. Come on, Carl, I admit she is beautiful, but she is 35 years old, almost old enough to play my mother. Tang frowned. He didn't have any hobbies for the elderly. Hey, I mean her fame. Wait, what are you talking about? Carl's eyes widened. Did I say anything? Tang smiled and ate a slice of orange. Well, you didn't seem to say anything. Carl didn't dare to think about it, and hurriedly talked about the third movie. The next one is Memento, a work by John Woo. His movies are very popular in Hollywood recently. Gunfights. Explosions. White ups. I've also seen one, and I guess the box office will be good. What they need is an assistant photographer. Carl then introduced several other movies to Tang, but Tang was not very interested in them. They were either low-budget movies or the positions were too marginal. This kind of movie has no meaning to him, so in the end, when Carl finished talking about all the movies with a dry mouth, Tang decided, let's go for Monster. Monster? Tang, are you really sure? Of course, I'm very sure. Okay, since you've decided on Monster, are you still interested if there are new movie requirements later? If so, let me know. Understood. Carl returned to the company to continue his work, and Tang was invited to the preview of Chicago in New York. Generally, when a movie is about to be officially released on a large scale, there will be several rounds of small-scale previews, which are held for the media, industry insiders and senior movie fans. If a movie like Chicago wants to make an impact on the Oscars, then the lobbying of senior film critics and the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the organizer of the Oscars, is very important. With the holding of the Oscars for so many years, the so-called Oscar rush process has been clearly understood by industry insiders. Miramax, the production company of Chicago, is one of the best. Harvey Weinstein is even called the man behind the Oscars. Even though he has not reached his peak yet, he has a set of effective operating procedures for how to impact the Oscars. Tang knows his methods, and later generations have carefully analyzed them. There are 4 steps in total. Overseas gilding, manipulating the media, lobbying judges, and discrediting opponents. Overseas gilding is to participate in major film festivals. This step is mainly aimed at non-American films, because these films from Asia, Africa, and Europe are not well known. Even if their own countries are popular, the masters of the Academy don't know their names at all. Therefore, a dazzling title is very important. At least when talking about this movie, a long list of 7 or 8 award-winning titles is easier to convince people than the movie itself. After the movie has been featured in major film festivals and has gained basic popularity, it will start to manipulate the media to promote it, arrange press releases from authoritative film media and magazines, spend a lot of money to buy hard advertising spots, and if the crew is willing to spend money, the public relations will also arrange well-known TV programs. The purpose is to let the academic masters know about the movie from major media. People always tend to be more inclined to things they are familiar with, and the same is true for film awards. After the outpost battle is well fought, the Oscar rush enters the key lobbying stage. There are many public relations companies in Hollywood that specialize in this, because the crew does not know who the 9,500 jury members are, what type of movies do they like, and how to approach them. But the public relations companies know this very well. The British Guardian once joked that every year during the Oscar season from mid to late October to December 31st, the jury members will appear in high-end Western restaurants and eat free lunch and dinner. At the same time, there are also public relations people in suits who will explain every detail and sublimation point in the movie to the judges in detail. After such a set of combined punches, the Oscar judges are already full of this movie in their minds, and when it comes to voting, they will naturally have a tendency. In 1999, Harvey Weinstein even relied on this set of unwritten rules to let Shaun in Love beat Saving Private Ryan and win the Best Picture. As a result, Shakespeare in Love has always been known as the weakest Oscar in the eyes of movie fans. It is enough to see how strong his public relations ability is. The reason why Parasite was able to successfully impact the Oscars was also because the driving force behind it was Harvey's colleagues. And Parasite spent $15 million on public relations, and you know that the cost of the entire movie was only $11 million. Of course, such spending can naturally bring high returns. After Parasite won the award, the North American box office alone was $45 million. Therefore, with this background and blessing, Chicago will definitely win an award. Just based on its musical form that the American people love to see, it is enough to get it nominated for an Oscar for Best Picture. But Tang doesn't want a nomination, nor does he want the Best Award of the Year. No matter how prominent these awards are, they have little to do with him as a photographer. Everyone's attention will only focus on the actors and directors, who will seriously look at who the photographer of each movie is. Everyone assumes that the photographer is just a tool of the director and one of the means for the director to achieve his own intentions. Therefore, what Tang needs is to successfully win the Oscar for Best Cinematography to improve his status in the circle. Otherwise, when forming a crew in the future, no one will know him. Will he have to rely on his 2 legs and 1 mouth to convince those actors to participate in his movie? Thinking of this, Tang leaned closer to the back of the chair, and the movie was about to start. However, Tang's mind was not on the screen, but he listened to the conversations of the people around him, such as the 2 on his left. One was named Nikita, an editor of Film Review magazine. One was named Russell, a reporter for The Hollywood Reporter. The 2 Hollywood media leaders were invited. Obviously, Miramax's Oscar-winning process has already begun. Tang raised his lips and watched the movie start. The music started. The light and shadow on his face kept changing, sometimes blue, sometimes red. In addition to the sound of the movie's dance music and lines, there was also the sound of the media people writing on their notebooks. Everyone was very restrained and didn't speak. They were immersed in the movie, exclaiming and laughing as the plot unfolded. A good movie is like a puppeteer. The audience is the puppet being manipulated. Every move is controlled by the camera, editing, and music, and sounds are made according to the director's intention. Tang took the time to glance at the notebooks of the 2 people next to him and found that they were already filled with scattered records, and they kept smiling on their faces at all times. They seemed very satisfied, and Tang, who had watched the movie, was also very satisfied. Because his little thoughts on the use of movie lenses were reflected, and greatly improved the viewing experience, which was better than the original film. He made all the efforts, and now it depends on the reactions of the audience, the media, and even the judges. Chapter 110 Excellent Reputation. Mirren, what are you looking at? Judy, carrying her school bag, jumped to the door like a little rabbit. She wore a blue sweater with a white shirt on the upper body, and a red pleated skirt with white long cotton socks and small leather shoes on the lower body. When she walked into the empty classroom, she saw Mirren at a glance. At this time, he was sitting on a chair flipping through a magazine. I'm looking for a movie to watch this weekend, Judy. Mirren raised his head, looked at Judy, and then let out a wow. What's wrong? Judy tied a ponytail today, and wore yellow plastic earrings on her ears. The whole person looked like an American youth movie. I think, you are a little cute today. Mirren's language ability has evolved a lot during this period. At least he dared to tell Judy his true thoughts, although he was still far from confessing. But the relationship between the 2 has also progressed rapidly, and Mirren has also enjoyed the limelight of a celebrity in school. Now the guys on the basketball and football teams are a little angry when they see him, always thinking that he has taken Judy away. Movies? Well, is there anything good to watch? Judy pulled a chair over to Mirren, took the water bottle in front of him and took a sip. The review says Chicago is good, take a look. Mirren handed Judy the movie review, and while she was reading the magazine, he took back his water and pretended to drink a sip. Judy didn't notice his little action. She was already silently reciting the review of the magazine editor Nikita. Written in the front, when God takes away our sense of security about food, then our only luxury is sex, Marilyn Monroe. Before I watched the movie, I never thought that I could stare at the movie screen for an hour and a half without blinking. In fact, before the movie started, because I had read the news about the internal strife of the crew some time ago, I had very low expectations for it and didn't think it would bring me any surprises. Plus, after the popularity of Moulin Rouge, a large number of musicals flooded into the market, but only a few of them were memorable. Therefore, I once thought that Chicago was just trying to copy the success of its predecessors and achieve the so-called commercial box office value. But after the movie ended, I couldn't help but stand up and applaud with others, and admired the crew's excellent presentation of the original Broadway play. Please forgive me for having to make a conclusion in advance, that is, Chicago will be the best musical of the year, no doubt about it. As for why, I will explain it to you from 3 aspects. First of all, the most important thing about a musical is of course the dance, which was the most gorgeous appearance of the decadent Chicago in that era. Laugh, come, keep laughing, dance, keep dancing, spin, spin, spin. Every scene in Chicago must be accompanied by passionate dance steps. Even something as terrifying as murder becomes easy under these charming dance steps. So in terms of choreography, I can give it 9 points out of 10. The creative team rearranged the original play to make it more suitable for the medium of film. There are several very imaginative dances in it, including puppets, human floats, and dream switching. I still feel amazing when I think about it now. But it is only worth 7 points. The other 2 points are given to the photographer. Because his camera movement is different from the ordinary stage, the camera of Chicago is very bold to give more special and detailed descriptions, such as sweat beads on the forehead, strong fingers, and tight feet. These pictures are interspersed in the fierce solo dance, which further highlights the expressiveness of the 2 heroines. At the same time, the long shot at the beginning is also fascinating. It takes a full 3 minutes and is done in one go without any trace of editing. Even at the big turn, there is no disobedience, which makes me have to sigh with surprise. This is obviously not the shoddy work that the former photographer said, and it also keeps me excited throughout the whole process, looking forward to the next wonderful shot and dance at any time. It can be said that this film adaptation is the most perfect of all the adaptations of the Chicago repertoire. And the previous media judgment on it was unrealistic. It was not a product that was hastily rushed out after the popularity of Moulin Rouge. It is very unique. With the blessing of Renee Zellweger and Catherine Zeta-Jones' exquisite and sexy dancing skills, it is absolutely worthy of the 4 words music and dance classic. After talking about dance and camera, let's talk about the color of the picture. In my opinion, the color of this film is very exquisite and even brilliant, whether it is the white of Renee's solo dance, the black and red of the prison group dance, and the wood color when manipulating the media. They all represent the dancer's background and her psychological state. Especially the red of a Catherine's solo dance, that color turned Catherine into a silhouette, leaving only violent body movements. This experience is undoubtedly novel and groundbreaking. It also allows me to see more clearly the strength and ups and downs of Catherine's every movement. It's a great idea. I have to praise whoever came up with this method. We can finally break through some old ideas of musicals and usher in some fresh changes. Finally, it's the plot. But I can't say too much about the plot because I'm afraid of spoilers. But I can summarize this movie in a few words. The rules of Chicago are never determined by these sexy beauties. It is absurd, bizarre, full of money worship and crazy ideas. Countless people live for the flash of the spotlight for a moment, and die because the spotlight is turned off. To borrow the words of Dickens, this is the most noisy era and the quietest era. So no one is a winner, the winner takes everything. The beauties only shine for a short moment on the stage. They have to face 1929 just after they finish singing 50 years of no change at the end. The American stock market collapsed in the Great Depression. After reading the last sentence, Judy looked up at Mirren. Let's go to see this movie this weekend. No problem. Mirren agreed happily. In addition to the long review by Film Review, The Hollywood Reporter also had a review on the front page. Reporter Russell wrote, contrary to everyone's expectations, this Chicago is presented to us with a quality far beyond expectations. Whether it is the actors' acting skills, choreography, artistic level and camera language, it is at the forefront of the same type of musicals. Although director Rob Marshall was previously unknown, this film will make him a household name. At the same time, there are many impressive scenes in the film, such as Renee Zellweger's solo dance, such as the switching between reality and dreams in the jury court, and the sexy and charming but powerful nightclub dance at the beginning, which are all very enjoyable. 1.5 hours in front of this movie, even the reporter himself has the illusion that it is too short, which undoubtedly confirms its wonderfulness from the side. So if you don't know what to do in your free time on weekends, you might as well go to the cinema to enjoy a feast of song and dance. Compared with the high ticket prices of hundreds of dollars on Broadway, Chicago is undoubtedly a better choice. In addition to these media that reviewed the film seriously, some entertainment newspapers published more radical and personalized comments, refuting the news released by Diane before. Who said that this movie was poorly made, poorly managed, and wasted the original repertoire? Why did I see the exact opposite, with gorgeous stage scenes, imaginative dream switching, amazing dance performances and various wonderful camera movements? This is a musical with top-notch production standards. I love it so much. It has the same status as Moulin Rouge in my heart. This is a musical, this is the movie we want to see. Nothing that the former photographer said happened, his words were like a circus clown. From the actual viewing experience of the film, the former photographer was undoubtedly lying, perhaps out of jealousy, and being pointed out for mistakes in his work made him choose to slander his original crew and try to deceive reporters and audiences. Diane naturally couldn't stand these comments, and he accepted interviews from several newspapers to refute such remarks. But then more blame came out from various media, and some even questioned whether he had received money from movies released at the same time and deliberately discredited Chicago. Although they were all tabloids or reporters, Diane still felt that his life had fallen into a cesspool, dark and unable to breathe. As a last resort, he could only temporarily stop defending himself, hide at home, and no longer accept interviews. Miramax also increased its publicity budget and began to let the crew members frequently appear in major media and TV programs. Tang and Jimmy saw the two heroines and the director appear in 3 different talk show programs in the past 2 days. That is, under the environment of various film critics giving good reviews and crazy advertising bombardment, the audience's expectations for this movie reached the highest point. On December 10th, the movie Chicago was officially released, and the hungry audiences rushed into the cinema waving the dollars in their hands. In just 1 week, Chicago earned $38.9 million in the United States, ranked first among the movies in the same period. At the same time, the audience and major websites' comments on the movie are hot. Rotten Tomatoes is 91% fresh. IMDb score is 80. The media said that this movie will be one of the strongest contenders for the Oscar winner next year. Woo! In the CAA office, Carl threw the newspaper in his hand into the sky and laughed out loud. Although the box office of this movie has nothing to do with him, it has nothing to do with him. But Tang is his own responsibility. The more famous he is in Hollywood, the higher his status as an agent will be. If Tang can win an Oscar, then he can also claim that he is the agent of an Oscar winner when he goes out. This feeling is not comparable to being praised in the company. So after reading the recent reports, Carl hurried to the elevator and planned to take the initiative to find Vice President Edinson to talk about the follow-up plan. Chapter 107 was revised again. I originally wanted to write a seamless parallel dual line, but I still didn't have enough writing skills and too little time to think, so it looked a bit messy. So I revised it again. Chapter 111 Word of mouth spreads. These days, when Tang passed by the cinema, he could still hear the audience's discussion. I like Renee Zellweger's dance. Wow, that mirror dance is so sexy. I like Catherine more, don't you think she has better explosive power? And that silhouette dance is also great. I admit that Catherine is good, but Renee is better. No, man, Catherine is better. Shit, do you have to go against me? Nonsense. I only like Catherine Zeta-Jones. SHXT. FXXK. Tang saw 2 old men quarreling at the door, because of which heroine in the movie was better, and then it turned into wrestling. The onlookers did not dissuade them, but whistled to cheer them up. In addition to here, audiences in other cinemas were also discussing Chicago enthusiastically. They posted many comments on the movie on their blogs and rating websites. There is a special magazine that collects these comments and publishes them in a collection. It has successfully replaced Moulin Rouge in my heart. From today on, Catherine Zeta-Jones is my angel. Renee Zellweger's dance amazed me. I knew her from Bridget Jones's Diary. She was still fat at that time. I didn't expect that she has lost so much weight. And her legs are really long. I recommend everyone to watch Chicago. It's absolutely worth the money, especially the prison group dance. It's so beautiful. In fact, The long shot at the beginning of the movie is also amazing. I watched it 3 times in a row, but still couldn't find its editing point. Is it a one-shot shot? Does anyone know? There are many netizens who have the same doubts as this commenter. Many film critics have also expressed their views on this long shot on their blogs and columns. For example, the founder of 50-Second Film Review, Ref, wrote, "I don't think the shots in Chicago were edited at all. Such smooth lens follow-up and slight shaking obviously indicate that the photographer was holding the camera all the time. No editing can achieve this level, and no 2 shots can be connected so perfectly." Many people hold the same idea, and many viewers also claim that the long shots in this movie are not edited, but are one shot. However, some film critics have also expressed their opposition to this. Well-known individual film critic, Mulan, wrote in his blog, "Is the long shot in Chicago one shot? I don't think so. The reason I am so sure is that I have worked in the crew, and I know that such a huge turn and fast follow-up cannot be maintained by the photographer all the time. So I went back to the theater and tried to start from the picture to find clues. After watching the movie 4 times, I can finally conclude that the editing point of the film is the back of the manager who is about to enter the staircase door. In this picture, the camera has a slight acceleration, so that the back covers 70% of the picture, and the next shot is pulled back again. And when the manager met Catherine after walking down the stairs, when the camera shifted from the manager to the stairs, it can be seen that Catherine only had one hand in the picture, which was the second editing point. I have to admit that the photographer of Chicago very cleverly connected several shots perfectly. Of course, this is just a little interest of mine as a film critic. If you are a viewer, you can enjoy it and don't need to investigate what techniques are used in this shot. However, his speculation was refuted by other film critics. Nikita of Film Review said in his personal column that Raff's statement was wrong. "In my opinion, the first editing point of the long shot of Chicago is not on the back, but at the moment when the camera turns. Because it is fast enough and vague enough, the audience's attention is not focused enough at this time, and naturally they cannot distinguish the existence of the editing point. As for the second editing point, I'm sorry, I didn't find it. Because in just a few movie playbacks, it is really difficult to distinguish the photographer's technique." In addition to them, many film critics have also expressed their opinions. Some say that the editing point is on the back, some say that the editing point is on the turn, and some say that the editing point is on Catherine. This kind of discussion atmosphere also attracted many viewers. When the movie started, they stared at the screen with their friends, vowing to find the editing point to prove their point. So much so that new so-called editing points were discovered every day, accompanied by titles such as "Decryption of the Long Shot in Chicago" and looking at the use of long shots from Chicago to attract the audience's attention. But most people still insist that the long shot in Chicago has not been edited, and it is a complete one-shot shot. After all, this is what they saw with their own eyes and did not find any flaws. At the same time, the discussion of this movie in the Hollywood circle is in full swing. Renee, oh, long time no see. In the crew of Cold Mountain, when Renee Zigwig joined the crew, Nicole Kidman immediately came over to reminisce. Although the two of them were working together for the first time, they had met at the award ceremony before, but they were not very familiar with each other. However, the friendship in the world of fame and fortune is like this. Before you are famous and unpopular, no one can recognize you. Only when your work is popular, people who are usually aloof will take the initiative to say hello to you. After the two exchanged pleasantries for a while, the topic naturally came to the movie. Nicole Kidman smiled and said, "I saw your Chicago, you danced really beautifully." "Thank you, Nicole, but I think I still have a lot of room for improvement. I like your performance in Moulin Rouge more." "Don't say that, you can go to Broadway to be the protagonist, especially the mirror dance scene, it's great. Those mirrors show your facial features and body to the fullest. In the movie you are so white and glowing." Renee smiled and said, "That's all thanks to the photographer. I didn't do anything. He was responsible for the lighting of those scenes." "Really? But I read in the newspaper before that the photographer seemed to be a temporary replacement." Nicole Kidman also saw the relevant report, and out of a woman's gossip mentality, she was quite curious about the truth in the crew. The fact is that Renee saw this and told her all the events that happened in the crew. So that's it. At the casting side of the terminal, Catherine Zeta-Jones also told Steven Spielberg the details. Now is the chat stage after the casting is confirmed. After talking about Chicago with Steven Spielberg, Zeta Jones told the great director about the crew. "It sounds like this photographer Don is very good. Steven Spielberg has not seen the movie yet. He has been busy with the preparation and casting of the new movie recently, but after listening to Zeta Jones' words, he suddenly became a little curious about Don and wanted to go to the cinema to see the camera movement of this movie. Maybe he could come up with some new ideas." Of course, he didn't think about changing the photographer. In Hollywood, every director has his own royal photographer, and he is no exception. The photographer of the new movie has been decided to be Janusz Kaminski, an old friend. The two of them have worked together many times and are very familiar with each other's style. Yes, he is very young and has a lot of ideas. I think Rob should continue to ask Don to shoot movies in the future. It seems that they are another best partner. Steven Spielberg laughed, and then continued to chat with Zeta Jones about his ideas for the new movie. While everyone was discussing the plot and pictures of Chicago, the box office of the movie itself was also rising. In half a month, the box office of Chicago has reached $60 million. Many newspapers predicted that the final box office of this movie would exceed $100 million, $100 million, which is undoubtedly a successful investment. Miramax's executives have begun to open champagne for this wonderful prospect, while in contrast, a large number of movies of the same period are complaining. Especially family movies, their box office was snatched away by a large part of Chicago. After all, musicals are suitable for all ages, and children also like to watch beautiful sisters dancing on the big screen. For example, Tang's two younger brothers, Louis and Regis, they watched the movie in the theater with their eyes fixed on them, and even after the movie ended, they still shouted that they wanted to marry a wife like Renee Catherine in the future. Then Tang saw the two little guys fighting for the most beautiful position, just like the two brothers he saw before, hugging and wrestling on the street. Even Carmela couldn't stop the two of them. In the end, it was Tang who pulled them apart. After each of them had their heads banged, they finally calmed down. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone rang. Tang saw that it was Anne Hathaway. As soon as he answered the call, he heard an excited shout, "Honey! Director Clint Eastwood chose me. Congratulations, baby, what's going on?" Tang sat back in the passenger seat with a smile on his face. He looked at the rear of the car through the rearview mirror. Tom was helping Carmela put things away. "You took the cover photo for me. The casting director chose me. He said that my appearance is particularly suitable for the role of the daughter." Anne Hathaway's tone was very excited, and she spoke so fast that Tang couldn't hear clearly. "Slow down, don't rush, baby." Tang put his hand on the car window. "So which movie is it?" "Mystic River. Clint Eastwood's new work. I like the bridges of Madison County very much. I didn't expect to see the real person this time." Anne Hathaway paused for a moment and continued, "This is all thanks to you, Tang." After the cover was seen, it was handed over to Director Eastwood by the casting director. "Now he has decided to let me play the role of the daughter in Mystic River." "That's great. Anne, congratulations. Clint Eastwood is one of the top directors in Hollywood. If you can be in his movie and perform some wonderful shots, it will be of great benefit to your future." However, Tang remembered that the original Anne Hathaway did not have the experience of participating in this movie. Obviously, this is indeed a change brought by him. "This is all your credit. Tang, are you free later? I want to thank you in person." Anne Hathaway's voice was a little shy at the end. "Of course." Tang agreed, hung up the phone, and whistled. It seems that some new postures can be unlocked today. Chapter 112: Victoria's Secret Fashion Show. After 2 days at Anne Hathaway's house, the two unlocked a lot of new illustrations. Tang's Leica directly used up a roll of film, which was full of things that were not suitable for children. So he hurriedly developed the film and kept it after returning home. During his previous break, he built a darkroom at home specifically for developing film, which came in handy now. Anne Hathaway has now gone to the Mystic River crew. The short separation between the two made her sentimental for a while, but Tang was not at all. Because he has now started to form a new crew to prepare for Raymond's MV. The members of the crew are still old acquaintances. For example, Assistant Director Greta and Assistant Director Jose. The former is responsible for the on-site actors and scenes, and the latter is responsible for logistics and props. The MV budget is paid by Fee's Music Company. Although Raymond and Fees are dead, Badman, as the actual controller of Fee's Music, has benefited a lot. Now no one can make decisions about him. It's just that the old guy has been suffering from insomnia and depression recently. He stayed in the hospital for several days after Faith's death. Now he is sick every day, no longer comfortable when smoking cigars. This sudden murder changed the lives of too many people, not just Batman, but also Davis. If you look at it from a cold-blooded perspective, Davis is the one who benefited the most. Because he inherited all his brother's property, the big villa and various sports cars, he became a millionaire overnight. And with the release of Raymond's last song, he will probably get more money. As for Arcady, Davis has broken up with her again, but Arcady has been pestering him. I heard from Slow that Davis drank with Zioba Edame in the bar every night until dawn in order to avoid her. It seems that Raymond's death did not make him better, but instead he went in the opposite direction. But this has nothing to do with Tangda. He has no sympathy or pity for Davis. For him, listening to this kid's story is just to find some gossip when he's bored in his spare time. As for Faith's gang, the current boss is Lao K, the little brother who was guarding the window when Tangda was filming Ashura. He is one of Faith's confidants, but he usually handles external affairs. Originally, it was not his turn to speak in the gang, but who would have thought that Faith died, and the most trusted little brother also died, and it happened to be his turn. It can only be said that fate is unpredictable. Tangda thought of the fake gun on Lao K's waist and couldn't help but smile. The next moment, Carl in a gray suit rushed into the reception room. Tang, I have found the action director you need. Who is it? Tangda's MV this time did not intend to perform according to those successful commercial MVs, because he planned to play big and planned to have a hearty fight in the MV. He wanted to refer to the classic violent aesthetics of the movie Kill Bill, combined with Raymond's death metal-like songs, to give all the audience a sensory stimulation. Anyway, Quentin's Kill Bill is currently being filmed and has not been released yet. No one has seen similar clips, and he can be regarded as taking the lead by filming it. Although this is definitely not good for Quentin, when will Tangda care about other people's thoughts? Lixin Luo. Carl awkwardly said the name of the action director, and sighed. Chinese names are so difficult to pronounce. It's not Lixin Luo, it's Luo Lixin. Carl, remember, when you meet a Chinese person, you should say his last name first. Tangda corrected Carl's way of addressing him and recalled the life of this action director. Well, he didn't know much, he just knew that Luo Lixin was a long-term partner of John Woo and the action director of Mission Impossible 3. Compared with Yuan Heping and Yuan Kui, he is better at car racing scenes and special effects fighting scenes, and he is not as good as the former two in action direction. However, Tangda didn't intend to really shoot this MV into the bloody feeling of the movie. In his mind, the MV will be matched with special effects and made into playful killing form, so there is no need for such serious action fighting scenes, and Luo Lixin is just right. After confirming the action director, Tangda began to have a headache for the actors again. He needed a fighting star, or a young actress who was willing to try fighting scenes. And this kind of actor is also very scarce in the whole Hollywood. Tangda thought of everyone he could think of. Mila Jovovich, Angelina Jolie, and Michelle Yeoh have all become successful and famous, and it is impossible for them to take on the MV shooting. Lucy Liu is filming Kill Bill and Maggie Q is not in Hollywood at the moment. So far, no one has been able to play the leading role in the new MV, so he called his friends in Hollywood, such as Rob Marshall, Renee Zellweger, and Catherine Zeta-Jones. In fact, Zeta-Jones was very interested after hearing Tangda's idea, because she herself likes to challenge all kinds of actresses, and she has trained a well-proportioned body of muscles through dancing in recent years, which is very suitable for playing this kind of female fighter. Unfortunately, the baby in her belly dispelled her idea, because her belly was getting bigger and bigger, and there was only a month left before giving birth. Tangda couldn't help laughing when he thought about Zeta-Jones wearing maternity clothes and holding a knife and struggling to kill, and hurriedly persuaded Zeta-Jones to have a good rest and cooperate again if there is a chance in the future. The choice of the female role was left hanging, but this kind of thing can't be rushed, and Tangda didn't mean to start shooting immediately. After asking Carl to continue looking for the right person, Tangda drove back to the company. As soon as he entered the door, he heard the exclamations of the customer service ladies. Wow. Caden. Did you say you were going to be on Victoria's Secret? Oh my god. That's right. Caden Cross showed a smile like an angel sculpture. This was the result of her training in recent months. Every tooth and every angle were the product of professional training. In order to shine on the Victoria's Secret stage, Kaden had no time to do anything else during this period. She practiced catwalk steps every day and lost weight and shaped her body. She ate vegetable salad with oats and high-protein beef every day, without sugar or sauce, and lived a life more vegetarian than a monk. Because of this, her figure has reached a peak, and her every frown and smile is enough to move people. In sharp contrast to her is Lilina. Although she is also good-looking, her temperament is a little worse than Kaden. As for Cindy, she is currently filming in The Crew. A TV director took a fancy to her and invited her to play a supporting actress. It's incredible, I must watch the live broadcast. The customer service ladies cheered for Kaden and for their future possibilities. Even the newcomers who joined knew that it took Kaden only more than half a year to go from a small customer service to where he is now. In addition to his own struggle, he naturally could not do without the support and operation of the boss behind the scenes. They naturally wanted to copy the same route, but even though Tang took photos for several outstanding customer service ladies, their luck was obviously not as good as Kaden and Cindy. The photos still sold well, but their personal fame has always been tepid. In addition, Jimmy also dismissed several customer service ladies during this period. These girls brought from the studio and other places were not very hard-working. They seemed to want to become famous or become popular overnight, and they didn't think about what they would pay for it. Therefore, Tang instructed Jimmy to clear out those who were disobedient, always had a bad temper, and reported on others. Those who stayed were either honestly doing their own jobs, or wholeheartedly improving themselves, working hard to perform, and striving for photo and other shooting opportunities. So now the atmosphere in the company is very good, and no bad incidents caused by jealousy have occurred. However, Tang had already prepared for the situation where the girls were not popular. He had earned some money from Angel Declaration, and now that he had the funds, he was planning to use this plan. Good afternoon, girls. Tang took a few steps forward, walked from the door to the hall, and just finished saying hello. The next second, the girls and Kaden immediately stopped talking, bowed in unison, and shouted in a sweet voice, "Hello, boss." It was so beautiful that Tang's eyes swept over the undulating area and smiled. "Don't be so reserved, girls. Boss." Kaden walked over quickly, took Tang's hand and said, "Will you go to the Victoria's Secret show to watch me?" "Of course." Tang nodded, "I have received an invitation." Of course, he did not get this invitation through supreme creativity, but because he won the MTV Award winner. Every year, Victoria's Secret invites professionals from the entertainment industry such as Hollywood, fashion magazines, and the music industry to participate in its fashion show. To get that thin invitation letter, other industries need to look at their status and connections. "That's great." Kaden shouted happily, and then leaned close to Tang's ear, "I have 2 sets of sexy underwear." Tang raised the corner of his mouth and responded, "I'm looking forward to it." After a few simple words, Kaden went upstairs and went to his own restroom. Tang called Jimmy over, and the two stood in front of the customer service ladies and announced a series of decisions. "Girls, you must listen carefully to what I'm going to say next." Jimmy clapped his hands, focused everyone's attention, and said, "The boss has thought of everything for your road to fame. If you don't listen, it's your own loss." When the girls heard the words road to fame, they immediately stared at Tang with expectant eyes and stood straight. Tang smiled and stepped forward. "Before we talk about things, I want to ask, does anyone want to be Lilina?" Wow. Some girls raised their hands. Although Lilina is not as good as Cindy and Kaden, she has also received some guest roles and has long been a world apart from everyone else in the company. Does anyone want to be Cindy? Wow. The number of people raising their hands instantly doubled. Cindy's direction is obviously to develop into a TV series, which is more in line with their perception of stars. Does anyone want to be Kaden? Wow. After this sentence, all the customer service ladies raised their hands excitedly, without exception. There is no girl who doesn't want to walk on the Victoria's Secret tea stage in sexy underwear. In just 3 short sentences, everyone's emotions were mobilized. Great. Tang nodded with satisfaction, motioned everyone to put their hands down, and then said, "Then are you willing to pay your sweat for this?" "Yes," the girls said in unison. "Great." Tang smiled even more. "Then next, you will receive the most rigorous training and the most cruel elimination system. At the same time, you will also gain the most effective and fastest way to become famous. So, are you ready?" Tang stretched out his hands, as if he was a great speaker standing on the stage. Chapter 113 Win-Win Cooperation. The strictest training and cruelest elimination system mentioned by Tang was learned from the later Korean groups. Through strict dance and song training, batches of idols were formed into groups to make stars and make money. This method has withstood the test of the market, and the strict contract can also ensure the maximization of profits. As long as there are a few hit songs, fans can be quickly harvested. Moreover, as the Korean wave invaded the world in the future, such idol groups even began to stand on the Grammy Awards ceremony, which also shows that their influence cannot be underestimated. Of course, there is the support of the country behind this, and there is also the novelty of European and American fans to this kind of idol group. As a new culture, it can always attract attention quickly at the beginning. As for whether it can gain a foothold in the future, it depends on the quality of the work. However, for now, the American environment is not suitable for completely copying the Korean wave. In layman's terms, the version has not been updated yet, and the European and American people are not ready to welcome this model. But there is no problem with small-scale operation. Tang plans to let the customer service ladies participate in dance, song, body shape, and acting training regularly, and then form groups of 3 or 5 people, launch them one by one to the market, and then adjust the strategy in time according to market feedback. Of course, the quality of this group of customer service ladies is uneven, and some are even tone-deaf. Such girls can be arranged to go the actor route, model route, or become the dancer in the team. In addition, rap with a few simple lyrics is always fine. Anyway, there is no out of tune. After telling the girls about the training, Tang talked about the so-called most effective way to become famous. This is very simple, that is, to cooperate with a music company. Angel Declaration will produce a group, and the music company will produce an album. Both parties will take a certain percentage of the music income to achieve a win-win situation. Tang also thought about whether to set up a music company himself, but after thinking about it, he gave up. It can be imagined that in the future, the training of personnel will be a major expense, and setting up a music company will inevitably be unable to make ends meet. Moreover, there is no accumulation of music talents on his side. Good producers and recording engineers are not so easy to find. They are hidden like treasures by various music companies. Therefore, after considering it, Tang finally decided to cooperate with his old friend, Republic Records. The main reason is that their company does not have many singers, and a lot of recording studios and equipment are idle. According to Batman, Vice President Georgia Baburin is now having a headache about how to sign more singers. This is exactly in line with Tang's requirements, so he contacted Giorgio yesterday and agreed to discuss the details today. After hearing that they can receive professional training and become singers, actors or models, the ladies of the customers were excited, put their hands on their chests and clenched into fists, shaking them with small amplitudes and high frequencies. Well, I have finished talking about training and planning. For the sake of everyone's future, the company has drafted a new contract. If you want to receive training, you must sign this contract first. After Tang finished speaking, Kane came over with a prepared contract. I will carefully explain the details of the contract to you. I hope everyone will listen carefully and sign after confirming. After Kane began to explain the contract, Tang and Jimmy walked into the office. Jimmy asked in confusion, "Why should we explain the contract to them? Why not just let them sign it?" Tang leaned against the table. "No need, Jimmy, I'm not a black-hearted capitalist." Seeing Jimmy's face full of disbelief, Tang spread his hands. "Okay, I admit that Kane will mainly talk about those messy and useless clauses, and he will just brush over the key clauses." "Tang, you are such a bad boy," Jimmy said with a tisk-tisk sound, and then said, "You want to confuse them, right? You also specially called Caden back to make them hot-headed, right?" "That's right, Caden's return to the company today was a play that Tang performed for those customer service ladies." "You've become smart, Jimmy." Tang laughed, without any embarrassment. "This is for their own good. In the future, they will know the value of this contract." Although he used some tricks, and the terms in the contract were also relatively strict, stipulating a huge compensation for breach of contract. But he didn't think of exploiting these girls to gain benefits, because he knew very well that the consequence of doing so would be that he would be sued. Especially in the United States, which is about to enter the era of political correctness and the increasingly magical social environment, if the girls under his company suddenly transformed into the LGBTQ+ group and sued the company would suffer great losses. In addition to opportunities and precipitation, the biggest benefit brought by time travelers is the ability to avoid risks. Since you can make money steadily, there is no need to take huge risks. The reason why Korean Wave desperately exploits idols is not only because the industry is too competitive, but also because the national consumption capacity is not high enough. Their export overseas is also driven by real interests. If you can make money comfortably in China, like Huayu, who would desperately train themselves to advance overseas. It is precisely for this reason that developing girl group boy group culture in the United States is a unique advantage, because this is the center of the world. As long as the American local reputation is hot, the whole world will naturally accept the idol groups under Tangda. When the time comes, they will go to Tokyo, Seoul, and the UK for a tour, and they will definitely make a lot of money. And if Tangda's process can make a name for himself, it is foreseeable that many companies will try to poach his people and imitate his routine. The current contract of Angel Declaration is prepared for such a moment. Kane's explanation of the contract lasted for half an hour, and he let everyone choose to sign the contract voluntarily until many girls were drowsy. However, the girls were already confused by what they said, and they didn't care about the huge compensation. They all signed their names in unison. Very good, it's finished. Tangda turned and looked at Jimmy, who was recording with a camera. Jimmy nodded. Don't worry, it's all done. Tangda patted his shoulder. Then I'll go find Giorgio, you go find a venue. No problem. 20 minutes later, Tangda appeared in front of Giorgio's office. Before he knocked on the door, he saw his secretary, a big-breasted brown-haired girl, walking out of the door with her collar open, revealing deep cleavage. Tangda raised his eyebrows, and suddenly remembered the first time he and Giorgio met, when he seemed to have said that he loved his wife very much. The secretary lowered her head shyly after seeing Tangda, and left the door without saying a word. Tangda shook his head and walked directly into the office, and then found that the vice president of Republic Records was tying his tie. Tangda. Oh. Long time no see, why did you come in directly? Giorgio's shirt was still ironed, although he looked a little sorry for the person who helped him iron his shirt. Your secretary seems to be busy with something. Tangda sat opposite Giorgio. After Giorgio cleaned himself up, he smiled and said, Sorry, I took a nap. You slept really well. I can't sleep at noon. Tangda teased, and then said, So do you have any ideas about what I talked to you about before? Of course. When it came to business, Giorgio immediately returned to normal. I thought about the cooperation carefully yesterday. I have to say, Tangda, you have come up with a genius idea again. Giorgio's eyes were complicated. He was the one who watched Tangda step by step from the bottom to the top. Although the two had only cooperated once, he had always been paying attention to Tangda. He watched him win the first place on the Billboard for several consecutive MVs, watched him win the MTV award, and watched him enter the film industry. Now, the gap between Tangda and his status has been smoothed out, but it has been less than a year. Giorgio originally thought that he might not be able to keep up with Tangda's pace soon, but fortunately, the two had the opportunity to cooperate again. The development of idol groups you proposed is very interesting. After your reminder, I made a special investigation. As a result, I found that even in the birthplace you mentioned, their form and completion are not as mature as you said. Selection, development, and fame, the whole process is so clear. Giorgio became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he saw a huge treasure in front of him. So we have to do it as soon as possible. Tangda, we have to seize the European and American markets, and then rely on the influence of the country to push it to other regions. Giorgio's words now are what Tangda said to him before, and he has accepted it completely. Haha, Giorgio, you have to eat hamburgers one bite at a time. Tangda knocked on the table. Since you agree, let's sign the contract. You are responsible for the album and training, and I am responsible for the personnel and film and television. I think we will see the results soon. No problem, happy cooperation. Giorgio stretched out his hand. Happy cooperation. 3 days later, Tangda drove to the 67th Armory in New York, because the Victoria's Secret show will be held here tonight. After he handed the invitation ticket to the staff, he smoothly entered it and came to the official catwalk show. The place has been decorated. The first thing you see is the magnificent marble background in the center. The edge of the T-stage is wrapped with orange light sources, and the two sides are black velvet with red and white dot light sources. The whole space looks psychedelic and solemn. Tangda couldn't help but look forward to the models wearing sexy underwear and walking in front of him. But just when he was about to find a place to sit down, his cell phone suddenly rang. Tangda opened it and saw that it was Kaden. She wanted Tangda to come backstage and said that she had something to deal with. Tangda raised his eyebrows. He didn't know what happened backstage, but since she said there was a need, then he, as a boss, naturally had to help his employees solve the problem. So he walked to the location mentioned in Kaden's text message and walked through the crowd of staff to the vicinity of the backstage. Chapter 114, Star Selection. When Tangda arrived at the backstage door, Kaden came out to greet him. She was wearing a black windbreaker and holding the front of her coat tightly with both hands, which made people curious about what she was wearing inside. "Boss. Come in." She took Tangda's hand and walked into the backstage under the side of the staff. Although Tangda did not have a staff member's proof, they turned a blind eye to it because the model endorsed it. As soon as Tangda arrived at the backstage, he immediately felt what heaven was. Sexy long legs, large areas of exposed skin, shiny underwear, and beauties of various styles. These Victoria's Secret models stood in front of the hangers, fixing their makeup and adjusting the details of their underwear with the help of makeup artists and stylists. Although it was a little noisy, it was really pleasing to the eye. Tangda also saw Giselle Bundchen from the crowd at a glance. The top model known as Giselle G was called Giselle G. If I remember correctly, she should still be dating Leonardo. After taking a quick glance at the white legs of many beauties, Tangda was pulled by Kaden to a separate utility room. There were no models or staff here, only a row of hangers with various underwear hanging. Tangda looked back and found a huge mirror. "What's wrong, Kaden?" Tangda frowned. He vaguely realized that Kaden's purpose might not be very simple. Kaden didn't reply, but leaned against the door. Her makeup today was particularly gorgeous, and her long straight blonde hair was changed into big waves. Standing in front of Tangda, she really looked like a doll, and this was not achieved through medical beauty in later generations. Click. Tangda heard the sound of the door lock. Then he saw Kaden raise his lips and gave him a flying kiss, and took off his windbreaker. Wow! Under the black windbreaker, a set of underwear woven with silver tassels suddenly appeared, shining under the light. Tangda smiled and praised, "Wow, Kaden, your outfit today will definitely amaze everyone." "Really?" Kaden threw his windbreaker to the ground, "But I don't just want to amaze everyone, I want to amaze you, the boss." "I'm already amazed." "Really?" Kaden pushed Tangda down on the chair and sat on his legs. "Boss, there is a secret passage in this room, do you want to come in?" Tangda held her soft waist. "Secret passage? You have aroused my curiosity, where's it?" "Boss." Kaden put her face close to his ear, "It's just above your head." Tangda raised his eyes and looked up, but there was only a white ceiling and bright lights above his head. Before he could say anything, a sense of comfort spread from above. "Huh?" Tangda immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, Kaden coquettishly leaned her head on his shoulder. "Boss, did you find it?" "Found it? This secret passage is really well hidden." 20 minutes later, Tangda helped Kaden walk out of the utility room with steady steps, and then, amid Kaden's complaints and seductive eyes, he said, "By the way, when you see Giselle later, tell her for me." "What?" Kaden was puzzled. "Tell her that the Animal Protection Association has infiltrated the venue, and they intend to stop the show on the stage." Tangda was talking about the emergency at the 2002 Victoria's Secret fashion show. When the security guards were not paying attention, 4 members of the Animal Protection Association rushed onto the stage, holding a banner that read "For Dregs" and tried to interrupt Giselle's show. But Queen G is worthy of being Queen G. In the face of this situation, she always remained calm and completed the show brilliantly. The reason why Tangda knew about it was because he discovered it when he was watching the Victoria's Secret fashion show to find inspiration. Later, he curiously searched for the reason. It turned out that Giselle Bundchen had signed a contract with a fur brand and filmed several sets of commercials. As a result, she was targeted by those animal protection members, who thought she was promoting the killing of animals. But this was very funny to Tangda. It was obviously the fur company that did the evil, so how could the victim become a model? Even if you shout slogans, you have to pick on the weak, right? But now that he can do a favor, he certainly won't miss this opportunity. After listening, Kaden nodded and agreed, but he was still a little jealous and said, "Boss, I didn't expect you to be so philanthropic." "I have always been philanthropic, but Giselle is not one of them." Tang patted Caden's hips and watched her walk away with a smile. Then he left the backstage and returned to the front. At this time, it was not far from the start of the big show. Tang found a seat and sat down according to his invitation. Not long after, he saw security personnel searching everywhere in the venue. Not long after, they caught the members of the Animal Protection Association. After all, their dark clothes and the appearance of carrying school bags were somewhat inconsistent with the other guests who came to watch the big show. And that's not all. The security personnel also drove away many people who came to the show for free. It's unknown where these guys got in from, just like you can never imagine how passengers can evade fares at the gates of the New York subway. But Tang often evaded fares when he was the poorest. Soon, the seats in the front show were full of people, and the lights became dim. The beautifully dressed host Tyra Banks came on stage and began to introduce the show to everyone. This person, known as the Black Beauty, is not only the host, but also the model of the show. It can be said that one person has multiple roles. But Tang's aesthetic still cannot accept such a pure black person, so he is not interested in it. Time passed with various performances, and Caden soon stepped onto the T stage wearing the tassel underwear. As soon as she appeared, her exquisite appearance and exaggerated body proportions immediately attracted everyone's attention. The men close to Tang were discussing what her name was, and although a few of them did not speak, their eyes never stopped following her. Caden walked forward quickly, and the tassels on her bra swayed left and right with her steps, like the pendulum of a clock, which was very dynamic and beautiful. When she came to the front of the catwalk and faced the camera, she blew a kiss with her left hand, and then made a heart shape with her fingers, then turned around and continued to swing her tasseled bra and left. So beautiful. The man next to Tang exclaimed. Sexy beauty. The others also echoed. The difference between Caden and other models is that she has a seductive power and full of sexual charm. As long as a man has seen her, the first thought must be bed. It's just a pity that Tang has taken a step ahead and occupied the heart and body of the queen of the dark world. An hour later, with an admiring look, Tang watched the entire Victoria's Secret show. Because of him, the original animal protection farce did not take place, and Gisele Bündchen walked the catwalk safely. The other models also have their own style, each of them is bright and beautiful, and their grace can only be fully appreciated by sitting under the stage and watching closely. After the show ended, Tang did not leave, but stood in front, waiting for Caden to change clothes before going back together. But when Caden walked out from the backstage, he found that there were two people following this girl. One was Gisele Bündchen, and the other was a wheat-colored beauty wearing sunglasses, with a bright smile on her face, who looked a little familiar. Before Tang could recall, Caden walked up to him and explained, "Boss. Sister Gisele wants to thank you in person." "Hello, Tang." Gisele smiled and stretched out her hand, shook hands with Tang, and then said, "Thank you for your reminder, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself during the fashion show." Tang spread his hands and said, "I don't think this little thing will be difficult for you, Gisele." Gisele smiled even more. "Anyway, thank you, Tang. I heard from Caden that in addition to the company, you are also a director." "That's right." Tang had just finished speaking when the girl next to Gisele suddenly shouted, "Oh, Tang. It's you. You shot Avril's song SK8 Boy. Who is this?" Tang turned his head and Gisele introduced him, "Jessica Alba, my good friend." It turns out to be Jessica. I was wondering why she looks a little familiar. "I've seen your Black Angel of the End of the World." Tang suddenly realized, and the string called inspiration in his mind suddenly became tense. Jessica took off her sunglasses and held out her hand. "I've also seen your music videos and the MTV Awards ceremony. You look much more handsome than on TV." "Thank you for the compliment. Nothing makes me happier than the praise of a beautiful woman." Tang was also a little surprised, because he didn't expect to see the person he needed most at this moment. Although Jessica was not a martial arts star, she would perform well in the Fantastic Four in the future, which showed that she had talent. Moreover, her figure and face were also top-notch in Hollywood. The most important thing was that she had not yet become really famous and was not a first-line actress, so there was room for negotiation. In addition, she also starred in a music video in 2012. With all these factors added up, Tang felt that he could try to persuade her to play the leading role in the music video. Thinking of this, Tang said directly, "Jessica, are you interested in trying to play a cold-blooded female killer?" "What?" Jessica opened her eyes slightly. "Female killer? Me? Yes, that's right. Tangda affirmed, I have a music video to shoot now, pure fighting scenes, relatively bloody and violent, and need a female killer. I think you have great potential in this area, are you interested? Wow, it sounds so interesting. Jessica and Giselle looked at each other, nodded slightly and pondered, maybe I should learn more about it. Of course. Seeing this, Tangda pulled a chair over. After several people sat down, he told Jessica in detail about his ideas. It sounds great. Jessica thought that she didn't seem to have any movies to shoot recently, and she immediately became interested. Although this is just a music video, the influence of SK8 Boy is no longer limited to the music scene. Even Hollywood has a very high evaluation of it. After Cameron promoted it for free, many stars bought this album specifically to watch, and Jessica was one of them. Not to mention that it is a pure fighting scene. She has been playing sweet girl characters since her debut. Only in Cameron's Black Angel did she show a strong character, but it was not extreme enough. So now there is a unique cold-blooded role in front of her. On the one hand, she can strengthen her cold-blooded personality, and on the other hand, she can enjoy the fighting scenes. She is quite excited. Therefore, after chatting with Tangda, she immediately picked up the phone and called her agent. Not long after, she replied to Tangda with a smile on her face, no problem, Tang. Let me take this role. Great. Tangda was happy. Welcome to Join My MV, Jessica. Chapter 115 Martial Arts Training. The reason why Tangda was so concerned about Raymond's posthumous work was not just to fight back. In fact, Batman and Davis had agreed to give Tangda 50% of the proceeds from the entire song. In other words, after the song was released, Tangda would get 50% of the remaining money and future profits, except for the share from the music company. Batman did this on the one hand because he had no hope for Raymond's music, and on the other hand because he was grateful to Tangda for still being willing to shoot the MV. After all, they had only sold a few thousand copies of similar music before, and there was no money to be made. But Tangda found some potential in this song. Whether it was the lyrics or the rhythm, although it was bad, it was very brainwashing. In analogy, it was like the domestic song Love Like Fire without the earthy feeling, and there was a direct pleasure. In Tangda's opinion, perhaps this song had the potential to be a big hit, so he spent a lot of effort and planned to take a gamble. 3 days later, Jessica Alba's martial arts training officially began. In order to show the effect Tangda wanted, she had to receive training from a professional action instructor and practice related movements within half a month to reach a level of agility. To this end, Tangda invited Lou Alixon's entire team to train Jessica according to the standards of the movie. At the same time, he also told Lou Alixon in detail about the effect he needed. He did not need those gorgeous poses. All the movements pursued practicality and directness, and the main focus was on being crisp and neat. Lou Alixon said that there was no problem with this. His team was all professional martial arts directors. These dragon and tiger martial artists who had worked in the golden age of Hong Kong all mastered a variety of styles. They might not reach the master level, but the professional level was no problem. So Tangda waved his hand and directly hired 3 martial arts directors to accompany Jessica in training every day. As for the cost, the boss Batman paid for it. After seeing this kind of battle, Jessica was very excited at first and said that she would meet the requirements as quickly as possible and become a competent female killer. But just 2 days later, when Tangda came to the training ground to watch, he found that her face had long lost the excitement. After each training, she lay on the mat and took the time to rest. Obviously, she could not shout any slogans. Huh? She was wearing a black sports vest and gray yoga pants and collapsed on the mat. Her chest kept rising and falling with each breath. Sweat beads as big as beans slid down her skin and dripped onto the mat, forming dark marks. Tangda smiled and said, "Jessica, are you tired?" Nonsense, of course. After getting familiar with Tangda, Jessica showed her casual side, or she no longer had the energy to pretend. I remember someone said a few days ago that these were just a small dish. I underestimated. But if you come to practice, you might not be as good as me. Jessica glanced at Tangda unhappily. Really? Tangda was also interested after hearing her say that, and immediately called Tom to practice fighting skills on the mat near her. If it is said that the skills that Lou Alixon taught Jessica were more for the screen, they paid more attention to the fluency and continuity of the movements, and often a set of movements were completed in one go. Then what Tom taught Tangda was simpler and more direct, such as choking, breaking fingers, kicking, Hitting balls, everything was done to make the opponent lose the ability to resist as quickly as possible. In addition to these, Tang also asked Tom to teach him how to quickly draw a gun. After all, times have changed, and it is useless to be able to fight in front of a gun. At night, when Jessica finished training, she saw that he was still practicing on the dummy, and the movements he practiced were very brutal. She couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a grudge against someone?" "Why do you ask that?" Tang choked the dummy with a choking, which frightened Jessica. "I always feel that every move and every form of yours is aimed at the vital points." Tang smiled and said, "Yes, but this is just for self-protection." Self-protection. Tang turned his head and looked at Jessica. "In addition to these, I also know regular Brazilian jiu-jitsu." Jessica made a naked choke posture. "This kind?" "Yes, that's right." Tang gave a thumbs up. "It seems that you can do it too." "Haha, I don't know how to do it, I just saw it on a fighting show." Jessica said goodbye to Tang and left the training ground. In the next period of time, Tang and Jessica spent time in the training ground. They chatted face-to-face every day, talking about life, work, and music videos. Jessica already knew the effect that Tang wanted to present. And Tang also knew her family situation. Her father is of Mexican descent, and her mother is from a French and Danish-Canadian family, so she was born with multinational ancestry, and she also has a younger brother named Joshua. However, her path to becoming an actress was not smooth sailing. Because of her father's work, she had been tossed around in California, Mississippi, Texas and other places since she was a child. She had poor academic performance and poor friendship. She wanted to be an actress when she was 5 years old, but she kept asking until she was 12 years old before her family let her go to acting school. In this way, she plunged into the big dive out of Hollywood until now. Fortunately, she was very lucky and was noticed by many directors and starred in Cameron's works. It's just that her own acting style is indeed relatively fixed, which she also felt, so she always wanted to try to break through. However, Tang knew through conversations with Jessica and her later situation that she lacked Scarlett's motivation to climb up desperately, otherwise she would not leave Hollywood easily even if she encountered setbacks. After understanding her personality, Tang's communication with Jessica became smoother and smoother. Now they eat and practice together in the training ground every day. It must be said that Tang feels several years younger when he is in the same room with such a beautiful woman with a sweet smile. Soon, the training of Jessica entered the acceptance day. Tang was sitting on the mat at this time, watching Jessica waving the Tang sword in her hand to perform a set of concise and fierce sword techniques under the command of the martial arts master. During the rehearsal, Jessica also used sound to boost her momentum. Ha! The light reflected by the blade flashed in front of Tang's eyes. After watching the whole set of sword techniques, Tang shook his head. "I think there are some problems with the second and fifth moves." He made a lot of suggestions from the perspective of the photographer and director. After these suggestions were digested by the martial arts master, he corrected Jessica. The next day, Jessica practiced again. But Tang still failed, which made her a little discouraged, but looking at Tang's serious expression, she knew that there was no way to change her decision, so she could only continue to work hard. 2 days passed quickly, and Jessica tried her best to practice each move to her limit. After a set of hee-haw sounds, her forward and back were soaked with sweat. Then she looked at Tang with expectant eyes, and found that Tang suddenly clapped his hands after a while of hesitation. "Very good, Jessica, you passed." "Yes." Jessica raised her knife and cheered, feeling that her efforts during this period were finally not in vain. Tang looked at her, thinking about the filming of the MV. It was time to start. If it was real martial arts, of course it would not be so fast, but the moves that can be shown in an MV are enough, and the rest can be made up by the camera. "Boss, when will the fee for a few days of delay be settled?" After Jessica finished celebrating, the martial arts director came over and asked. "Don't worry, the money will be transferred to your account next week. These dragon and tiger martial artists are used to using cash. After coming to America, they are not used to the culture of using cards here." "Okay, boss, we will leave first." After getting Tang's promise, the martial arts directors left one after another. When the training ground was empty, Jessica was still lying on the mat to rest. "Jessica, our shoot will start the day after tomorrow." Tang came to her side and looked down at her. She was still wearing the same close-fitting sports bra, but it was changed to white. With her healthy wheat-colored skin and smooth muscle lines, she really looked like a female boxer in the ring. Really? Give me a hand. Jessica stretched out a hand, and Tang took it and pulled it up. But after Jessica stood up, she didn't let go. Instead, she hugged Tang's neck directly, tripped her feet, and tried to throw Tang down. But she miscalculated. Tang, who had been trained by Tom, was very familiar with the state of being restrained. He subconsciously hugged Jessica's waist, then directly picked her up by the waist and threw her on the mat. So the two of them were facing each other. Tang's face was against Jessica's chest, and his nose instantly smelled the faint jasmine scent on Jessica's body, which should be the smell of some kind of shower gel. Jessica hugged Tang's head and clamped her legs around his thighs, as if she was deliberately letting Tang listen to her heartbeat in an ambiguous posture. After they kept this posture for a while, Tang looked up at Jessica's face and found that this sweet-looking girl was staring at him motionlessly. Only after they looked at each other did Jessica come to her senses and let go of his hand. "I didn't expect you to be so alert." Tang got up from her and said with a smile, "My training these days is not in vain." This time, Jessica didn't let Tang pull her, and stood up by herself. "By the way, how long will it take to shoot the MV? I will join the crew next month, and there is a new movie looking for me. Don't worry, it will be quick." Tang didn't plan to delay the MV for a long time, because the crew of The Female Devil was about to start filming, and he, the art director, would also join the crew. So he had to take advantage of the last few days to finish the MV. When he said goodbye to Jessica, left the training ground, and got into Tom's car, Avril called again. "Tang, I miss you so much." As soon as the call was connected, Avril's straightforward words came from the other side of the microphone. "I miss you too, baby. Are you going back to New York soon?" Avril has been performing at music festivals recently. It is said that she has gradually gained the title of rock queen among her fans. "I want to go back too, but I don't have time recently." Avril's voice was depressed for a moment, and then she immediately became excited. "But we can meet at the Grammys. Tang, you can't leave early this time." "Don't worry. I will definitely not leave this time." Tang promised, "I will definitely watch you win the award and celebrate for you." "That's great. I will use the award to smack those bitches in the mouth." "So which bitches made you angry?" "It's some people on the internet, and the ones in my school, you know. They said that my songs are for children to listen to, and they can't even get on the Grammy podium, FXXK. Don't worry, you will prove yourself with trophies one by one, and I will shoot a new MV recently. You can send it to them when the time comes. They will like it." "Really?" "Of course, this MV will be the best counterattack. Thanks to the reward of the Vest of the Winged Demon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Classic Kung Fu. The MV of Raymond's last song before his death officially entered the shooting stage. Tang rented a Japanese-style karate dojo as the shooting scene for the main scenes. On the day of shooting, Jessica Alba walked in front of the camera wearing the clothes that Tang customized for her. It was a bright yellow Chinese kung fu outfit, which was quite similar to the costume of the heroine in Quentin's Kill Bill, but the style was more Chinese style, and she was tied with wires so that she could perform various flying movements. The reason for choosing this outfit was naturally to pay tribute to Bruce Lee's classic look. This is the best pass for fighting scenes in Hollywood. As long as you put on this outfit, everyone will naturally know the style of this MV. Moreover, Bruce Lee's fan base is still huge. Many middle-aged people who are a little older are missing the once popular Chinese kung fu, and the younger generation has always been very interested in the mysterious kung fu. So when Jessica put on this outfit, it immediately caused a low cry from the crew members. Chinese, fasting. Jose punched several times in a row, swept his nose with his thumb, and then said these words in a poor accent, which immediately excited the others. "That's called kung fu." Tang corrected several people's irregular pronunciation in standard Chinese, and then looked at the background wall rebuilt by the scene group. Tang did not follow the arrangement in Kill Bill completely. After all, it is normal to wear the same clothes, but it is hard to explain if the scene elements collide. And Quentin's style is not his style. He prefers to use large color contrast to emphasize the position of the subject of the picture. Simply put, If you draw a black dot on a piece of white paper, then the black dot is the visual center. If a small area of yellow dots appears in a large area of red, then the yellow is the visual center. The human eye is more likely to focus on different colors. So when you don't know how to make a street shot or a landscape photo, the easiest way is to move the lens and place the thing you want to shoot in a large area of the same color. For example, a crow flying in the blue sky, or a yellow warning sign on the blue construction site fence. You don't need to see the photo, just think about these two pictures, and you can know the meaning of the visual center. This MV is the same. Jessica's yellow kung fu outfit is the center of the whole picture. And her enemies, different from Kill Bill, use dark red clothes. At the same time, the scene of their fight is also paved with the black. The large area of black background and the continuous dark red enemies will become the main color of the MV, and Jessica is naturally the yellow dot representing the visual center. As for how to show the blood, will it collide with the red clothes? Tang shrugged and told Greta, who is confused, "Who said blood is red? What?" Greta didn't follow Tang's train of thought and didn't quite understand what he meant. Tang smiled and said, "In this MV, the blood is green. Human blood is red." Jose didn't quite understand. Tang spread his hands. "Hey, who told you guys are human?" Hearing this, Greta and Jose looked at each other, and suddenly thought of the plot of this MV that Tang had told them, and laughed together. WTF. This is such a great irony. When the preparations were all done, Tang, with a Steadicam strapped to his body, held up the camera and stretched out his hand. "Come on. Get ready. Okay. First scene. Start." Snap. The sound of the clapperboard sounded. Tang turned on the camera, and Jessica immediately rushed to the camera, waving the knife in her hand forward. Tang's camera immediately panned and turned to the enemies in front of her as the blade deflected, but the people in this dojo were not from Tokyo, but a group of guys wearing dark red clothes and blonde hair and blue eyes. There were men and women among them, and after shouting, they all rushed to the camera, and then split up beside Tang and continued to rush towards Jessica, surrounding her. At the same time, Tang leaned down and frantically pulled the camera backwards, which made Greta and Jose sweat. You have to know that this is not a slow camera movement, but a fast camera movement backwards. Most people would easily fall down if they kept backing up, but Tang was able to keep the camera steady in front of him, and backed up on the mat steadily without any shaking. It was incredible. Seeing this, the stagehand next to him hurriedly recorded it with his digital camera, intending to keep it as a souvenir. However, this shot was not completed after all, because an extra made a mistake, twice. So the long-lost roar of the tyrant on the set was heard at the scene. FK. What the hell are you doing? Is your brain a World War II mine dug out of the soil? Do you want me to help you clear the dirt off it now? Left. Left. If you keep going right, I'll shoot you in the face. Got it. Son of a bitch. Are you going to ruin this MV? Are you responsible for the wages of so many people on the scene? Remember your position. If you make a mistake again, get out of here. Jessica. Don't be distracted. Are you going to commit seppuku by holding the knife like this? No. Stamp your feet. You are not one of those wild men dancing around the fire in Africa. Jessica. Did you leave your cerebellum at home today? Yes, that's it. Do it again. Cheer up. In fact, the reason why Jessica made two mistakes was because she was not used to seeing Tang in this state for the first time. Although Cameron is also a tyrant, or there are many directors in Hollywood who are synonymous with sarcasm, they are not as contrasting as Tang. To be honest, when such a handsome face scolds you, even if you haven't made any mistakes, you can't help but wonder if it's your own fault. This is why Jessica didn't choose to fight back. And Tang is indeed more restrained than other directors in scolding, because some directors will not say what mistakes the actors made, but will only repeat, "You ruined the movie. You ruined everything. You fucking suck." This kind of scolding that only outputs emotions is more likely to make people's blood pressure soar and increase mental stress. Jessica's friends have encountered such directors on the set. After the performance, they went directly to see a psychologist and were diagnosed with moderate depression. Tang is undoubtedly better than this kind of person, although not much better. However, there are also people who hold the opposite view of Jessica, such as Jose. His perspective is not the emotions of the actors, but the progress of the crew. If there was no Tang, it is unknown how many times this scene would have to be shot. It was because of the director's determination and firmness that the crew saved a lot of useless shots. He has been in many crews, and many directors don't know what they want at all, dare not make judgments, and only know to let the photographer shoot repeatedly back and forth. I have only a vague understanding of the adjustment of actors, lenses and lighting, and I have to rely on the photographer and lighting technician to try it out by themselves every time. It's fine if there are no problems. Once there are problems, the crew often has to stop working for several hours. Why do many actors say that the waiting time is too long? In fact, the shooting time is very short. It's mainly because they take too long to adjust the lighting and camera positions. But under Tang's high-intensity supervision, this situation does not exist at all. He can always find the problem incisively and then give a solution. So next, except for a few extras who were kicked out because of their poor psychological quality, everyone else finished their parts very quickly. When the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening, the whole scene was finally finished. Jessica, who was exhausted, immediately lay on the ground. Tang walked to her side, his expression returned to his usual appearance, but Jessica, who looked at him with her chin up, smiled bitterly. I know why you are called a devil, Tang, you scared me. But I won't feel sorry for it. Tang squatted down and helped her push away the bangs that blocked her eyes. Did you gain anything? Yes, it was a lot. Jessica admitted honestly. This may also be the reason why Tang's crew gradually became fixed, because here, you can really learn something, whether it is visual aesthetics, camera movement, or even acting, you can always learn what you want. Jessica found that Tang was basically unreserved on the set. If you have any questions, just ask him and he will give you an answer. He didn't hide everything, and he liked to explain some practical skills and principles to everyone. During every intermission, there would be crew members surrounding Tang to listen to his small class. In this atmosphere, many field staff can now handle some lighting problems, and a small worker has been promoted to photography assistant. This situation is very rare in other crews, because the default division of labor is detailed and each position is clearly defined. Everyone is only concerned with their own affairs. Even if they want to ask, no one will teach them. If they want to learn, they can only rely on their own understanding. She herself is one of the beneficiaries. Tang is also very good at training acting skills. He will perform it once to show Jessica, and then tell her how to capture that emotion. Jessica felt that she had learned a lot, so she didn't care much about Tang's devilish remarks. That's good. Tang smiled. But his next words made this smile become a dangerous signal in Jessica's eyes. We will continue shooting tomorrow. Half of the scenes are not finished yet. But you have to work harder this time. You can't just act cold and ruthless. OMG. Tang, can you tell me some good news? Of course it's good news, because it means you are about to finish shooting. Are you happy? Jessica covered her head and messed up her bangs in front of her face. She didn't look very happy. Unfortunately, things didn't develop according to her ideas. After a day, the shooting continued. The remaining scenes were the humorous plot that Tang mentioned. Although there were not as many actors in this scene as in the previous one, it focused more on the performance of a single actor. So the shooting of this scene took 2 days, and it was completely completed after entering the green screen studio to reshoot some. Just after Tang's new MV was announced to be completed, the Toronto Film Critics Association Award, which is known as the outpost of the Oscars in the industry, announced this year's winners. The musical Chicago shot by Tang is on the list. Chapter 117 Master's Bet. The Toronto Film Critics Association Awards have always been touted by the media as a preview of the Oscars, but in fact there are not too many award ceremonies with the same slogan. The New York Film Critics Association, the National Board of Review Awards, the Broadcast Film Critics Association Awards, the Screen Actors Guild Awards and the Golden Globe Awards are all known as Oscar weathervanes. The main reason is that the judges of the major Film Critics Association awards overlap, and there is not much difference in the taste of the award-winning movies. In addition, some awards will specifically bet on the Oscars, deliberately referring to the Oscar selection criteria to give their own answers. Just like the top high schools that bet on the college entrance examination questions every year, the success rate is not 100%, but the probability of 50% to 60% can still be achieved. Of course, the major associations generally bet on the awards that are more professional, such as actors, screenwriters, and directors. When it comes to the best film, the bet rate is relatively low. However, Since the Toronto Film Critics Association has a high bet rate in recent years, it is very favored by the media. When the award is announced, it immediately occupies most of the pages in Hollywood newspapers. Toronto Film Critics Association, Best Picture goes to Chicago. Best Actress goes to Renee Zellweger. Chicago has grossed over 100 million yuan, and has won 3 awards, including Best Picture, Best Actress, and Best Cinematography. Chicago has received rave reviews and won many awards, and the curse of the former photographer has failed. Tang looked at the third report carefully, which read, recently, the Toronto Film Critics Association Awards, known as the Oscar Outpost, were announced, and Chicago unexpectedly won the Best Picture, Best Cinematography, and Best Actress awards. Not only that, the film also won the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress awards from the New York Film Critics Association, the Broadcast Film Critics Association, and other associations for their outstanding performances. There is no doubt that this breaks the lies of the former photographer Tang. It also confirms what director Rob Marshall said. In fact, with so many awards, Chicago is only one step away from winning an Oscar. Let us look forward to the Golden Globe Awards in mid-January to see how far Chicago can go. Mid-January. Tang raised his eyebrows. Since 2003, the Golden Globe Awards have changed the award ceremony time. Before that, the awards were presented a few days before the Oscars. It seems that now that the Golden Globe Awards are becoming more and more influential, they are beginning to try to compete with the Oscars. In addition, although the newspapers say so, everyone with a discerning eye knows that Chicago will definitely win many awards at the Golden Globe Awards, because the Golden Globe Awards have special awards for musical comedy types, and this year only Chicago is a musical film that shines. Even if the judges are blind, they can't give this award to other movies just by listening to the music of Chicago. So basically, the Golden Globe Awards are equal to no suspense, and the only suspense is next year's Oscars. Such good news is of course exciting, especially for other members of the crew. Not long after, Tang received a call from director Rob. He seemed very excited on the phone. He is not very old, and this is his first real blockbuster, so he's eager to win. After chatting with him for a few words, Tang received another call from Scarlett. This chick has been very busy lately. He hasn't sent a message to her in a few days. Every time she opens her mouth, she speaks in a fierce and threatening way, but Tang doesn't have time to go to her. Great night, I didn't expect that you won the Best Cinematography Award for your first film. Congratulations. Scarlett's voice was a little lazy, sounding like she had just woken up. It's just an association award. Tang drank milk and leaned on the sofa. Just? Wow, it seems that my great knight doesn't care about it. Is he thinking about the Oscar? Of course. Do you think there's hope? Well. Scarlett pondered for a while and said, how about we make a bet? What do you say? Tang didn't know what interesting bet this chick was going to propose. Sure enough, Scarlett's bet was still not suitable for children. I was very satisfied with the punishment of the Great Knight last time, so if the Great Knight can win the Oscar, we will be in the Oscars hotel. I will play the role of a waiter. How about it? Tang whistled, no problem. It's settled, then you can't refuse whatever I ask you to do. Don't worry, I won't refuse. But the premise is that you can win. Scarlett chuckled a few times, as if questioning the possibility of Tang winning the award. It seems that some people really won't cry until they see the coffin. I like this sentence, but I'm not that kind of person. I'm sure to win this time. Scarlett didn't keep anyone in suspense. I know the orientation of the Oscars. They will definitely separate the awards. In my opinion, Chicago has a higher chance of winning the Best Picture, and perhaps it can also win the Best Art Direction and Best Costume Design. The Best Photography will definitely be given to other movies. Tang raised his eyebrows. He had to say that Scarlett guessed right. The original Oscars did belong to Chicago, and the Best Cinematography went to Road to Perdition. But in addition to that, the Best Supporting Actress went to Catherine Zeta-Jones. Renee Zellweger did not win any Oscars, but she won the Best Supporting Actress for Cold Mountain a year later. It can only be said that the fate of the two female characters in Chicago is really the same. But precisely because we know the original trajectory, the change in the result is so exciting. Tang smiled and said to Scarlett, let's wait and see, Miss Saint, maybe after the Oscars next year, you should call me Master. Master. Scarlett dragged out a charming tone, and this voice instantly gave Tang the goosebumps on his back. "I didn't expect the great knight to have such a hobby." "No problem, as long as you can win the best cinematography, you will be my master for the next year." "Okay, then it's settled." Tang didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. Just thinking about Scarlett calling him master in person is really a mouth-drying thing. After finishing the conversation with Scarlett, Tang answered Anne Hathaway's call again. She called him when she had time in the crew, but Scarlett was always occupying the phone, so she couldn't get through. "Tang, are you busy?" Tang put the empty milk bottle on the table. "Yes, a little, just like you. Those people in the crew also called me." "Haha, isn't that great? My Tang is now a famous photographer in Hollywood." Anne Hathaway laughed. "Yes, but this is just the beginning. By the way, Anne, do you have time to attend the Oscars? I miss you so much." Tang naturally wouldn't be a fool and ask Anne Hathaway about her specific schedule. Women are very sensitive in this regard, and asking directly will often only backfire. So he did the opposite and took the initiative to ask her to see her to make her happy. In this mood, she would not be alert, but would take the initiative to tell her about her arrangements. Just as Tang thought, Anne Hathaway was very pleased to hear this. "I also want to see you, but the movie is still in its infancy, and director Eastwood is very strict. I may not have time to attend the Oscars." "Well, that's a pity." Tang expressed his disappointment just right, and then said, "Then take care of yourself. I'm looking forward to seeing your movie." "Don't worry, Tang, I will." Anne Hathaway blew a kiss to Tang affectionately, and then hung up the phone. "Huh?" Tang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Scarlett and Anne Hathaway would not be able to meet at the Oscars. This was for the best. In the following days, Tang was dealing with Supreme Creative's advertising proposals. IPG had been in a slump since that failure, and even if the company's top management had changed a lot, it could not save its current reputation. "I heard that the board of directors had planned to change the company's shell." The situation at Hangmei Advertising was still deadlocked. While the two presidents were desperately trying to attract business for their own companies, they also tripped each other up, making their own customer base very unstable. In the entire New York advertising industry, only Ogilvy Advertising was as stable as a mountain, while Supreme Creative had been moving forward in small steps, recruiting a lot of creative personnel and sales, and running business from company to company every day in response to the consultation calls from the customer service lady. At this time, Supreme Creative was no longer limited to New York, because the previous advertisements in the United States had played a role. In just a few months, the company had added 5 new customers, all of which were first-line companies in the industry and were very high quality. So, while the iron is hot, Tang asked the company's sales staff to continue to dig deep for high-quality customers and gave them a lot of money as a reward. After he dealt with these things one by one, the call for the monster crew came. This time, unlike Chicago, Tang, as the art director, will follow up the entire process from the early storyboard of the film. The gathering place of the crew is still in New York, but this film will be shot in 2 regions. In addition to the United States, some scenes involve Germany. Tang rushed to the crew's office early in the morning. Before he entered the door, he saw a sloppy woman leaving the office from behind. She had long golden hair and her face could not be seen. She was still wearing gray short-sleeved shorts in winter, which made people feel a little strange. "Staff?" But Tang's keen vision noticed the unusualness of the woman. Her temperament when walking was not comparable to that of the staff. "Actor? But which actor would dress so sloppily?" With doubts, Tang knocked on the door and walked into the office. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the director of the film, Patty Jenkins. She was discussing something with the crew members holding a stack of storyboards. Chapter 118 Self-Destruction. "Don. Welcome to my movie." Patty Jenkins immediately stood up to welcome Don after seeing him, because Don is the most famous person in the crew besides the actors. After all, it is the newly released Best Cinematography Award. During this period, more than one association award has given Don this award. Several trophies have filled 20% of his 3-layer display cabinet at home. Now everyone is paying attention to how many awards Chicago will win at the Oscars. That's right, everyone has no doubts about Chicago winning awards, but they are just curious whether it can win the final Best Film of the Year. Born in such a movie, Don deserves respect. After a brief communication with Patty Jenkins and other crew members, Don sat next to the director to participate in the discussion. Done. What style do you think we should use to show the scenes in the movie? After explaining the plot, Patty began to ask Don's opinion. Tang kept thinking in his mind. This movie was adapted from a real person and a real event. The prototype was the notorious American serial killer Irene Wuornos. She killed 6 men in a row between 1989 and 1990 and was very famous in America. The movie unfolds from her own story. In the setting, the heroine Irene, played by Charlize Theron, is a woman with a miserable life. She was violated by her brother and grandfather since she was a child. At the age of 14, she was pregnant with a child of her grandfather's friend. It can be said that she was extremely miserable. But this was just the beginning. In her later life, she also became addicted to leaves. In order to make money to smoke leaves, she had to stand on the side of the road to provide special services for passing drivers. Yes, it was like the special profession of wearing sexy and revealing clothes on the roadside and give him love 5. Irene gradually became desperate in such a life. Just when she was desperate and planned to end her life, she met Shelby, who was equally lonely, in a gay bar. The two fell in love at first sight and became homosexuals after getting along for a while. In order to prevent Shelby from being humiliated by her profession and to satisfy her desire for money, Irene cleverly played the emotional card before the special service. As soon as she got on the car, she would take out photos of her 2 children and lie that they were her own children and that she was collecting money to pay for the trip to see them. Those drivers would often give her more tips out of sympathy, and she earned much faster than usual. She thought that life would get better step by step, but the damn life never let her go. During the last transaction, a perverted driver tied her to the woods and tortured her with various tools. Unable to bear the humiliation, she finally chose to kill the pervert with a gun. But it was precisely because of this move that her thoughts changed, from radical to extreme, and she began to kill frequently. But she always loved Shelby, and she did not say Shelby's name until she was caught by the police and sent to court. This is a movie that remains depressing and pessimistic from beginning to end. There is no awakening of women, nor any struggle of women. It is a complete tragedy. But Charlize Theron brought the protagonist Irene to life. She did not hesitate to destroy her image for this role, and changed from a delicate and beautiful woman to a fat, red-faced prostitute. Her image in the movie successfully broke through the imagination of all those who liked her. This is also the biggest reason why she won the Oscar for Best Actress. As we all know, if you want to win an Oscar, you have to subvert yourself. For example, Leonardo DiCaprio suffered a lot for this award. Thinking of this, Tang suddenly connected the figure who just walked out of the door with a movie clip in his memory, and subconsciously said, "Charlize is here." Yes. Patty was stunned for a moment and replied, "She just tried on makeup and is now removing it." No wonder. Tang said, "How could such a sloppy woman appear in this building?" It turned out to be Charlize Theron. But thinking about the image in the movie, Tang lost interest in it again, because Charlize's image in the movie Monster was too fierce, and it was a person who could not arouse any sexual desire when seen. Did you see her? You actually recognized her? To be honest, I couldn't recognize her after seeing her makeup test. Patty smiled, obviously very satisfied with Charlize's professionalism. I didn't recognize her either, I just guessed. I didn't expect it was really her. After Tang finished speaking, he turned back to the topic and said, "I think the color tone of this movie must follow the story. Patty, you should be more inclined to reality and authenticity, right?" Yes, this movie is realistic. It's not suitable for too bright colors. It doesn't matter. Although this is not Tang's best way to use colors, it doesn't mean that he has no way to solve it. Since he can't work on the colors, he will work on the lighting. He plans to borrow the lighting idea of the famous Korean movie Old Boy that will be filmed soon. Don't think it's something positive and sunny just because the name seems to be the same as the song of Chopstick Brothers. In fact, this movie is distorted to the extreme. The forbidden love with his biological daughter, various large-scale shots, and bloody and violent elements perfectly reflect the mental state of Koreans. At the same time, his long-shot fighting scenes and lighting are very classic, very suitable for the theme of the female devil with some horror elements. And the Korean things should not be used in vain, anyway. They are also taking things. Tang used it as a tit for tat. "I have thought of a general plan, Patty." Tang picked up the paper and explained to the lighting engineer on the scene, "We can boldly use a large light ratio environment, especially the shot of Irene killing. Imagine that when she killed for the first time, the light only covered her left eye. But as her killing became more rampant, the shadow on her face became larger and larger, until it covered most of her face. She stood in the shadow, looking coldly at the corpse on the ground. Her hands were full of blood, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Only the right eye was not covered by the shadow. The more Tangda talked, the more excited Patty's expression became. After he finished all his ideas, Patty clapped decisively. Very good. Tang, I like this lighting, let's shoot it like this. Then the lighting art of the film will be handed over to you, okay? Of course, no problem. The original version of the movie did not have the praised lighting design and art design. If it were not for Charlize Theron, this movie might have been drowned in the ocean of many B-level movies. Patty Jenkins is a new director after all, and her accumulation in this area is very insufficient. Just as a few people finished talking, the door opened and the sound of high heels came. Tangda looked back and raised his eyebrows. It was Charlize Theron who had taken off her makeup. The only difference from the sloppy look just now was that Charlize's face had regained its firmness and delicacy. Although she was not wearing makeup, her good looks could still be seen. The only pity was that her figure was several times larger than before. This was the price she paid for this play, gaining weight. No matter how beautiful a beauty is, her appearance will be reduced after gaining weight. Even Charlize Theron is no exception, but Tangda knew that this was only temporary, because she was a qualified and versatile actor, and she would lose weight after the filming was completed. Hello. Charlize Theron looked at Patty curiously after seeing Tangda. After learning Tangda's identity, her eyes lit up, and she shook hands with Tangda with a hearty smile. I seem to have heard of your name. It's Chicago. Right. Yes, that's right. Tangda nodded. I'm the photographer of Chicago. I've seen that movie, and I was deeply impressed by the lighting and the long shot at the beginning. Tangda shrugged. This is what I should do. So have you thought about how to design this movie? Charlize Theron's tone was a little expectant, because she attached great importance to this movie, or she was very optimistic about the script. There's so much room for the role of Irene to play, which is why she is willing to play the role even if the director has no experience. Of course, I have discussed it with Patty. Don't worry, Charlize, I will make you look very scary in the movie, the kind that scares children to tears. Ha ha ha. That couldn't be better. Happy cooperation, Tang. Happy cooperation, Charlize. Just as the crew of Monster was busy preparing, Raymond's new song was officially pressed and released. When the audiovisual store owner Dival saw the black and white album cover, he was stunned, because it was a photo of Raymond's previous album, but this time the red and blue color scheme was abandoned and black and white were used instead. It looked like the colors of a funeral. Dival knew that Raymond was dead and this song was his last legacy, but he didn't expect it to be so ingenious. Will the MV also be black and white? Dival complained with a skeptical attitude, then stuffed it into the DVD and played it. 3 minutes later, Dival covered his ears and stared at the blue TV screen in amazement, not knowing what to say. WTF? Is this serious? He really couldn't control his inner shock, hugged his head and shouted, is this fucking real? OMG. This song is it just makes me don't know how to evaluate it. It's awesome, in every sense. After watching this MV, music critic Tony immediately updated a music review in his blog. However, this music review did not discuss any musicality at all, and all the emphasis was placed on the MV. I really can't believe it, it's just the beginning of the year. It's just January. Tang has presented everyone with a wonderful feast that can never be replicated. The playful form, the crazy performance, the happy killing, and the low singing of the dead, like the devil in hell, it really makes me indescribable. I just felt my scalp tingling after watching it. Really, I think any words are pale in front of this MV. I recommend everyone to watch it. Don't just listen to the song. Watch the MV. Only then can you feel this ultimate charm. I think this year's MTV Award still belongs to Tangda, because I dare not think about what kind of work can beat it. There is no such work at all. I said. Chapter 119, Arrogant. When Mirren and Judy arrived at the music store, they saw two people protesting there. One of them was a bald black boy yelling, "Hey, Duval. How can you change the disc? You are stopping us from seeing our favorite bikini photos of beautiful women." That's right. The short bespectacled boy raised his neck and protested, "I must criticize these photos harshly today, from head to butt, and from butt to feet. Dude, you don't have to focus on the butt, It will only expose your sexual fetish. The bald black man persuaded his companion in a voice that was not concealed at all. Bespectacled looked at him sideways. When did I say I like butts? Although those two round and perky pieces are as delicious as jelly, when did I say I like them? Pa. The bald black man slapped his forehead. Okay, you've exposed yourself completely. Duval walked up to the two of them with a black and white album in his hand. Understand, this is my store, I can play whatever I want, okay? And you two always just come in to look and never buy. Do you think you can hide it from me? You talk as if we are like those men who only rub against you but can't get in. This is a personal insult to me. Bespectacled was very angry when he heard this, and stood on tiptoe to confront Duval. As a result, Duval shrugged his shoulders. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. He suddenly laughed sinisterly. You didn't even have the chance to say rub. Damn it. Four-eyed boy jumped up and stretched out his hand to hit someone, but was stopped by the bald black man. Hey, Putchy, calm down. Calm down, you know? Be good, don't move. You should be honest, instead of having a manic attack like now. But four-eyed boy Putchy had no intention of stopping, and was still grinning at Duval and growling like a dog. Roar. Madden, don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Mirren and Judy walked to the counter, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but complain to Judy, he seems to be training a dog. Yeah, you're right. Judy looked at him and then laughed. When Duval turned around and saw the two, he immediately smiled. Oh. Look who's here, Mirren, Judy. Are you going to buy a new album today? Yes, let's see what new albums there are. As soon as Mirren finished speaking, Duval immediately raised the CD in his hand. Then you must see this, you will be surprised. What? Whose singer is this? Mirren considered himself a senior music fan, and he had heard all kinds of songs and watched all kinds of MVs. Even in last year's MV year, only Avril's SK8er Boy and Eminem's Without Me surprised him. He felt that the others were novel but could not surprise him. So when Duval said that there was a song that would surprise him, Mirren couldn't help but become curious. You've heard his song, Makeover. Duval put the CD into the DVD. Mirren thought of the CD and the singer he had collected, but he was a little confused. But I remember he had an accident. Did he pass away? He actually has a new song. Raymond didn't have many fans, but even so, the news of his death still made many people who liked the Makeover feel sad. Some people even ran to the neighborhood where Raymond lived to send flowers. That's right. Duval picked up the remote control and pressed the play button. This is his last song. And it's also the MV directed by Tang. Tang? Then I'm interested. Mirren is a Tang fan. He has collected all of Tang's works. When Tang won the MTV award, he was also very excited, as if he had seen a treasure dug out from the ground and blooming with its original brilliance. Judy didn't have any expression, just sipped the juice and looked at the TV along the two people's line of sight. Sizzle. The beginning of the MV was a stage play. Under the red velvet curtain, clowns appeared one by one. They were of different skin colors, both men and women, wearing heavy makeup, dancing on the stage to the low prelude of the song, and lifted the curtain with their hands. The next moment, the song title appeared. Arrogant. Mirren nodded his chin, thinking that this name really matched the Makeover. Madden and Putchy, who were still noisy, also quieted down after the song was played. Other customers who bought CDs couldn't help but stop after seeing the name. And then everyone saw the prison scene revealed after the stage curtain was opened. The beautiful Jessica Alba was standing in the trial seat in a sexy yellow tight skirt. Opposite her were many judges in red robes whose faces were not clearly visible due to the direct light from the top. They were the clowns who appeared on the stage before, but at this moment, their identities were different and they became the judges who were high above. I'm not guilty. Jessica had just said these three words when the rhythm of the song missed a beat, and then Raymond's rap sounded. They say my songs are like shit, like a sandwich in yesterday's vomit. The lyrics are not worth mentioning, like a booger that is useless. They also say that my voice is like a duck, quacking, but it still doesn't make any sense. But, fuck it, why should I follow the instructions of these shit guys? As the voices rang out, the judges stood up one by one to sentence Jessica's crimes, and with the announcement of each crime, Jessica would lose a piece of clothing. Four-eyed Putchy and bald Madden watched intently. But the next second when Jessica's last piece of clothing disappeared, they did not see what they wanted to see, but a big FBI logo blocked Jessica's body, leaving only smooth shoulders and bare arms. FXXK. The two of them raised their middle fingers to the screen in unison, but such a scene attracted more customers to come and watch. Even though the music was a bit harsh, the MV was really attractive enough. Everyone watched Jessica being put on prisoner's clothes and tied with heavy shackles, and about to enter the prison like a real prisoner. But at this moment, the song changed and entered the next stage. All of you idiots combined are no match for the AK-47 in my hand. I will shoot you all and lay you in front of the supermarket as human footpads. Oh, wait, I thought of a riddle, but there's a premise. You can't spray me in the face. What is the synonym of Dylan? A puzzled sound effect sounded in the background of the song, followed by a series of wonderful attacks by Jessica, killing a guard, and then putting on a yellow training suit, holding two AKs and blowing down the prison wall. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire and rap appeared together. It's monkey, noisy and chattering. If you don't give him a banana, he will take out his own penis as a banana, but he doesn't think about how short he is. Even his wife is complaining about his badness. So noisy. He should learn to shut up, otherwise let me use songs to make him sleep forever. Jessica walked into the dojo with a Tang sword in her hand. The judges in red clothes were sitting together. They didn't put on makeup and restored their original appearance. In the middle of them were various wanted lists, not only Raymond, but also Eminem, and other singers who were not favored by mainstream critics. After seeing Jessica escape from prison, the judges immediately stood up. Without any extra words, they drew samurai swords and various weapons from their waists and rushed straight towards her. At the same time, the music reached its climax, and Raymond's originally suppressed voice was completely released. Haughty. Overthrow everything. Haughty. Overthrow everything. Haughty. Overthrow everything. I look at people with my nose, and I want to treat all the clowns' heads as garbage. I will overthrow everything and chop all the trolls to the ground. Bloody slaughter, shoot all those who don't like it. Facing the red judges, Jessica swung her blade. Her yellow training suit was particularly conspicuous against a black background. Every time she swung it, it would pass over the neck of a judge, and green blood would splatter. Red, green, black, yellow. When the camera zooms out, everyone seems to have become a flag on the chessboard, but in the enemy's wave, only Jessica, the only yellow chess piece, goes against the current. The judges died one by one under the blade. This series of shots was extremely violent, with various hammers breaking arms, dismembering limbs, and Jessica catching the knife with her bare hands and holding the judge's head to the ground. Every frame and every second highlights the word violence to the extreme. Those actions make everyone feel phantom pain, but because the blood is not red, it looks a bit funny, eliminating the bloody feeling. As the song enters the end, Jessica nails the judges to the wall one by one with a knife, and Dylan is the first to bear the brunt. With a long beard and a hooked nose, the image of the actor in the MV is very similar to Dylan in real life. With a hood covering it, it is really hard to tell whether it is real or fake. After Jessica nailed him, she quickly punched him at his various weaknesses, just like hitting a sandbag. Finally, she pinched Dylan's neck and turned it. With a crack, Dylan involuntarily lowered his head and fell into eternal silence. After getting rid of Dylan, Jessica used various methods to kill other people, one by one, music critics, one by one radio DJ, one by one media. Anyone who had criticized Raymond was killed. If the Chicago crew watched it, they might find that there was a person who looked very much like Diane. After everyone was dealt with, Jessica returned to the prison and smashed all the judgment seats. Then at the end of Raymond's curse on various villains, Jessica rushed out of the stage and destroyed the entire stage with an AK. Da da da. The red velvet curtain floated in the air and was pierced by bullets. When Jessica turned and left, it fell to the ground, and the camera zoomed in. Everyone suddenly found that the arrangement of bullet holes on the curtain was the title of this song. Arrogant. There are two lyrics that pay tribute to Eminem's Yellow. Chapter 120 Venting Sarcasm. WTF. Bald black man Madden covered his head with his hands in shock, and the others who watched the MV on TV had the same expression. Mirren had the same expression, and even Judy's eyes widened, as if she had seen a ghost. What song is this? What MV is this? Everyone was confused, and then it was as if Jessica's blade had slashed through them, and the name of the MV came back to their memories. Insolent. OMG. What the hell is this? Why do I feel this song is so bad, but it's just so brainwashing? Insolent, overthrow everything. Yeah, you're right, and that MV. God, it's so violent. So cool. I feel like I'm going to orgasm with it. I've never seen such violent scenes. But why is the blood green? Why? It's crazy. I feel that this song is like this, and the director seems to be like this too. How on earth did he think of letting such a delicate beauty shoot a fight scene? But I have to admit that she fights very happily. Everyone felt excited and confused. If you use one sentence to describe their feelings after watching the MV, it would be, in what kind of mental state did the director create the MV? Thinking of this, Miran came back to his senses and asked Duval, who was watching, "Is this song directed by Don?" "Yes." Duval spread his hands. It's unbelievable that Don can actually make action movies. And he shoots them so well. Miran has gradually figured out why this song brings such a complex emotional experience to people. The main reason is that Raymond's accompaniment is too fucking explosive, and his rap is too fucking brainwashing. When watching this MV and the song together, people will have the illusion of a magic sound piercing their ears. At the same time, they will sigh that this song does not seem to be worthy of such a cool MV, but after watching it, he wants to watch it again, even if it is a torture for him who does not listen to death metal music at all. But it is precisely because of the pain and happiness that people are more entangled. At this time, everyone who has not yet come to their senses also feels the same. Then the TV starts to loop after the end of the playing of the personnel list. After watching it for the second time, Madden muttered, "Haughty, overthrow everything." Four-eyed Pucci gestured back and forth with his hands like blades. "Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Haughty, overthrow everything. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill." The two people seemed to have been completely brainwashed into the appearance of the MV, howling in front of the TV, embarrassing themselves, and they were just short of sweeping their noses with their fingers to become Bruce Lee. "So, do you want to buy this album?" Dival turned his head and looked at Miran. Miran looked at Judy. "I won't buy it. This song is too bad, and I don't like blood." Judy wrinkled her nose and rejected Dival's proposal. But the next moment, she saw Miran turn back quickly. "I'll buy it. 3 copies. Halixi. Boss. I'll buy it too. And me, leave 5 for me. I'll play them at various parties." "That's right, parties. Massacres. That's how it should be. I want to." Judy stared in amazement at these men waving their money excitedly, as if they must get this album. She couldn't understand it. Even the stingy Pucci and Madden took out money to buy an album each, which was even more active than buying their photo albums, and there were many people like them. After the release of the song Haughty, most girls' comments on this song were terrible, while most boys' comments on this song were terrible, but not completely terrible. The key is that this song is very cool. Whether listening or watching, they can vent their emotions hysterically in the explosive music and the visual effects of large color differences. Especially those things and people in life that are not pleasing to the eye. Everyone has experienced and been frustrated, but they can't vent in person. As a result, after watching the MV of this song, without exception, everyone's unhappy emotions were vented with a shot of Jessica slashing people. So when Jessica's name became known to everyone, she was immediately praised by fans as the goddess of killing. She has seen her name in reports many times in the past few days, both in the music industry and Hollywood. The main reason is that The Hollywood Reporter recently published an article, which made the extremely bloody and violent scenes in the MV quickly break the circle and become well known by people in the Hollywood circle. A new aesthetic of bloody violence. The strong contrast formed by the extreme colors and simple movements. Generally speaking, any new style is born from movies, and then spreads to outside industries and becomes well known. For example, John Woo's violent aesthetics, Hitchcock's horror art, and Stephen Chow's nonsensical style. But this time it was different. When some Hollywood media people saw the style of this MV, they searched for it in their past works, but they did not find any movies with similar styles. Although there are shadows of Quentin in the MV shot by Tang, it is not completely based on Quentin. There are no bloody plots of picking out eyeballs and digging out hearts and lungs, but various bone percussion techniques instead. Coupled with the extreme single-color contrast, this feeling is more like a new direction that is a mixture of various styles. It is precisely because of this that it has attracted a small range of attention in Hollywood. After The Hollywood Reporter published an article, more media began to pay attention to this MV and express their own views and opinions. At the same time, the music scene was also stirred up by this song. On the one hand, Tang's new MV is indeed good enough, and on the other hand, the listening experience of this song is indeed bad enough. Many music critics said that the song and the MV cannot be put together, and should be viewed separately. The production and style of the song itself are indeed unacceptable. But they couldn't say anything more radical, because the singer Raymond was dead, and died in an accident. Are they going to use him as a target to whip his corpse? Even the music tabloids couldn't do such a thing, so a strange thing happened. In all the newspapers, everyone only discussed the topic of the MV. It seemed that no one cared whether the song was good or not. For example, the review of this song published by Billboard Music was titled In the Name of Irony, a work of catharsis. If the most unexpected thing at the beginning of 2003 is that the MTV Award winner Tang shot a new MV that killed all the judges. This is really crazy. Many newspapers said that Tang was just like the title of the song, arrogant and challenging the bottom line of all music critics and judges. He was just flattered after winning the award, but I think it's more than that. Because from the various details of this MV, it can be found that this is by no means a simple massacre of the opposing judges, but more of a satire of the current weirdness of the music industry. New singers are always accompanied by meaningless controversies full of speculation and contempt. Why do you say that? Let's deconstruct the elements in the film one by one. The first one is of course the award stage. Several clowns appear on stage, obviously talking about those critics. As the curtain opens, we can see the dark courtroom, and Jessica stands in the trial seat. What does this mean? It means that the so-called award stage shows the public a trial. It has deviated from the original award context and has become a siege of the new generation by the public. And those clowns have also become chief judges, but they are not wearing black robes, but red robes, which shows that their original intention is to become famous. As for the truth of the trial, it is not important. Then there is the trial. Jessica's clothes are stripped off. We can see that no one has performed this action. This means that the judges only used their mouths to complete it. This is easy to understand, because various critics rely on their mouths in articles to complete the hunt for the new generation of new-style singers. Then there is the fight scene, breaking through the prison wall. When Jessica came to the karate hall, the group of judges were sitting on the ground. There were various lists and portraits in the middle of the crowd, like wanted lists. Those people represent their targets, which indirectly proves what I said, that this is a group of critics who make a living by satirizing the new style and the new generation. Then there was a hearty fight and killing. Those guys in red robes spurted green blood. Obviously, they were not real people, they were just monsters. The whole MV didn't come to an end until Jessica killed these monsters and smashed their judgment seat, which could be said to be the platform on which they survived, and destroyed this ridiculous award ceremony stage. After watching the entire MV, although Raymond's singing, to be honest, is not pleasant to the ear, the lyrics and the MV are well combined, even though it is full of swear words and dirty jokes that are not suitable for children. But this is the attitude of the new generation, just like Eminem, who has been under criticism since his debut. In fact, criticizing him has even become a kind of correctness in the music industry. Because some critics are very afraid that this new form of song will subvert their own aesthetics, cognition and status. In order to protect the old order, they must desperately suppress the new style, until the new style becomes the choice of the public, and the new judges replace the old judges, and then a new round of reincarnation begins. So I can give full marks to Tang's MV. As for this year's MTV Awards, to be honest, it would be more interesting if this song was not awarded, because this proves that it successfully satirized everything. After the article was published, the sales of Billboard Music magazine continued to rise. Music critics seemed to have found a new angle to interpret the MV, so they came out one after another to satirize those old critics who were self-righteous and looked down on everything. And the readers were really supportive. The sales of all newspapers that had such remarks increased, making them smile. Singers in the music industry also expressed their support one by one, especially rappers. Jay-Z, Nelly and others all expressed their own comments on the song. They all did not comment on the song itself, but only commented on the lyrics and the MV. Only Eminem expressed regret, saying that if Raymond had not died, maybe they could have collaborated on a song. Of course, it was the kind where Raymond wrote the lyrics and Eminem sang. Everyone was remembering Raymond, and those people even went to Raymond's tombstone to pay their respects. In the deep remembrance of Raymond, only Dylan. His lungs were about to explode. Chapter 121 Temporary Guidance. After several articles were rejected by Bay Music magazine, Dylan chose to publish a rant on his personal blog. Shitta songs, shitta MVs, Raymond is just blaspheming music. Director Tang is also blaspheming the MV. Look at what they did, a meaningless venting, nailing all the music critics to the wall and killing them. Then what? Without criticism, praise is meaningless. Even if they kill me in the MV, I will use my voice to shout out the syllables of resistance. This is a bunch of shit without any aesthetic sense. I can't stand such music being sought after. Think about those young people, think about their future. Under the influence of this kind of music, the whole person will only become radical and unable to listen to opinions. In the long run, the music industry will become inferior. However, the day after Dylan expressed his views, his fans suddenly found that their idol who would rather die than surrender had changed his face, and actually began to confess his criticism of Raymond and Tang in his blog. Sorry, I regret the arrogant mistake I made. Raymond's new song is great. Both his voice and lyrics prove his ability and he deserves the Grammy Award. These words were undoubtedly shocking, and as the gossip spread, everyone heard that the reason why Dylan changed his words was because he received a large sum of money. This made his reputation plummet to the bottom, and he was directly banned from publishing articles and comments by magazines, and he himself never published any news through his blog again. Although others did not know, Tang knew the reason. It was very simple. Davis took action. He was still fearless. He dared to secretly follow Dylan with a gun, and then put the gun to the temple of the music critic and asked him to write a blog to confess. If Slow and Badman had not helped to pay for the aftermath and threatened with leaves, he would have been sued by Dylan and spent his whole life in prison. It must be said that since his brother Raymond died, he could no longer tolerate anyone's opinions about his brother. After this incident, the evaluation of the song by the music critics did not fluctuate. In just 1 week, Hottie landed at number 12 on the Billboard, and rose straight to number 3 on the Billboard, although its ranking performance was not as good as Tang's previous works. However, the benefits he could get far exceeded the other works. Kian estimated that it would bring Tang millions of dollars in income in the next year. This is income that belongs to him alone. When Tang heard the good news from Giorgio, he felt a little excited and clenched his fist. Tang, there's a call for you. Suddenly someone came to remind Tang. It was the crew of the crew. Who is it? Tang was a little confused. If it was his friend, he would definitely call his cell phone instead of calling the crew. But if it wasn't someone familiar, he wouldn't think of anyone calling him. But all this was solved after answering the phone. Tang. I'm Quentin. Quentin Tarantino. Tang was very familiar with this voice because he had seen the classic video of this guy speaking Chinese. That's right, Tang. I didn't know your phone number, so I went directly to the crew. What do you want? Tang. I saw your MV. The colors are great. You made up what I need most, so Tang. I need a little help. When Quentin finished speaking, Tang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the MV could bring him such an unexpected gain. Being a temporary art director for Quentin's crew? It sounds good, so Tang agreed immediately. No problem, but the filming of The Devil Wears Prada is about to start, and I have very little time, only 1 week. It's a bit nervous, but it doesn't matter. Tang. I only need you to shoot 1 scene. In that case, no problem. Great. Tang, I'll ask someone to buy you a plane ticket. The scene that Quentin was talking about was naturally the classic scene of killing 100 people. The movie has not yet filmed this clip, so when he saw Tang's work, he was immediately hooked. This is the effect he has always dreamed of achieving, and there is also a new feeling, the feeling of large contrast colors. If it can be incorporated into his own movie, it will definitely enhance the viewing experience. After receiving Quentin's invitation, Tang did not delay. After taking care of the matters on the side of the monster crew, he took a plane to Quentin's crew. There are several locations for Kill Bill: Tokyo, China and America. At this time, Quentin and his team had finished filming the scenes in America and went to Tokyo, and were setting up the scene of killing 100 people. The plane soon arrived in Tokyo from New York. As soon as Tang landed, he saw a thin man holding a sign with New York, Tang waiting for him at the exit. Hello. Tang stepped forward and stretched out his hand to greet him, but the man simply bent down and bowed widely, and said in classic Japanese English, "Welcome to Tokyo, I'm the crew's stage manager, Ogawa Suji." Tang raised his eyebrows. This felt really good. You know, when he came to Tokyo in his previous life, he didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. Seeing that Tang didn't speak, Ogawa Sugji raised his head with a warm smile on his face, and stretched out his hand to guide him. Mr. Norton. This way, please. Okay. Tang put on his sunglasses again, watched Ogawa Sugji take the suitcase, walk in front and lead him all the way to the parking lot. Get in the car. Ogawa Sugji opened the car door like a diligent service staff, and put his hand on the door frame to prevent Tang from hitting his head. Thank you. Tang sat in the car with satisfaction. Ogawa Sugiji put the suitcase away, sat in the driver's seat, and drove towards the crew. Along the way, Ogawa Sugiji asked Tang from time to time whether the car was bumpy and whether he needed water. He was very considerate, which made Tang decide that Tokyo people's education was really good. They did not go to the Gonpachi Tavern where the crew was filming at the first time, but checked into a 5-star hotel first. After Ogawa Sugiji put the luggage away, at Tang's request, the two arrived at the filming location of the crew. As soon as he entered the door of the tavern, he saw the familiar environment. The simple and dark Edogal period decoration style, with artificial bamboo forests and black leather mats, and various low eaves formed the overall appearance of the tavern. At a glance, it felt depressing and solemn. While entering the crew, Tang also saw several familiar faces. For example, Uma Thurman, who was on the white stage in front of him, holding a samurai sword and wearing a yellow training suit, and Lucy Liu, who was wearing a black kimono not far away. They were rehearsing with a martial arts director before filming. They were tied with wires so that they could do various aerial moves. Quentin, with his iconic high hairline, came over and gave Tang a warm hug as soon as he saw her. Hey. Tang. It's me. Tang nodded, and the next second he was hugged by Quentin. Oh, great. Man, I love the MV you directed, and Chicago, the shots in it are super cool. Thank you. Tang smiled. It seems that Quentin has done his homework these days and learned about the movies he has filmed. After the greetings, Quentin continued, you came at the right time, Tang. There's a problem that needs to be solved now. What problem? Tang didn't expect that he would be forced to do something as soon as he arrived. Quentin was really direct. Here. Look, I want to use large blocks of color to highlight Uma Thurman's clothes, but... Just as the two were discussing, the crew members around and Uma Thurman, who had just finished the rehearsal, also saw the stranger. Who is this? She put down the samurai sword in her hand, a little confused. In her impression, although director Quentin was often excited on the set, he usually directed others to implement his ideas. But now he was not very talkative, and it seemed more like he was asking for advice from Tang, as if this young man was a teacher. Ogawa Sugiji walked over attentively and answered, it's the art director invited by director Quentin. His name is Tang Norton, but outsiders call him Don. Don. Uma Thurman nodded, thank you. You're welcome. Miss Uma, it's my honor. Uma Thurman was a little uncomfortable with Ogawa Sugi's respectful attitude. She had been here for so many days but still couldn't get used to the strange enthusiasm of Tokyo people. Especially that smile, it was very fake. Turning her head, she saw Lucy Liu walking towards her in wooden clogs. Lucy Liu knew Tang and immediately introduced him to Uma Thurman after seeing him. He is Tang. He was the photographer in Chicago before, and I made a guest appearance in that movie. Chicago? I remember that this movie seemed to be very controversial. Uma Thurman has been in closed training for the past few months and doesn't know much about Hollywood. That's right, but it turns out that Chicago is a good movie, and Tang is also a very good photographer. I am optimistic that he will win the Oscar for Best Cinematography this year. Even though Lucy Liu didn't work with Tang much, she had a very good impression of Tang. Really? Uma Thurman just finished speaking when she heard director Quentin Tarantino suddenly say a big Chinese sentence not far away. Awesome. What? She and Lucy Liu turned their heads and saw that Quentin was excitedly asking Tang for advice. Tang. Newbie. Is this pronunciation correct? Tang, you are really awesome. Is that right? The director was like a child who got a new toy, his eyebrows flying with joy. Ha ha ha, Quentin, your pronunciation is quite standard. Yes, newbie. So when I get to China, as long as I think the whole person is awesome, or the scene is beautiful, I can use these two words. Of course. Tang completed the achievement of teaching Quentin to speak Chinese ahead of time. Just now, after he solved Quentin's doubts, the two of them talked about China and customs. So Tang suddenly had an idea and told Quentin these two words. As a result, Quentin was very happy and kept saying newbie. In America, if you want to express that someone is awesome, you say super cool. I didn't expect that the Chinese actually said newbie, but what exactly does newbie mean, Tang? Chapter 122 Tokyo Reception. Newbie, well, to put it simply, it means literal, newbie. Do you understand, Quentin? Tangda tried to use clean language to teach Quentin. Quentin spread his hands, so that's what it means, but I'm still curious, why do we use newbie to describe someone who is very powerful? Maybe because it's big enough. Tangda joked, and then said seriously, this word evolved from the ancient fertility worship in the long history of China. It is considered a neutral word. For example, if you see a person who is very good at kung fu, you can praise him as newbie, and if you see a naked pervert, you can also say newbie. Just like what we often say WTF, OMG. Its meaning itself is shock, admiration, it all depends on the context in which the user uses it. So that's it, I understand, newbie, Tang. Quentin applied what he learned and immediately gave a thumbs up to praise Tangda. The two boasted for a while and found that they had similar tastes. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Especially when it comes to the topic of women, Quentin seems even more excited. Done. What do you think is the sexiest part of a woman's body? It's the feet, no doubt about that. Tangda said his thoughts without any hesitation. Quentin looked at Tangda with wide eyes. Wow, you think the same as I do, Tang. Yes, it should be the feet. Tangda smiled. He knew Quentin's little fetish very well. In every one of his movies, there will be female stars' bare feet. Whether it is the bare feet when dancing in Pulp Fiction, the bare feet of killing hundreds of people in Kill Bill, or the various close-ups of bare feet in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it is enough to prove that Quentin is an out-and-out foot fetishist. In addition, there is something more exciting. In From Dusk Till Dawn, written by him, Quentin plays a killer with mental problems. He met a voluptuous dancer in a bar. When the dancer stood on the table and danced, he looked at the dancer infatuatedly. Then the dancer poured the red wine on her knees, stretched out her feet, and put it into Quentin's mouth. The red wine flowed into his mouth along her feet, and he looked like he was enjoying it. Even his favorite actor and good friend Brad Pitt joked at an awards ceremony, thanks to my colleagues, Margot Robbie's feet, Margaret Wally's feet, and Dakota Fanning's feet. To be honest, Quentin has asked more women to take off their shoes than the Federal Transportation Security Administration of the United States. This matter will be known to everyone in the future, and Quentin does not feel ashamed. Even if he meets a fan and asks Quentin to sign her bare feet, Quentin is willing to do so. It can be said that he really loves bare feet deeply. However, Tangda is not so addicted. For him, every part of a woman is beautiful, and he appreciates every part. And compared to bare feet, he prefers black silk. White silk is too thin, red silk is too coquettish, flush silk is not as good as bare legs, and black is more mysterious, unknown, and full of temptation. After a brief exchange with Quentin, the other actors were finally ready. Quentin reluctantly stopped talking to Tangda and picked up the microphone to start working. Tangda was also watching the filming process of Kill Bill nearby. Quentin's directing style was not as irritable as Tangda, nor as calm as Rob. He was like a big monkey, running around in different corners all the time, telling the crew members and actors about his ideas. At the same time, he often popped out various old movies as examples so that others could understand his intentions. For Tangda, this efficiency was undoubtedly slower, but it was much better than Rob. In the evening, after a scene was filmed, Quentin enthusiastically invited Tangda to drink. Since he came to Tokyo, of course he had to go to the izakaya, and Tangda had no objection. Quentin also called Uma Thurman and Lucy Liu, but the two women were not interested in drinking. They wanted to go to the most prosperous Ginza shopping mall in Tokyo. So in the end, there were only Tangda and Quentin, but just when they were about to leave, Ogawa Sudake suddenly jumped out. Please wait a moment. Sorry. Without saying a word, he bowed first, then smiled in the two people's puzzled eyes and said, the president of Haripro is waiting for you two in karaoke. I wonder if you two would be willing to do me the honor of coming forward. Tangda and Quentin looked at each other. What the hell, Quentin? I don't know. Quentin was also a little confused, then he came over and explained in a low voice, Ogawa is a local expert introduced by Tokyo Partner Company. He knows this place very well. He arranged the hotel and venue. Maybe someone wants to meet us through him. But what does this have to do with me? Tangda frowned. I'm just a temporary art director. Who knows, Tang, but I think why not let the guest follow the host's wishes? Let the guest follow the host's wishes? Quentin, you are really an expert on China. You know all these idioms. I like Chinese idioms, awesome. Well, he can't swallow us up, so let the guest follow the host's wishes. After the discussion, Quentin stood up and said, "Let's go, Ogawa." Ogawa Suzuki's smile widened, and he nodded, "Hi. Please come this way." After they went out, a stretched Lincoln stopped in front of the door. After Tangda and Quentin got in the car, they were amazed by the scene in front of them and exclaimed wow before they could feel the red sofa of this luxurious Lincoln. Because right opposite them, there were two twin sisters sitting, with the same sweet faces, the same ponytail hairstyle, and wearing dark purple high-slit cheongsams, revealing a pair of wide and flawless thighs. Tang, is this the Asian way of hospitality? Quentin rolled his throat, and slowly sat down on the sofa with his hands. Tangda seemed much calmer, but he had not seen the twins plot much, so he could only curl up his lips. This is the unique hospitality of Tokyo people, but you have to be careful, they often pay more, and they pay more, you know, damn capitalism. Yeah, that's right, damn capitalism. Quentin agreed very much, but at the same time, his tone was accompanied by enjoyment. Ogawa Suji was no longer the driver this time, but sat in the co-pilot seat. He smiled and said to the two of them, "These two, on the left is elder sister Suzuki Mitomi, and on the right is younger sister Suzuki Fuki. They are very skilled in foot skills and can definitely meet the needs of the two distinguished guests and relieve your fatigue. Please enjoy it slowly." When he finished speaking, the two sisters said at the same time, "Excuse me for being rude. Forgive me for being rude." After that, they reached out to take off Tangda and Quentin's shoes, and considerately helped them take off their socks. Then they took out a basin of water sprinkled with flower petals from under the seat and let the two of them soak their feet. Huh? Quentin used to look at other women's beautiful feet, but now it was his turn and he felt a little shy. Tangda could face it easily, after all, he was an experienced driver, and this kind of foot massage was a small matter. He was just curious whether the skills of these two girls could catch up with the foot massage skills in Sichuan and Chongqing in China. Soon, in the very stable car, the two finished washing feet within 5 minutes. What followed was the formal foot massage session, tisk. Feeling a pair of soft and boneless little hands kneading his feet vigorously, Quentin's face suddenly wrinkled into a ball, with a sense of comfort and pain emanating from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps foot massage is the most primitive SM game of mankind. It was just that when he was tortured by the slight soreness and pain and couldn't speak, Tangda was chatting and laughing, and he talked to Suzuki Mitomi in fluent Japanese. "Yuanmani, how old are you this year?" Suzuki Mitomi looked at Tangda in surprise. She did not expect that this guest could speak such standard Japanese. However, she had been trained and did not show her emotions too much. She answered honestly, "I am 19 years old." "Where is your sister?" Tangda looked at Suzuki Fuki. "She is 1 minute younger than me." "How many years have you learned this craft?" 3 years. "Have you been learning this craft since you were 16 years old?" Tangda pondered for a while and asked tentatively, "For 3 years, your life in the group must have been boring, right?" "No, we are living well, sir." Suzuki Mitomi had just finished answering when she vaguely realized that she seemed to have leaked some information, and immediately lowered her head and closed her mouth. And because of the soundproof glass in the front row, Ogawa Sujiji did not hear what Suzuki Mitomi said. Only Tangda nodded secretly. Sure enough, in Tokyo, the only guys who can have such financial resources and are so particular about pomp and circumstance are those underworld organizations. I don't know whether it is the Yamaguchi-gumi or the Sumiyoshi-kai. In fact, he only learned about this history when he played the Yakuza series of games in college. Before 2003, Kabukicho was the largest entertainment area in Tokyo and a world-famous red light district. Various gangs competed for dominance in this area. Among them, the Sumiyoshi-kai was the most powerful. According to statistics, in the Kabukicho area, there are about 120 offices of the Japanese gang Sumiyoshi-kai and other organizations, and there are 1,000 gang members active in the town. This is a very terrifying number, and there are also many organized crimes involving foreigners. However, after 2003, the Immigration Bureau of Japan launched a strong crackdown on this, and at the end of 2004, the government launched a large-scale crackdown on Kabukicho. Many illegal custom shops, adult shops, etc. were closed. The Kabukicho Renaissance Plan was launched with the purpose of large-scale redevelopment and expelling underworld organizations from Kabukicho. But even so, the underworld is still rampant in this area. It was not until 2020 that the government and the police department decided to strike hard at the entire Kabukicho in order to ensure the absolute safety of the Tokyo Olympics and seek complete purification. So at this moment, the underworld still firmly controls Kabukicho and various red light districts to carry out illegal actions. Sisters like Suzuki are one of the epitomes. But this has nothing to do with Tangda. He just wants to know what this gangster wants to do with himself and Quentin, especially himself, who doesn't seem to be famous. Why was he invited? Or is Quentin the main target, and he is just incidental? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Guishuliashang. 30 minutes later, the car arrived at one of Tokyo's most expensive restaurants, Kuroki. If they had taken a taxi for this trip, Tangda and Quentin would have spent hundreds of dollars. The Suzuki sisters had been massaging the two of them all the way, but there was nothing fancy about it. At most, they sat between Tangda's legs and put his thighs on their legs to knead them carefully. However, smelling her fragrance and feeling the tenderness of her thighs up close made people feel excited. For example, Quentin kept telling Tangda jokes from time to time, and it seemed that he was trying his best to avoid embarrassing himself. After getting off the car, without the service of the Suzuki sisters, he was still savoring the charm of foot art, and subconsciously asked Tangda, "Tang, do you think Tokyo people's feet are beautiful?" Tangda looked at Quentin with a hopeless look. "Why don't you let the Suzuki sisters show them in the movie?" Forget it, I think Lucy Liu can try." Tangda shrugged, and then the two of them entered the famous Kuroki cuisine under the guidance of Ogawa Sujike. "Welcome, guests." A middle-aged mama-san, wearing a black flowered kimono, wooden clogs, and with her hair combed into a bun, stood in front of the door, welcoming Tangda and Quentin with a perfect, toothless smile. Then she opened the door and led the two into the corridor illuminated by warm golden lights. Da-da-da. The sound of wooden clogs on the floor was crisp, and before long, the few people were led to the door of a large private room. "Wow." Mama Sam pushed open the carved wooden door, and while backing away, she bent down to 90 degrees. "Please." Tangda and Quentin walked into the room, and Ogawa Sujike thoughtfully closed the door for them. But what they were facing was not a dining place. In the center of the room was an unexpected small garden of rocks, with green and dark stones piled together, and there were a few clumps of bamboo next to it. Opposite them was another door, and the sound of stringed instruments could be heard faintly from inside. "It's amazing." Quentin was amazed at all this, while Tangda walked around the stone and came to the real inner door and gently pushed it. The next second, it suddenly became clear. There were 2 rows of wooden tables neatly arranged in the 30-square-meter house. There was a long pool in the middle. The end close to the two of them had towering miniature pines and cypresses and garden rocks, and 2 men in white kitchen uniforms were busy. Walking closer, Tangda and Quentin saw that the pool in the middle of the table was actually a ring. After the chefs made sushi, they put it on a tray and floated down the water. The water flow would carry these dishes to the wooden tables. The same number of girls sat in front of the tables and served them. "It's really amazing." Quentin's eyes widened. Tangda also raised his eyebrows. He knew the origin of this form, which was the Chinese Guishuliashang. He didn't expect to see a modern version today. "I have to say, it's still fun in daily life." After reading all this, he looked up at the wooden tables on both sides and found that there was no one on the left, and 2 men in suits were sitting on the right. One of the men with the gold-rimmed glasses stood up and bowed slightly after seeing Tangda and the others. "Welcome, both of you. I am Yoshiki Hori, the president of Oripro. Please take a seat." Quentin knelt down on the square blanket to learn the etiquette of Tokyo people, but Tangda sat cross-legged directly, which made Quentin a little stunned. He thought, is this also the way to sit in Tokyo? But it looks really comfortable, better than kneeling. Yoshiki Hori was also stunned after seeing this way of sitting, but then laughed. "It seems that Mr. Norton is not used to our etiquette. This is normal. After all, this is your first time in Tokyo." "Who said it was my first time in Tokyo?" Tangda said directly in Japanese, and then resumed English in Yoshiki Hori's surprised look. It's just that the doctor said that my knees are not suitable for bending down. I see, you can even speak Japanese. It seems that you must be very interested in our culture. Yoshiki Hori smiled, and with his gold-rimmed glasses, it is easy to associate him with the four words gentleman scum. Tangda smiled. What I am most interested in Tokyo is Avenue. I also learned Japanese there, so the words I use may be a little rude. Yoshiki Hori was a little embarrassed. Although AV is the most well-known industry in his country, it does not mean that Tokyo people will not be ashamed of it. Everyone in this country has a strange sense of shame. They don't want to cause trouble for others because it will leave a bad impression on others, so no matter what, they will hide it in their hearts. But under such a grievance, over time, when others help a little with small things in life, they will thank others profusely and wish to fight for the ground with their heads. However, when they really face big things, they often appear blind and self-willed, and make choices that are completely opposite to normal humans. This strange sense of shame is also one of the reasons why the whole society has become more and more depressed in the past decade. However, what Yoshiki Hori really feels ashamed of is that he runs an artist management company, but Tangda talks about AV artists all the time, which makes him think of himself and what he is doing. But he quickly adjusted himself and smiled again, saying, Mr. Tangda is really good at joking. If you like, I can mail you a complete set of CDs as a thank you gift when you leave Tokyo. That's great. I really want to collect various series. Tangda put his hands on his knees, but let's talk about things first. After all, I don't plan to accept gifts casually before I'm sure it's a Hongman banquet. This sentence made Hori Yoshitaka's expression stiff again, and he felt as if he was completely led by the nose in this conversation. Quentin, who was standing next to him, had already raised his thumb under the table and made an awesome mouth shape to Tangda. He was not a fool. Even if you had tasted some benefits, most of them were fancy forms, and the two of them didn't have any real gains. It can only be said that Tokyo people are really particular about the sense of form. Even the unimportant parts are very detailed. Maybe this is the so-called craftsman spirit? Although in Tangda's view, this is useless and frivolous capital formalism. And he remembered the general situation of this Haritro artist management company. He had learned about it when he was in Tokyo. In the early days, this company was famous for having many famous female artists such as Yamaguchi Beihu. Later, it was listed on the stock market and reached a cooperation with a TV station for talent shows. It is one of the old and large artist management companies in Tokyo. However, several TV series starring their top artists have unexpectedly failed during this period, and the stock price has fallen. Perhaps the reason why they came to Tangda and Quentin was for this reason. After figuring this out, Tangda vaguely understood their intentions, but did not speak, just watched them continue to perform. Mr. Tangda, please don't be anxious, and Mr. Quentin, Mr. Otsuka's banquet is a delicacy that must be tasted. After saying this, Horia Yoshiki clapped his hands lightly, and the water in the pool in the middle of the table immediately began to flow. The two chefs under the pine and cypress also cut and kneaded the fish and rice balls in their hands one by one, and put them into the plate and let the water flow down. The ladies in kimonos at Tangda and Quentin's table also picked up the trays that flowed to them and sent them to Tangda and Quentin's table. It was at this moment that Tangda saw the face of the girl at his table, but this glance made him realize that he seemed to have seen her somewhere. After thinking carefully, when the girl handed the chopsticks to Tangda, he suddenly realized who the person in front of him was. Kyoko Fukada. Hey! Kyoko Fukada looked at Tangda in confusion, not expecting that this guest actually knew her. What a big deal. Tangda pulled the corner of his mouth. The cute, big-eyed, and somewhat kawaii beauty in front of him was Kyoko Fukada, who was called Fat Kyoko. The reason for this name is that her figure is very hot and full of flesh, and all kinds of photos she has taken have perfectly confirmed this. So it is normal for Tangda to know her. After all, he had studied many photo albums of daily life at that time. Do you know me? Kyoko Fukada asked again. She was wearing a red kimono at the moment, with her chest wide open, full and attractive. I've seen your photo before. Tangda didn't say much, but Kyoko Fukada smiled. It's my honor, Mr. Tangda, I think you are really handsome. Tangda raised the corner of his mouth, took the chopsticks from her hand, picked up the fish sushi on the tray and put it into his mouth. The next moment he stretched his eyebrows. The fish meat was indeed fresh and it was still springy when he bit it into his mouth. But after eating a few dishes in a row, he felt a little monotonous. Because all sushi is basically unseasoned, the fish meat is nothing more than roasted, and there are only some seasonings and sauces to improve the taste except for freshly ground mustard. In addition, the chef's skills are really average in Tang's opinion. He has eaten sushi from several popular internet platforms. Although there is also a component of bragging, in comparison, the level is still higher than that of Mr. Otsuka. I don't know why Kuroki would use such a chef to cook sushi. In Tang's opinion, it is simply a waste of ingredients. But this dinner was not the main point, and Quentin seemed to be enjoying his meal, not realizing that there was anything wrong with the chef's skills. Japanese banquets are always slow, especially omakase. Several people ate for an hour, but the chef only used up half of the ingredients on the chopping board. Just as Quentin and Tangda were waiting for the next sushi, the head chef Mr. Otsuka suddenly took off his hat, revealing his bald head. Then he put down the knife and rubbed his shoulders in front of everyone. I'm really a little tired, Kuroda. Ask Mr. Kuroki to host the banquet, and I should talk to the guests. Chapter 124 The True Purpose. Hi. After the chef finished speaking, his assistant also took off his hat and clothes. He was wearing a black shirt with his sleeves rolled up, revealing two big flowery arms. Quentin stared with wide eyes, watching Mr. Otsuka walk steadily to the table opposite the pine and cypress and sit down, and then he found that there was a tiger tattoo on the back of his head. Gangster. Tang. Quentin also realized the true identity of these people. I know. Tangda was much calmer. He knew that there was something wrong with his chef, but he didn't expect that the gangster would cook in person. And there's a tiger tattoo. Awesome. Quentin continued to praise. Tangda looked at him speechlessly, a little doubting whether he had taught him too early. Before the two could say anything else, the disguised chef suddenly took off his white chef's uniform, revealing a white shirt, raised his hand to roll up his sleeves, revealing a clear gun scar on his arm, then put his hands on his knees and politely greeted Tangda and the others. My name is Otsuka Masaru, and I am the Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman of the Sumiyoshi. Hello, Mr. Otsuka. Tangda and Quentin nodded and responded. Today, the scene fell into silence. I thought Tangda and Quentin would definitely ask about the Sumiyoshi or what the Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman is, but neither of them opened their mouths. Instead, one drank water and the other ate sushi, leaving Otsuka Masaru, who was ready to answer, hanging there. It was not until the door opened and the white-haired chef Kuroki came under the pines and cypresses to make sushi for everyone that Yoshitaka Hori took the initiative to say, Mr. Masaru Otsuka is a partner of our company. When he heard that you two distinguished guests were coming to Tokyo this time, it was he who suggested inviting you two to dinner. Thank you Mr. Otsuka for your hospitality. Tangda spread his hands and pretended to be embarrassed. It's a pity that we haven't prepared a return gift. Why don't we buy the gifts later and give them to you through Ogawa-kun? Tang is right, the sushi is delicious, we should return the gift. Quentin followed with a sentence, then lowered his head and pretended to glance casually at the bottom of his table. At this time, the girl kneeling on the ground was folding her bare feet behind her, showing him in full view. The tender white toes and slightly blushing soles of the feet made the director stare. Ha, you two are really being polite, but there's no need to bother with the gifts. We're just being the hosts. Since everyone has almost finished eating, why don't we talk business first? Otsuka Katsu said with a smile, and then looked at Horiyoshiki. Horiyoshiki quickly said, Mr. Quentin, Mr. Tangda, in fact, we invited you here because we want to discuss a cooperation matter. Cooperation? Quentin was a little confused. Yes, that's right. Last year, my father retired from our Haripro company. As Horiyoshiki told this story, Quentin and Tangda gradually understood each other's intentions. Horiyoshiki's father, Hori Takeo, is the founder of Haripro. The company relies on artist management for its survival. In order to select suitable artists, they also have special selection and training. In the selection, they discovered many potential actors, such as Kyoko Fukada, Satomi Ishihara, Hiruka Ace, etc., who all came out of the selection. However, the most famous and successful training result of this company is the superstar, Yamaguchi Momo, who is called the eternal goddess in the hearts of Japanese people. But in contrast to the perfect training, Haripro is famous for its low monthly salary in the industry. Regardless of the size of the star, Even big stars have to receive a monthly salary instead of calculating the pay, which leads to the fact that the salaries of artists are very low compared to practitioners of the same status in the industry. After Hori Takeo retired, the position of the company's president was handed over to the previous president Oda Shingo, and the vice president was Hori Takeyashiki's brother Hori Takekazuki. Although Hori Takeyashiki served as the president, he was not optimistic about the company's future. He believed that the company had gradually fallen behind the times, so he wanted to vigorously innovate the company's artist brokerage form and move closer to the direction of Hollywood, but because of the constraints of the board of directors, he had no way to change the company according to his own ideas. Later, by chance, he got in touch with Otsuka Masaru and planned to set up a new company. Imitate the Hollywood form, expand the fame of artists, improve the income of artists, and become bigger and stronger. The reason why they found Tangda and Quentin was very simple, because they wanted to cooperate with the two and let their artists enter Hollywood to make some names. What kind of fame do you need? Tangda asked directly. It's very simple, Mr. Tangda, as long as our artists can appear in big movies or play roles in well-known MVs. Hori Yashiki explained. After hearing this, Tangda suddenly realized and tapped his fingers on the table. What name, what to improve income, what to imitate Hollywood, are all bullshit. The two guys in front of them clearly want their artists to go to Hollywood to gild, and then return to the Tokyo market to make money. After all, Hollywood in this era is in its heyday. Often only the top domestic traffic artists, top acting schools and Japanese-American actors born and raised in the United States can join Hollywood blockbusters and play one of the roles, such as Watanabe Ken, Sonato Hiroyuki, Kikuchi Rinko and others. Ordinary actors can't even squeeze into the threshold of Hollywood, let alone play a role. That's why these guys couldn't wait to invite Quentin and me and treat them well, because as long as the two of them agree to cooperate, they will open up a way to Hollywood and let their artists quickly transition from newcomers to well-known multinational artists. Such a reputation is definitely popular in Tokyo. As long as they are a little gilded, they will have a lot of green money. Money can move people's hearts. No wonder Horiwaki Yashiki's expression is so earnest and Ogawa Sujike's service is so thoughtful. They are all driven by interests. I guess they have received other people from Hollywood besides me and others. But after thinking about this, Tangda felt more at ease because he realized Natty and Quentin were not the weak party. In fact, they are the ones who really take the initiative. It is Hiroyuki Yashiki and Otsuka Katsu who need them to provide a way to Hollywood. To put it bluntly, Tangda and Quentin are now the god of wealth. There is no need to worry about the two people on the other side doing anything radical. All they have now is just exerting psychological pressure. If they really dare to murder the two, the US military stationed in Japan will not forgive these two guys and the people behind them. After all, a father beating his son does not require any restraint or respect. Once the idea in his mind was clear, Tangda became more confident. After taking a sip of sake and letting Kyoko Fukada sit a little closer to him, he looked up at Quentin. It turned out that this guy's movements were much more comfortable. I think he also understood the barrier. Those who can get along in Hollywood are all smart people, especially Quentin, the director who fought his way up from the bottom. Since there is no worry, Tangda smiled and said, Mr. Hori, I am a very pure person, very pure, because I only like two things. What are they? Yashiki Hori leaned forward slightly, looking expectant. Tangda first stretched out a finger. The first one is money. Then he stretched out another finger. The second one is still money. Chapter 125 Historical Mysteries. Ho ha ho ha. Mr. Tangda is really a straightforward person. I like him. When Hori Yashiki was smiling, Otsuka Katsuya grinned happily. He was not afraid of being straightforward, but he was afraid of not having needs. As long as there are weaknesses and preferences, there is a possibility of cooperation. Therefore, after hearing Tangda's words, he immediately raised his glass. Come on, cheers. Tangda did not refuse. After Fukada Kyoko filled it up, he raised it and clinked glasses with Otsuka Katsu in the air and drank it all. As long as he can make money and does not violate his principles, Tangda will not care about how Hori Yashiki and others exploit actors to make profits. Quentin was also moved when he saw Tangda and the two of them talking and laughing happily, but after thinking about it, he still chose not to raise his glass. Seeing this, Yashiki Hori asked, Does Mr. Quentin have any doubts? I can guarantee that there will be absolutely no constraints and will not interfere with your creation. As long as you give some of the insignificant roles to my actors, We will arrange for relevant media to promote it. Quentin shook his head. Sorry, I think this goes against the principles of my creation. Mr. Quentin, isn't the US dollar a principle? Otsuka Katsu interrupted Yoshiki Hori and advised. Seeing Quentin in deep thought, Otsuka Katsu continued, although I am a gangster, I think Mr. Quentin will have a lot of troubles when filming a movie. For example, we are related to the Tokyo government in terms of the location. As long as you agree, the movies that come to Tokyo to shoot in the future will be unimpeded. Any time and any place can be arranged for you. The implication is that if Quentin does not agree, then the film he is shooting now will be affected by the location. This suddenly reminded Tang of a very strange thing, that is, when later generations talked about the filming location of the movie Kill Bill, although everyone mentioned the Gonpachi Tavern, they all said prototype instead of the filming location. If Quentin really liked the Gonpachi Tavern at the time, why didn't he shoot directly in the tavern, but only use the prototype? Even if he wanted to make drastic changes to the original scene, it would not be reasonable, because there are 100 more cost-effective ways to make it more in line with Quentin's ideas in the original tavern. There is no need to run back to the American studio to set up a scene that is basically the same as the Gonpachi Tavern, and let the production company Miramax spend more budget. So why didn't Quentin's Kill Bill complete the shooting in the Gonpachi Tavern? Is it really because of this choice at the moment? Tangda thinks it is very likely. Now it seems that he has participated in this historical event and become one of the links. According to the normal law of development, Quentin should have lost the right to use the Gonpachi Tavern after rejecting Otsuka Masaru's proposal, and had to return to America to rebuild the scene. Obviously, Otsuka Masaru's Sumiyoshi Society must have been at work. After figuring this out, Tangda took the initiative to say, Mr. Otsuka, rigidity cannot last forever. If a string is kept tight, it will break. I think Quentin also needs some time to think. After all, as you know, artists have different hobbies and cleanliness obsessions. Hearing the word artist, Quentin looked at Tangda with a slightly surprised look. Although he never said that he wanted to be a film artist, his behavior was indeed moving in this direction, just as he once said. He will only direct 10 movies in his life, not including those co-directed or starred in. Kill Bill Part 1 and Part 2 can only be counted as one in his eyes, so before Tangda jumped off the building in his previous life, he had only directed 9 movies. This way of speaking is a typical artist's thinking. He doesn't care about money, but only cares about his own work and a sense of ritual. Of course, the weight of this promise may diminish over time and be overturned in the end, but at least at the moment he said it, he looked at the matter of movies with the thinking of an artist. Moreover, Quentin's film can indeed be called a piece of film art, so Tangda's words resonated with him directly. He didn't expect Tangda to know him so well. Sometimes, true understanding does not need a long speech, a few words of summary are enough to prove it. After hearing Tangda's words, Otsuka Katsu nodded. Hey, Mr. Tangda is right, I was impatient. Mr. Tangda, so why don't we talk about the details of the cooperation first? Hori Yoshiki took the lead and said, the artists we can confirm are all here, claps. He clapped his hands, and the kimono girls in the middle of the table stood up and lined up to face Tangda and Quentin. In addition to Kyoko Fukada, there are several beautiful actresses, but Tangda is not familiar with their names. Do you think they can do it? Hori Yoshiki asked tentatively. Tangda put down his glass, shook his head, and said sarcastically in Japanese, Mr. Hori, if these are the only artists in your company, then in my opinion, it is a pipe dream to want to enter Hollywood. Why? Aren't they pretty enough? Yoshiki Hori was a little unconvinced by what Tangda said. In order to raise funds for the new company, he spent a lot of time and effort, and specially selected several beautiful girls from the new generation of actresses to persuade them to switch jobs. Although there are several actors in the new generation that he thinks are good, such as the smiling Satomi Ishihara, she has just joined the company not long ago, and if he wants to poach her, he has to wait until she finishes her training. In fact, the establishment of the company this time did not go smoothly. Of course, they not only invited Tangda and Quentin, but also the crew of The Last Samurai, which was recently filmed in Tokyo, and all the people related to Hollywood that they could find. Unfortunately, they all expressed their willingness to provide an audition channel, but whether they can really appear on the screen is not their decision. Therefore, Yoshiki Hori and Masaru Otsuka did not have high expectations for Tangda and Quentin's attitude. They just didn't expect Tangda to agree immediately, which made them feel a little unreal. They subconsciously wanted to ask Tangda if he was sure. Unexpectedly, Tangda's words were very direct and unconcealed. "What's the use of being beautiful?" Tangda sneered. "There are tens of thousands of handsome men and beautiful women in Hollywood looking for opportunities on the set every year, but they can only return disappointed. Even the locals are like this. Do you think a Tokyo person can have the chance to succeed in Hollywood?" "Hey, you are talking about." Yoshiki Hori fell into deep thought. Tangda continued, "And Hollywood's stereotypes against Asians are not something you can overcome with your acting skills. Their aesthetics for Asians are not the same as your own. If you want to get into Hollywood, you must at least have a face full of stereotypes. So don't try to get artists into Hollywood. This is the choice of the market. No one can change the audience, understand?" "Hey, you are right." Just a few words made Horiyashiki feel that his previous ideas were indeed unrealistic, and it was no wonder that those directors and producers did not agree. After all, movies are to make money. Even if Horiyashiki brings some benefits, it cannot compete with the profits and fame of the movie itself, so of course they will not take the risk of using these actors who have not been polished by the market. If it is a company in the United States, this matter is not difficult to handle. On the contrary, similar exchanges of interests occur every day in the industry. But for companies in other countries, it is too difficult to open up this road. There are too many wolves and too little porridge, not to mention that there are only a few transnational movies a year. Many directors may not have another chance after filming a movie. Who can guarantee that these foreign actors will have enough screen time? So Yoshiki Hori and Masaru Otsuka have completely reached a dead end. It is too slow to make money by taking the traditional route. If you want actors to go to Hollywood, you can only let the actors sign an agreement with a multinational agency, but in this way, your company will not make any money. If you don't sign a contract, the actors will have no way to enter Hollywood. This may be why Tangda in the later life has never heard of their company. No one agreed, and the plan could only be aborted. But for Tangda, the situation is different. Because he has a small agency and a pair of foresight eyes. If he is willing to support people, he can let those famous Tokyo actors in his previous life enter the company. On the one hand, he can find opportunities through his own agents, and on the other hand, he can play a few supporting roles in his own crew, and return to Tokyo after the gilding is completed. And these actors who already have great potential will definitely become popular after returning home. After doing this set of procedures, he basically has no cost, but has a considerable profit. Why should he refuse such a good thing? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.